Hey there, I'm Sandra from Italy. Please like and subscribe. I live in Rome, but I couldn't see anything of this beautiful city for years. Ever since my dad ran away when I was only 8 years old, my mom locked me up in my room for no reason. You should have been home 2 minutes ago, young lady. Your bracelet doesn't match your school uniform. I told you to brush your teeth in circles. Phew. She never told me why dad went away or where he was, not even if he was still alive, but I can tell she loved him very much. Maybe she locked me away because I reminded her of him. I don't know. She barely looked at me when having breakfast in the morning, and when I came home from school, she immediately found a reason to send me up to my room. And stay there. I began to blame myself for Dad's absence and Mom's bad mood. Maybe I made so many mistakes in the past that he couldn't take it anymore and he just ran away from us. I was so insecure that I didn't talk to anyone in school. And when somebody talked to me, hey, what's up? It took me so long to think about the right answer that people thought I was mocking them and eventually stopped talking to me at all. My mom didn't have to send me up to my room anymore. I went there all by myself and stayed there the whole day. Maybe Mom was disappointed, but now she just dropped breakfast on the floor in front of my room and disappeared into her own room to work at the computer. I never felt so sad in my life until one day I spilled my tea on my bed and took away the mattress to blow dry it. What's this? It was a poem, and my dad wrote it, for me. I just couldn't believe it. The poem was quite sad, but I felt happier than I ever had before. I danced through my room and read it over and over again until I knew it by heart. Only when I bumped into the mattress, stumbled over the teacup and fell, I realized I was gonna be totally late for school. So many mistakes, again. No, I'm sorry, Dad. I panicked, grabbed my bag, and ran out of the house to catch the next bus. With my head hanging down, I got on the bus, which obviously was empty because everyone was in school already. I just slumped down on the seat, mumbling to myself. I was startled when I heard someone play a cool jazz tune on the saxophone. I turned around and found that the bus actually wasn't empty. On the last seat in the back was a girl, maybe 2 years older than me. She had sliced and slashed her school uniform into a punk outfit, just lounged around in the bus like she was home and played her saxophone, all while being late. Awesome! I just couldn't take my eyes off her. Then she looked at me and stopped playing. What's up, sis? Why did you stop, miss? The girl smiled. I couldn't believe what I just said. Did I just rhyme on the fly? Did I inherit this skill from my dad? I guess I wanted to appear cool to her, but I immediately turned red like a tomato. But she just laughed it off and told me how funky I was. Nobody ever told me something nice like that. I'm Romana, by the way. Just call me Rome. How cool is this? I was just blown away. By the time we had to get off the bus, we had already become friends. She was such a great inspiration. I even cut my hair and changed my look, and my confidence increased a lot. I started to set the clock so I would be awake before my mom. I prepared my own breakfast and just left a note on the table before leaving. Don't you worry, I'll be back in a hurry. I don't know if Mom was happy to finally see me grow up a little. I don't know if she was able to be happy at all. But from then on, she stopped blaming me for everything and sending me to my room. She even looked at me from time to time. She never smiled, but I didn't care because I had a new friend, a new look, and people in school started talking to me again. You, changed a lot. And it's not even all I got. Do you know who that was? I guess a boy without any flaws. Well, you see, Miss Rossi, I found a poem in my bed, and when I read it, my mattress was attacked me, and I was only feeling comfortable talking to people when rhyming. It was my only skill, and I desperately wanted to avoid being a nobody again. I didn't even realize I scared off the most popular boy in school, Valentino. When did the Roman Empire end? In 476, it was totally spent. I just couldn't let it go. 2 weeks passed, and people stopped talking to me again because it was impossible to have a normal conversation with me. And when I tried talking to others, hey, what's up in the cup? They just ignored me. And there I was, back in my room, being a nobody again. And I really didn't like Mom's sad, I knew it all along face. I watched some MSA videos on my phone and didn't hear the doorbell ringing. Sandra! Sandra! When I rushed down to open the door, I was very happy to see Rome, the only person I could talk to in a normal way. And don't you dare play that horrible instrument in here. She came to ask me what was wrong, so I told her about the poem and about my dad I knew so little about. You gotta confront your mom, sis. Ain't no other way. Well, you just met her. Listen, if I had a mom, I'd talk the living daylights out of her. I was shocked and asked her what she meant by this. Rome told me she was raised in an orphanage and never knew her parents. She told me that she was even bullied for being sad, that she got used to being all alone, and all she had was the jazz music coming out of the nurse's room, who didn't care about the orphans. Now she's living with an elite foster family who never approved of her playing the saxophone and doesn't treat her like a daughter at all. Want to know why I play the sax all day? I was so sad I couldn't even nod and just looked at her with tears in my eyes. Because it's my only friend, and it tells me beautiful stories. But you got me now, Rome. Gotta go, sis. Just talk to your mom, okay? Now Rome had tears in her eyes too. She stood up and left my room. Before she left the house, she used her saxophone to wake up my mom, who had fallen asleep in front of her computer. Mom was furious and stormed into my room, thinking Rome was still there. Didn't I tell you to— Where's that crazy girl? I mustered all my courage, handed her dad's poem, and asked her to tell me everything she knew. She read the poem, looked at me with a stern face, then told me to come down to the living room with her and made me sit on the sofa. She went to the basement and came back up with a huge box in her hands. Without saying a word, she dropped several thousand letters on the floor and looked down at them with her arms crossed and her lips pressed together. My dad wrote a letter every day for 7 years, and not one of them was opened. I took them to my room and opened them all. Reading them took me 4 days straight without any sleep. My mom didn't even make me try to go to school. The letters were full of beautiful poems, dried flowers for Mom, and cute little drawings for me. He wrote how much he missed me, asked my mom to let him come back, and apologized for running away. But none of the letters mentioned the reason why he ran away. My head was spinning when I finished. Where are you, Dad? I had to ask my mom, and I felt so bad for Rome. I didn't call her the whole time. But before I could even grab my phone, I fell asleep. The wonderful smell of fresh blueberry muffins woke me up in the afternoon the next day. Rome was sitting on the edge of my bed, holding them under my nose like smelling salt. I am so glad you're alive, sis. Rome told me my mom had let her in to make sure I was all right during the last 4 days, but I wouldn't even notice her peeking into my room. I hugged Rome tight before gobbling up 3 muffins in 2 seconds. You should consider taking a shower. You know, now that the muffins were gone, I realized they smelled a lot better than I did. Suddenly, my mom stepped into the room. You should consider taking a shower, you know. It was just impossible to keep myself together. I leapt up and grabbed my mom by the shoulders. For the first time in years, my mom embraced me and didn't let go until I calmed down. She did love me. Where is Dad? Why didn't you open the letters? Why didn't you show them to me? Why didn't you let him come back? I gotta go practice, ladies. When Rome had left, Mom told me that Dad always dreamt about being a successful poet. He used to read his poems to her before they went to sleep, and Mom loved it. But his dream never became a reality, and we were slowly running out of all the money we had saved. So I told him to stop writing and get a job or care for you so I could get a job. But he just said everything was going to be all right and kept on writing. Until my mom threw him out and got a home office job to pay the bills. She was sending me to my room not because she hated me, but because she wanted to get her work done to earn the money we needed to keep our little house. He hasn't sent a letter for almost half a year now. I didn't know what to think of my dad anymore, but I loved his poems and just had to see him. All his letters had his address on the back. To my surprise, Mom agreed to go see him. We went to an old apartment building and took a deep breath before knocking on his door, but nobody answered. When we knocked a second time, an old lady opened the door. She told us that she had moved in a few months ago and knew nothing of my dad. I was devastated, and when I saw Mom's sad, I knew it all along face again, I was furious. I ran home and locked myself up in my room. When I was right in the middle of crying my heart out, a message from Rome arrived on my phone. Got a surprise for you, sis. Make sure to be taking that shower. I showered for ages as if I was trying to wash off all the sorrow I felt. After that, I met Rome in the park. She just had to take one look at me to know that I didn't see my dad. Instead of greeting her, I just sat down on a bench and stared at the ground. You can come out now. From behind a large tree, Valentino suddenly emerged carrying a book in his hands. He walked up and stood right next to Rome. I thought they were together now, so I couldn't think of anything better than, "Congratulations," and looked down at the ground again. Don't be silly, sis. I don't date younger boys, duh. But we are kind of together. I didn't understand what was going on, but it did sound interesting. We formed a hip-hop trio. You know there's only 2 of you, right? And you will be the singer. Did you know that Pretty Boy here is a great drummer? This was all too much. I didn't know what to say. I just lost my dad forever. My confidence was crushed once again, and now I should become an artist? A rapper? Performing on stage? Life's too short to hide away, sis. But we need to know if you still got it. When Valentino opened the book, I realized it was that new bestseller we were supposed to read for school until tomorrow. A book I forgot to even get because I was too busy reading poems and going through all the emotions in the world. I'll read something, and you'll rhyme on it. There was no rhyming challenge that could ever put me on the spot. So I stood up from the bench, took on a battle pose, and commanded Valentino to begin. Fixed by occluded revelation, but freed from the flow of speculation. Wow, did I say that? Reading all my dad's poems must have made me even better. Rome and Valentino were super excited and both hugged me tightly. While Rome laughed, Valentino blushed a little and tried to cover it up by giving me the book along with the summary he wrote. As I took it and our hands touched, it was my time to blush, which made Rome laugh even harder. Things went kind of smoothly after that. Valentino, Rome, and I became very close. Every day in the afternoon, we would meet in the band room of the school to practice our show. I still miss Dad, but my friends and the music helped me to get over it. And I thought, if he stopped caring about me and Mom, he just doesn't deserve us. When the school year was nearly over, it was finally time for the concert. My knees were shaking when we stepped onto the stage to perform open air for the whole school. Time to shine, sis. Got your back with my beats, Sandra. You'll do great. I looked for my mom and found her right in front of the stage like a real fan. She looked back at me, arched her eyebrows, and pointed to the man standing next to her. My heart skipped a beat. It was Dad. He must have kept an eye on me the whole time. Our show was a great success, and the freestyle encore blew everyone away. It turned out that my dad was the author of this best-selling book we had to read for school. He published it under a pseudonym so he could have a quiet life with us. After the concert, he showed me and Mom his beautiful new house in the countryside. When he offered us to live with him again, my mom put her arm around my shoulders and finally smiled. We'll think about it. Mom! Well, she knew she couldn't do this to me. And when Dad showed her the home office room he already arranged for her with all the latest technology stuff in it, she just played hard to get for a second and then happily agreed. Valentino and I helped each other out in school and eventually became a couple. It was Rome's final year, but our band still exists. We still couldn't decide on a name for it, though. When Rome's stunning performance even made it to the local news, her foster parents threw her out because it finally became clear to them she'd never be a doctor or a lawyer. As Rome didn't know where to go, I asked Mom if she could live with us. Living with a runaway husband and 2 crazy girls? Glad I have my own room. I forced us all into a big hug, saxophone included. And that was my story. Thanks for watching. Ciao from Sandra.
Hi, I'm Lena. Before I tell you my story, please click like and subscribe. My mom used to be a supermodel, but after I was born, she gained weight, became a stay-at-home mom, and then Dad left us when I was 3. She'd just be weeping all day and stuffing her face with ice cream. Whenever I cried, she'd give me ice cream too. But as time went by, I was still eating like this while Mom got over her depression, lost those extra pounds, and jumped back into modeling. One day, I was imitating her poses in the mirror and she came in laughing. Mommy, what's so funny? I'm gonna be a model one day, like you.
Oh, poor baby. Why are you so dumb? Modeling isn't for everybody.
We'll find something you're good at.
But I doubt that.
That was mean. But when she left, I sneaked out her high heels to practice my catwalk. And moments later, I broke one. I glued it on and put it back. Mom started going away for work, so she hired a nanny for me. Years passed and eating just became a way to cope with my feelings. Whenever I was sad or stressed, I'd just stuff my face. And by 8th grade, I was plus-sized. I was smart and got good grades, but everyone just mocked me over my weight. I even changed schools, but things didn't get better. Because here, I was invisible, and it felt awful. Until one day, Freya, the most popular girl, came and sat next to me. Hey, you're the new girl, right? Your hair is so pretty. She started sitting with me every day, and we became really good friends. Now, suddenly the boys were noticing me, but only 'cause they wanted to get close to Freya. I'd become the official delivery person for everything they wanted to give to her. So one day, when this cute boy Sheldon gave me flowers, I was shocked when he said they were for me. Was this some kind of prank? But he looked so sincere, and then he asked me out. The next few weeks, I was over the moon. But once when we were out for dinner, I suddenly felt the chair give away under me and I went crashing to the floor. I just wanted to disappear. But Sheldon totally went off on the management.
My girlfriend could have gotten hurt. What are these chairs made of? Toothpicks?
He then got us a huge free meal and we had a car picnic instead. I loved how he'd stood up for me. The next day, I went to the school gym looking for him, but I suddenly stopped when I heard Sheldon.
Guys, how much longer do I have to date this baby elephant? Dude, the dare is for a month. I'm getting broke paying for all that food. And it's embarrassing being seen with a girl twice my size.
I couldn't hear another word. Later, I went to Freya's house and cried my heart out over pizza. That day, I decided that if my weight was constantly getting in my way, I was gonna lose it. Summer break had started and I told Freya I was gonna be in Paris with Mom, but I was at home and my nanny helped me diet and exercise. And soon, I lost a lot of weight. When I went back to school, I could feel everyone's eyes and smiles on me. And suddenly, some boys from my class rushed forward to ask me my name. Wait, they didn't even recognize me? Just then I spotted Freya and I ran to hug her. Freya, I missed you so much. Lena? Is that you? Oh my God. What? When? How did you do this? She was so surprised but super proud of me. Just then, Sheldon came up to me looking dumbstruck.
Wow, Lena, you look hotter than Wonder Woman. But tell me, babe, why wouldn't you text me back over the holidays? I missed you.
All I wanted to do was slap him hard. But suddenly, I had a better idea. Oh, I was at a yoga retreat and we weren't allowed any cell phones there. But I really missed you too. Freya looked shocked, but I quickly pulled her away and whispered my plan, and that had her laughing. The next day, I planned a romantic date with Sheldon at a really fancy restaurant, and I was dressed to kill. When it was time to order, I was ready. Yes, I'll have all the appetizers. 3 lobsters, 4 steaks, 1 poached salmon, and well, you can bring us the entire dessert menu.
Lena, who's gonna eat all that food?
I will, of course. You know my appetite, babe. When the food arrived, I ate a few bites and asked the waiter to pack it. When he came with the bill, I picked up the food and was leaving. And Sheldon kinda lost it.
You're splitting the bill with me, right?
Nope. It's not cheap dating a baby elephant, you know. Also, it's time you paid for being a complete jerk. I threw a glass of juice at his face and walked out. I gave most of the food to some homeless people, and the rest I shared with Freya as I told her all about my date. Sheldon never came near me again, but my popularity in school soared overnight. I had more boys asking me out than I could count, and the party invitations were piling up. One day at lunch, I got a text message from a new number. It was this new Italian boy in the school that had all the girls drooling.
Come to my birthday party tonight, Bellissima. It's exclusively for hotties.
I went to the birthday party and there was a big screen showing a slideshow of Italian guys' baby pictures. Everyone was awing over them, but suddenly the screen went blank, and what started playing next left me shook. It was a YouTube channel called Fatty Eats the World, and there were videos of me. In one, I was looking really glum and stuffing my face with spaghetti, and in another, I was crying and eating pizza. Oh my God, what? There was only one person who could have made these. Just then, Freya stepped up from behind the screen. Hey, Italian guy. That girl you're talking to, Lena, that's her. See how she looks like a sad sack of potatoes? I don't know what surgery she had to lose the weight, but just remember, it's only a matter of time till she'll be upset over something, and she'll be sobbing and eating like a whale again. Sure, you can handle this? I stared at her in shock as everyone stared at me. All I wanted to do was run and hide inside a cake, but I wasn't gonna do that. I marched up to her and pulled out the projector plug. Freya, are you a psycho? You've been recording me anytime I've poured my heart out and set up a freaking YouTube channel? What kind of friend does that? Seriously? You never wondered why someone like me became friends with you? I just needed a smart girl to help me with my studies. Also, I looked even better next to you. And you should be thanking me for the channel. You were invisible before I noticed you, and now you go around acting like you're better than me. Are you so insecure that you need a fat friend around to make you feel good about yourself? You're a pathetic, evil jerk. And that fat friend, it's not gonna be me anymore. I pushed her and she went flying into the Italian guy's birthday cake. She screamed and he screamed and I stormed out. I was heartbroken by Freya's betrayal and I didn't go to school for the next few days. But one day when the doorbell rang, I was thrilled to see Mom was back. Am I in the wrong house or… Holy cow! Lena? Is that you? Of course it's me, Mom. How do I look? I think… I don't like you this way. I liked my cute, chubby girl more. Come on, let's get her back. I'll order pizzas. You'll eat a large one, right? Mom, no. How can you say that? I thought you'd be so happy. And you know, I can even try modeling now. What? No, forget it. I've said this before. Modeling isn't for you. I couldn't really understand Mom's reaction. Why didn't she want me to be a model? She noticed that I wasn't going to school and I told her about the stupid party. When I showed Mom the horrible YouTube channel, she actually started laughing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, but it's kind of funny in a cute way. And suddenly, I was raging mad. You think it's funny that my best friend recorded the saddest moments of my life and put them up on YouTube for everyone to see? Do you think this is a funny, cute joke? Mom, I had an eating disorder, and you know whose fault that is? Yours. She leapt up like she'd been electrocuted. Hey, watch it. I've worked really hard to give you a good life and… Mom, you worked really hard for you and left me to literally eat my feelings. Do you have any idea how tough my life's been? And now that I've worked so hard and finally feel good, you're not even happy for me. Gosh, you're the worst. I shut myself up in my room and decided I had to deal with Freya on my own. I made a video about my emotional eating problem and how my videos had been uploaded without my consent. I posted it and it went viral. So many people reported the channel, it was immediately taken down. Lots of people even commented that I should sue Freya. And the next day, her parents were at my door begging me to forgive her. She'll do anything. We'll change her school and she'll never bother you again. Go on, Freya. Say that you're very, very sorry. Well, she did, and I never saw her again. I went back to school, but I stopped going to the parties and hanging out with all those shallow people who didn't even see me before I lost the weight. One day, I took Mom's address book and copied some fashion agency numbers. I contacted a few and waited patiently for some response. One day, a suited man came to our house, and it turned out to be Mom's first modeling agent. Oh, it's been so long since we did a project together. I'm so happy to see you here. Oh, yes, but right now I'm here to meet your daughter, Lena. She sent in her audition tape and I think she could be the next big thing. You must be so proud of her. I was ecstatic, but Mom turned pale. She pulled me aside. How dare you do this to me? You lost weight just to show me that I'm outdated and irrelevant, and you can be better than me? I pushed her hand away angrily. So that's what your problem is? God, you're more insecure than Freya. My weight loss isn't about you. It's about me taking control of my life. I signed the contract for that project in front of her eyes, and it went really well. Other projects started rolling in, and I was making really good money. Soon after, I entered a national modeling contest, and I won. I stepped onto the stage for my winner's speech. To all the young girls out there, I just want to say, don't let anyone or anything get in the way of your dreams. People have a way of pushing you down and making you feel worthless, but you should know your own value and power. You can achieve anything you set your heart to. Just believe in yourself.
Hi, my name is Allison, but everyone calls me Allie. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, my parents were real-life superheroes. They didn't fly or shoot laser beams out of their eyes, but they saved lives daily. They both worked for Doctors Without Borders, and they traveled to remote villages worldwide to provide the best medical care. Sometimes they'd even fall sick themselves, but that never stopped them from helping people. And I wanted to be just like them. Once when I was 6, my nanny took me to the park and I saw a little girl crying. She told me her puppy got off its leash and ran away. I felt so bad for her that we stayed there for 4 hours looking for it until we finally found it. Thank you so much. You're my hero. I felt so proud to be like my parents, even if it was just a little. And growing up, I took every opportunity to do so. Other than the fact that my parents were gone for months, my life was kind of perfect. And I had everything I could ever want. But in the 10th grade, everything changed forever. One afternoon, I was in my room watching some MSA videos on YouTube when my parents returned from a trip to Venezuela. As I hugged them, I noticed a girl my age standing behind them. She was small and thin, and she held a cane as a walking stick. She also wore very large headphones and looked bored. My parents welcomed her in and then turned to me. Honey, this is Gabriela from Venezuela. We adopted her. She's your new sister. We know this will be an adjustment, but just think of this as the new chapter for us as a family. What the heck? An adjustment? This was a bombshell. You didn't think to mention it before now? ¿Qué estás diciendo? Está hablando demasiado rápido. Does she speak any English? How am I supposed to, talk to her? Puedo hacerle un dibujo si eso ayudaría. She wants to draw you a picture. Gabriela pulled out a small notepad and drew a picture of a girl riding a cow. Ah, ya, la niña soy yo y la vaca eres tú. She pointed to the cow and then to me. Then she pointed to the girl and back at herself. Did she just call me a cow? No, she's just excited for you guys to play with each other. We didn't even have an extra room, so it turned out she'd be sharing mine. My parents had lost their minds. Here, you should take my bed, and the mattress might not be that comfy. Gracias, hermana. Si te sientes incómoda, ni siquiera me importa. You're welcome, I guess. On Monday, my parents enrolled Gabriela in my school. I had to babysit her the entire day. I was late to every class because she couldn't walk very fast, and explaining the situation repeatedly to the teachers was exhausting. It was also hard to communicate with her. And at home, sharing a room with her was awful. I had no privacy, and she snored. I hugged my pillows around my head, but nothing helped. I wanted to scream. When I couldn't take it anymore, I went downstairs to sleep on the couch. I was just about to doze off when I got a text from my boyfriend Trevor. Hey, wanna go out for a walk? I'm outside. We'd met a couple of months ago when we signed up for a karate class, and we'd been inseparable ever since. I quickly got dressed, making sure to be as quiet as a mouse and not wake up anyone. Then I slipped out the window and ran down the driveway. As soon as I saw him, I jumped into his arms. You will not believe the day I've had. Try me. We began walking down the street hand in hand, and I told him everything. By the time I finished my rant, he hugged me and offered to translate for me at school to make things easier with Gabriela. At least someone was on my side. When I got home, I was relieved that everyone was still sound asleep. I peeked over at Gabriela, and I noticed some papers lying underneath the bed. When I checked them, I saw she'd worked on some pretty advanced math equations. She even scribbled out the parts where the teachers had made mistakes. Wow, this girl was a genius. Suddenly, I had an idea. The school hosted a huge math whiz competition, and the grand prize was a full scholarship to university. If she won this, she'd be set for life. And if I helped her, maybe we'd be on better terms with each other. The next day, I signed her name up and looked for her everywhere to tell her the news. I finally found her on the playground with Trevor. When I came over, Trevor put his arm around me, and suddenly her face dropped. Okay, good, you've met. Babe, I need you to tell her some amazing news for me. I excitedly told him everything, and before he even finished translating, Gabriela exploded. ¿Hiciste qué? Wait, was she mad? Why are you butting into my business? Shut the front door. So wait, you suddenly speak perfect English? Why have you been trying to lie to us this whole time? Gabriela suddenly looked so mean. Just to bother you, because I can? And how dare you sign me up for something without even asking me? I was just trying to do something nice for you. Well, stop. I don't need anything from you. With that, she stormed off, and I was shocked. I tried to tell my parents that she'd lied about not knowing English, but they were so in love with her they didn't believe me.
Come on, honey. Why would she do that?
I know it's hard for everyone to adjust, but try and be more cooperative, please. Are you freaking kidding me? Whenever she was around them, she acted all sweet and innocent, but every time they left the room, she was a totally different person. Your parents didn't believe you, did they? Gosh, they're so stupid. Hey, don't talk about them like that after everything they've done for you. So what? Now they're some kind of heroes and I should worship them for saving a poor little girl like me? Well, I didn't ask for it. They just did it to feel good about themselves. As she walked off, I was stunned. This girl was really something, and she seemed to hate us all. I had to find a way to show my parents the truth. At school, I noticed that Gabby would often sneak off during lunch, so I decided to follow her one day and see what she was up to. I found her sitting in the music room by the piano. She was playing a soft tune, and I had to admit, she was really good. That's beautiful. What do you want? Answers, mostly. An apology would be nice too. You're not getting one. Can you please leave me alone? Why are you hiding out here? It's quiet, and people don't stare at me or pity me. Just then, she winced in pain, and I saw her rubbing her leg. Does it hurt a lot? All the time, but I don't want to talk about it. Okay, fine. And listen, I'm sorry for butting in about this competition, but I've seen your work, and you could actually win this thing. Think about your future. Don't do it for anyone else. Why do you even care? Believe it or not, but I think we're a lot alike. We're both stubborn, headstrong, and not easily scared of a challenge. In a perfect world, we might actually be friends. I doubt it, but I guess getting some independence won't be so bad for me. You've got nothing to lose, right? When the competition came around, Gabriella aced it. She solved all the questions and left everyone else in the dust. My parents, Trevor, and I cheered her on happily as she received her award. And later at dinner, Gabriella even confessed about lying to everyone. I'm really sorry for not being honest. I don't know what came over me. Although Mom and Dad were shocked to hear her perfect English, they accepted her apology happily. They also apologized to me, and I felt so relieved. The next week at school, she was on cloud 9. Everywhere we went, people complimented her. I even noticed her flirting with the school's heartthrob at lunch. I was glad her confidence was so much better, even though I'd noticed she'd been limping more lately. Everything seemed to be going smoothly until one day when I was heading to class and I overheard the guy laughing with his friends.
Being with Gabs is so cool. She's super nice and everything. But what's really cool is that she's doing all of my assignments for me. I'm getting A's for the first time ever. Dude, that's awesome. Maybe I should flirt with her too.
That no-good dirtbag! I needed to tell Gabby before she got hurt. I found her in the library, and to my shock, she was sitting there doing his homework. You need to throw that in the trash. That guy is no good, okay? I overheard the jerk bragging to his friends about how he's got you doing all his homework. So, I want to help him. He's nice, and I like him. He's just using you, Gabby. You can't let him treat you this way. Are you telling me he's too good for someone like me? And he couldn't possibly like me for me? No, that's not what because I'm the freak with the disability, right? Why would you even think that? I've been trying every day to bond with you, but you're so difficult. What is your problem? Everything. I hate it here. I'm just this charity case you parade around to tell people how good you all are. You don't really understand me, and I wish I'd never come here. I couldn't believe her. After all this time, I thought we'd gotten past that, but I guess not. Well, if you're so miserable, then go. Who's stopping you? Nobody. Suddenly, Gabriella began to cry, and before I could say anything else, she stormed off. I tried looking for her once I'd cooled down, but I couldn't find her anywhere. I called Trevor, and when I told him what had happened, he came over immediately. I went too far, and I didn't mean it, really. She's just so frustrating.
I think she's just hurting a lot more than she's letting on. Let's go find her.
We searched for hours all over the neighborhood. Soon it started to rain like crazy, and I was so worried about her. But we finally found her sitting in the park. She was drenched and shivering like crazy, so I quickly wrapped my jacket around her. I'm not sure what's going on with you, but I think it has less to do with me and more to do with this. I picked up her cane. Gabby looked at me with tears in her eyes. It's so unfair. I'll never be a normal girl like you. That's not true. Whatever's going on, Gabby, we will handle it together as a family. Why would you even want me? I'm just a big mess. That's why no one's ever wanted me. We want you, stupid, but you have to stop pushing us away. I'm not getting any better. I'm just a huge burden. No, you're not. You'd know that if you took a second to get to know us. Please, just come home. I held out my hand to her, and when she took it, I hugged her tight. We're a family now. Get used to it. The next day, we took her to the hospital, and after many tests, Gabby was diagnosed with a rare muscle condition. The doctors started her treatment, and she had to be at the hospital for a few weeks. I stayed by her bedside every day, refusing to go home until she did. Don't worry, baby. We'll make sure Gabby gets the best possible treatment. She's going to be fine. She still needed months of physiotherapy, but we could finally take her home. Mom and Dad had decorated the living room with a huge sign that said, "Welcome home." Trevor was also there, and a few friends she'd made at school. Gabby looked so shocked when she saw everyone, and I could tell that she hadn't expected such a big welcome. Thank you all for this. I guess I will just have to learn to live with you all being so annoyingly affectionate. Yeah, that's how we roll. And you're stuck with us for good now. I think I like the sound of that very much. Hi, I'm Camelia from Brazil. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. My parents were super rich. Just kidding. We were living in the poorest neighborhood in town. Mom stayed at home and Dad mowed lawns, and we had little to no money. Maybe I should have subscribed to this channel and tried to win $10,000. Hey, you should try that. Subscribe to MSA today, and you could be the lucky winner of $10,000 in just 7 days. Fingers crossed. But anyways, being poor didn't stop my parents from spoiling my younger brother Pedro rotten. You see, Pedro was a genius. By the time he was 8 months old, he could say his alphabet and count to 100. By the time he was 2, he was doing mathematical equations and solving puzzles. Our baby is a genius.
He's going to make us so proud.
And what am I? Chopped liver? On my 5th birthday, instead of the princess house with the car and pool I wanted, Mom stitched me a doll from old clothes. We just don't have the money, sweetie. But Pedro received a brand new remote control car. Sweetie, we had to get Pedro something as well. That wasn't even the worst of it. Pedro was allowed to go to school, and I wasn't. My parents said it was because Pedro had a special gift, so they used all the money they had to send him to a private school for gifted children, and they couldn't even afford books for me to go to a public school. Life was so unfair. I felt so invisible. The only time my parents saw me was when they wanted me to do some chore around the house. Over time, I just got used to it. And since I couldn't read books to myself, or I didn't have a phone to watch videos, I started to sew to pass my time. Camelia, what did you do to my curtains? I fell in love with creating new things from old stuff, and I wanted to become a fashion designer. Because of how differently my parents treated Pedro and me, we never grew up close, and he always saw me as his slave, even though I was older than he was.
Clip my toenails, clean my shoes.
When I was 11, I begged my parents to send me to a sewing school. Mom, Dad, I deserve to be able to follow my dreams too.
They don't have the money to send you to some stupid sewing school when they're going to send me to the most prestigious college in the country.
I'm sorry, Camilla, but we have to support the child who has greater potential and will make the family proud.
With that, Mom and Dad just walked away as Pedro stood there with a stupid smirk on his face. Oh, I wanted to smack him hard. It was then that I decided I'd do whatever it took to get myself into a sewing school. I tried to get a job, but nobody wanted to hire an 11-year-old, not even as a clown for a birthday party. When I was 13, things looked as though they were turning around, and I finally landed a babysitting job. But when my parents found out that I'd been neglecting household chores because of it, they were furious. I was grounded for 2 months, and Dad tore up all my designs that I had stuck on my bedroom walls over the years. I was devastated, but a tiny part of me refused to give up. I had to be smart. This time, when I drew, I hid my drawings under the floorboards of my bed, and when Mom sent me to the supermarket, I'd pass by the wishing fountain and take all the coins. Don't give me that judgmental look. But after 3 years of saving those coins, it
still wasn't enough. Luckily for me, my life took an amazing turn when I turned 16, and that set things in motion for me. One day, while drawing in my room, I was so focused that I didn't see this girl peeking in at me through the window. Wow, that looks amazing! Ah! I toppled out of my chair and fell to the ground. The girl then did a backflip through my bedroom window and came in. Did the circus come to town? What do you want? Did my parents send you to spy on me? No, silly. I'm the new neighbor and I didn't even let her finish. I just picked her up, threw her out of the window, and closed the curtains. As much as I wanted a friend, I didn't want anyone to know that I couldn't read or write. What would she think of me? But that didn't stop the crazy backflip girl. Over the next few days, she did everything she could to get my attention, even juggling 3 cats while she balanced a mug of water on her head. What a weirdo. One day, I decided to take a shortcut home because I had seen a lady with the most amazing outfit, and I wanted to get home and sketch it. Just then, I heard a man yell behind me.
Watch out!
As I turned, I saw a huge crane ball coming my way. I froze in place, but luckily for me, someone pushed me to the ground just in time. Girl, are you crazy? This is a danger zone. Can't you read? Oh God, I was sweating like a bald man in spring. Can you read? I sighed heavily and shook my head. That's okay. I can't draw amazing fashion designs like you can. Let's go and grab some ice cream. My treat. While eating the ice cream, crazy backflip girl, Sophia, told me that she had moved next door with her parents and older brother Harrison. Also, that Harrison was a rotten egg and always got himself into trouble. She also told me that her father lost his job after his boss accused him of stealing money from his office and then blacklisted him so no one else would hire him, while her mother worked as a maid for some rich lady. I told her that my parents hated me and wouldn't even let me go to school while they treated Pedro like he was a prince. What do they think this is? The 16th century? No girl left behind. Woman power! Over the next few months, Sophia taught me how to read and write. She was a great teacher, and I was a quick learner. Sophia's mother even supplied me with her old drapes to practice my designs on. As much as I loved my bestie, there was a downside of being neighbors with Sophia. Harrison and Pedro became best friends, and they'd go out of their way to make mine and Sophia's life a living nightmare. So we stayed out of their way as much as possible. But then one evening, when I was coming home after getting groceries, I saw 2 guys push some guy to the ground and grab his keys. Hey, stop it! The guys looked around and I was shook. Pedro? Harrison?
Let's get out of here!
They hopped into the car and sped off. Was Pedro crazy? That night, I cornered Pedro in his room. What the heck was that stunt you pulled today?
What I do is none of your business.
You're my younger brother. Of course it's my business.
If you tell Mom and Dad anything, I'll tell them that Sophia has been tutoring you.
I couldn't afford to lose Sophia's friendship. So, I kept my mouth shut and kept a close eye on Pedro. I found out that he'd been failing his subjects in school, and he was missing classes to hang out with Harrison and his goons. I was so frustrated that I thought my head was going to explode. Maybe you should start a podcast to ease some of your frustration. Talk to strangers about my story? That'll be weird. Sometimes strangers make the best listeners. That night, Sophia helped me set up an anonymous podcast using her phone. I went by the name Raven, and it felt so good to get so many things off my chest. But what felt even better was reading the comments encouraging me to follow my dreams despite my parents' unfair treatment. They even encouraged me to open an online store and set up a GoFundMe to get started. And soon, my clothes were being sold faster than I could make them. Yeah, I set up a secret workshop in Sophia's basement where I worked at night. Over the next 2 years, it was a roller coaster. First, Harrison was arrested for pickpocketing, and his father shipped him off to the Navy. When he left, Pedro got 100 times worse, and he was even kicked out of school. And he continued to hang out with the wrong crowd, and my parents always made excuses for him. But my life was super awesome. I saved up enough money to get into the most prestigious fashion school in the country. The only thing left to do was to send in my application, which required me to create any design of my choice. You've got this, bestie. I'm rooting for you. Over the next 2 months, I worked endlessly to create the most beautiful ball gown known to man. I needed to get into this school. I had something to prove to myself. A few nights before the submission of my dress, while at Sophia's, I saw Pedro enter her parents' bedroom. I snuck up to the door and peeked through the crack. I watched in shock as Pedro was stuffing his pockets with jewelry. Pedro, what on earth are you doing? Pedro gave me one look and jumped through the window like a frog. Sophia and her parents had been too good to me to let Pedro get away with this. I ran home, but when I opened the door, the confrontation did an Uno reverse on me. Dad glared at me as he was holding a necklace in his hand.
Camellia, why was this in your dresser?
As if on cue, Pedro walked into the room to examine the necklace.
Wait, isn't that Sophia's mother's?
You should know, since you stole it.
Pedro told us that he saw you take this.
I didn't steal anything. It was Pedro.
I just don't understand where we went wrong with you.
Me? Pedro's the one who got kicked out of school. Genius my butt.
We also found cash hidden under the floorboards. Where did you steal that from?
I froze. How did they? My eyes met Pedro's, and an evil glint flashed over his eyes. That's my money. I earned it.
Stop lying, Camellia!
I think it's time to teach little Miss Fashionista a lesson that she will never forget. Pedro, bring the dress. Dress? What dress? The words stuck in my throat when I saw Pedro return with my submission dress. I watched in horror as Mom lit the fireplace and took the dress from Pedro. Mom, please, don't! You will learn your place in this family, Camellia. My mother threw my dress in the fireplace, and it lit up quicker than a barbecue on Independence Day. I tried to get it out, but Dad and Pedro held me back as I kicked and screamed. After a while, my dress was nothing but ashes. As an avalanche of tears ran down my face, I knew that my time in this family was up. I wanted to attack my parents and Pedro, but I decided to pack my bags and I went to Sophia's. That night, after bawling my eyes out, I did a live podcast and revealed to my listeners what I had just endured under the hands of my parents. This time, I used their real names. Yep, I was done being the nice guy. By the next morning, my parents were chased out of the neighborhood, and the rich lady Sophia's mom worked for pulled some strings, and she got me another submission date. Bestie, this dress is even better than the last one. I have to admit, I really did outdo myself. About 2 weeks later, I received a letter in the mail. Beads of sweat ran down my forehead. With trembling fingers, I opened the letter and my jaw dropped. What does it say? I got accepted into the fashion school! Yes! I felt as though I were on cloud 9. Over the next 4 years while I was away at school, Sophia went to a community college. I worked hard and came out at the top of my class. I earned a junior position in a fashion company. I even convinced Sophia's dad to apply as a manager there, and he got the job. It wasn't long after they were able to move into a nice place. I was finally living my dream. One night, after one of the company's shows, I spotted my parents in the hallway waiting for me. What are you guys doing here?
I see you're a fashion designer. I'm so proud of you.
I'm so proud of you. Words I always wanted to hear my parents say, but I knew they weren't sincere. Why are you here? Dad shifted uncomfortably.
Pedro's in trouble. He and some of his friends got caught breaking into a bank and we need money to bail him out.
And after everything you and Mom did to me, you think that I would help you?
Sweetheart, we're family, and that's what families do. They help each other out.
But where was my family growing up? Where were you when I needed you?
Are you going to help or not?
Not. Had you done your job as parents and parented Pedro instead of letting him wrap you around his finger, he wouldn't be in a jail cell now. As I looked across the room, I saw Sophia and her parents waiting for me. Now, if you'll excuse... Hi everyone, my name is Summer. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I come from a poor family where my single mom used to work in fields for rich people. And since I was the eldest daughter, I always tried to help her out. Except I was kinda slow and really clumsy.
Honey, can you go pick up those baskets for me?
Sure thing, Mom. Oh, ouch! I'd destroy more things than I'd fix. You're sick, Mom. You should rest. I'll feed the cattle for you today. Oh no, wait, Summer, no, shh. You can thank me later. But as soon as I went near the animals, I stepped on a cow's tail and sent them all running around in panic. Just then, my BFF Jackson showed up, laughing like crazy.
I guess that adds to another of your achievements this week, Summer.
Shut up and help me. Jackson's family had lived next to us for years, and we'd grown up really close. And since he was a freaking genius, he'd help me study while I just tried to sleep my way out of it. At school, all the girls drooled over him and came to me to put in a good word for them. Can you give these chocolates to Jackson and ask him to come to our party?
Nah, I got a test. You can eat them all.
Really? The girls would hate me for being his favorite. And likewise, I adored him too.
He was really hardworking and had part-time jobs to support his mom, who was sick most of the time. One day, I went over to check on his mom, and he was surprised when he came home.
Summer, what are you doing here?
I knew you'd be working late shifts, so I thought I'd help out.
I am so lucky to have you in my life. I love you.
Suddenly, my eyes went all wide.
What, you don't like me?
Oh, no! I mean, yes, I like you a lot, but I thought you were too perfect and wouldn't like someone like me.
You're the most beautiful person, both inside and out. Summer, I don't just like you, dummy. I love you.
After that, Jackson and I started dating, and it was really fun. But over time, things started to get tough. Jackson's mom got sicker, and he became super stressed and started working more part-time jobs. He'd be so busy that I'd barely get to see him. So one day, I decided to stop by at the ranch where he worked. But when I got there, I saw Jackson's clothes were all muddy, and a bunch of kids our age were messing with him.
How dare you touch me, you filthy rat?
I didn't touch you on purpose. I was just trying to save you from falling.
But suddenly, the girl slapped Jackson hard across his face, and I just couldn't watch him being humiliated like that. You jerks, leave him alone. I jumped over the fence to save him, but I ended up landing in a puddle. Ugh. The other kids started laughing, and Jackson pulled me away quickly. But the next day, Jackson came to my place with the most extraordinary request.
Summer, if I asked you, would you date the guy I work for?
What? You want me to be someone else's girlfriend?
No, I just want you to pretend.
Why would you ask me to do that? And do you mean one of those jerks who was bullying you?
Just hear me out. He asked me if I could get him a fake girlfriend in exchange for a lot of money.
Summer, you know I'd never even think of such a thing if I didn't really need it.
Mom needs that surgery soon.
So, you'll put me up for sale?
No, don't say it like that. It's just like any job. It doesn't mean anything more. Please, help me.
I knew his need was genuine, but this was insane, and I refused. The next few days, Jackson kept texting me to apologize, but I didn't want to talk to him. Until one day I came home, and Mom told me that Jackson's mom had been admitted to the hospital. I went there as fast as I could, and it broke my heart to see how defeated Jackson looked. And I decided to go along with the fake dating plan. I was gonna get him that money, and maybe even teach those jerk kids a lesson. When I told him I'd do it, Jackson was shocked.
Are you sure, Summer?
Yeah, I'm sure.
I can't thank you enough. You're the best.
The next day, I went to see that guy Aiden at his ranch.
Interesting. Aren't you Jackson's girlfriend who tried to save him that day? That was brave of you, although you looked pretty stupid. Also, you don't find it weird that he has no problem with you dating another guy?
What? No, Jackson and I are just friends.
Wow, you're one amazing friend. So you're single then?
Yeah, but don't get any ideas. I'm only here to be your fake girlfriend. And as far as you're concerned, I'm like gay. I see you and I feel nothing. In fact, I look at you and I want to puke. Yuck.
Oh, really? How are you going to be a convincing fake girlfriend for me then?
'Cause I'm a top-class actress and I've played major roles in school plays. I played Juliet once, and in the end, I laid so still, some people actually thought I'd died. Pretending to be your girlfriend will be a piece of cake. Why do you need one, though? Is it hard to find someone to actually like you?
None of your business, girl. And I might regret this deeply, but you're hired.
He told me he was going to enroll me into his school, and we had to make everyone believe that we were super in love. But I wasn't going to make this easy for him, especially after the way he and that girl had treated Jackson. I was going to be the most annoying girlfriend ever. On the first day, I put on a hideous outfit to embarrass him.
God, who is that clown with you, Aiden?
What is she even wearing? Ew, she smells like cattle. But my plan failed because Aiden shut everyone up and told them I was his girlfriend, with pride. Just then, the same girl who slapped Jackson at the ranch came catwalking towards us. You must be crazy, brother. I mean, just look at her. Our maids dress better. Turns out that witch was Aiden's stepsister, Meg.
It is what it is, and you gotta deal with it, Meg.
But later that day, as we were heading home, Aiden warned me.
Look, take my credit card and get yourself some decent clothes. This is very important to me, so don't joke around.
People have to believe you're my girlfriend, so you need to look and act the part.
I nodded and smiled sweetly, but I wasn't gonna stop so easily. The next day during lunch, all eyes were on us, so I filled my tray to the top with food.
Seriously? What's wrong with you?
A girl's gotta eat, man. I have a healthy appetite. I kissed him on the cheek and danced back to our table. I ate like a pig and let out the loudest burp. It was so funny to see Aiden act like this didn't bother him. But just then, a skinny guy with glasses walked up to our table and asked Aiden's friend for some money he owed him for doing his assignment.
You want money? Here you go.
And he threw some of his loose change at the poor guy's face. I suddenly lost my temper and flung my orange juice at him.
What the heck? Aiden controlled this ill-mannered girl you got from some jungle.
Aiden suddenly leapt up and grabbed that guy's collar, but the rest of them quickly separated them and the jerk stormed off fuming. But then Aiden pulled me away angrily. Ah, stop! What are you doing?
What is wrong with you, huh? Why are you acting like this? Those people are my friends.
They're jerks, and so are you. But I already knew that. And I hate rich, entitled brats like you. And I hate poverty. And I hate that I have to pretend to be your girlfriend and—
Oh, shut up. I don't care about your whole poverty speech. You agreed to do a job, and whether you like it or not, you'll act like my girlfriend who's dying to make me happy. And I know you're doing this because your friend's mom is sick, and the treatment is super expensive. It's nothing he can afford, even if he works his butt off for the next 5 to 6 years. You better behave or I'll fire you.
Gosh, I hated him even more now. I even stayed late at school so I could avoid going back with that jerk. But then Meg and her friends caught me and locked me up in the janitor's closet. Hey, open up! I kept banging on the door for a while, but it was no use. I tried calling Jackson and left him some messages, but he wouldn't reply. And then suddenly, the door flew open, and I was so startled that I lost my balance and fell to the ground, hurting my ankle. Ouch!
Are you okay?
Aiden lifted me up in his arms and took me to his car. How did you find me?
I heard my sister talking on the phone with her friends, and I ran here immediately. Also, I'm sorry.
What?
It's because of me that they're treating you like this. Also, I'm sorry about what I said to you earlier. I acted like a jerk. It's just that my life will fall apart if this plan doesn't work.
What do you mean?
My dad wants me to get engaged to his business partner's daughter, but I don't want to do that. I want to become a musician and be with someone I love, not be part of some business deal. So I lied, and I told him I already love someone else. But now he wants to meet that person. That's why I hired you.
I could tell that he was having a really hard time, and I decided not to make things worse for him anymore and play my part properly. Later, when we reached home, Aiden even dropped me to the doorstep in his arms. But as I limped in, I saw Jackson waiting for me.
What do you think you're doing, Summer? You're supposed to pretend and not actually jump into his arms like his girlfriend.
Huh? I hurt my ankle and he just helped me.
You could have just walked.
What? I'm doing all of this because of you in the first place, and you're being so—
Okay. Don't get mad at me, please. It's just that I love you and I got kind of jealous, and I'm sorry, okay?
It felt kind of weird, but I could understand his jealousy. And now, I just wanted to get this job done as soon as possible. My weird and clumsy habits would come in my way often, but Aiden didn't make me feel bad about it. And I discovered that he was actually a nice and kind person. Once when he was dropping me off at home, he suddenly dialed someone's number and wished them a happy birthday, warmly.
That was my old nanny. I adored her when I was a kid, and we've stayed in touch.
That was actually really sweet. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even called my favorite aunt on her birthday. And it was things like this that made me warm up to him. And we slowly became good friends. A few days later, it was my birthday, but Aiden told me he had a party at his place and wanted to introduce me to his parents. When he picked me up that evening, I saw him in a suit looking so handsome.
Whoa, you look so pretty.
You don't have to pretend. No one's watching us here, Aiden. Suddenly, I lost my balance, but thankfully, Aiden caught me in his arms. For seconds, he kept staring into my eyes, and my heart raced like crazy.
It's a shame we aren't dating for real.
Somehow, I pulled myself back up and stomped on his feet. I would never have dated you for real. You're not my type. Later at the party, Aiden was about to introduce me to his parents, but on the way, Meg stepped on my dress and I ended up crashing into the party cake, which went flying into Aiden's parents' face. Holy freaking cake monsters! It was such a disaster and I just ran out of there.
But on my way out, I crashed into Jackson. I hadn't seen him in days. Jack, what are you doing here? And where have you been lately?
I came to work here for the night so I could make some extra cash. And I've been busy, but I'm surprised you even noticed or cared.
Why wouldn't I? You're my boyfriend. And do you know what day it is today?
Yeah, Saturday. Now if you'll excuse me, I got work to do. And you should go and be with Aiden.
Saying that, he just left without even wishing me a happy birthday. I was sitting outside by myself when Aiden joined me.
Are you okay?
I'm sorry about what happened back there.
No, don't be. It wasn't your fault.
So, what now? Are your parents gonna be mad at you? Did I ruin things for you?
Hey, take it easy. Why are you always so worried about everyone but yourself? Here, let me get that.
He had some napkins and wiped some cake off my shoes. As he was doing that, I couldn't help staring at him. Suddenly, he looked up and started leaning closer to kiss me. My heart was pounding wildly, but I pulled myself back just in time and ran out of there. What just happened? The entire night, I kept thinking about Aiden. I was definitely catching feelings for him, and I felt guilty. I decided I couldn't go on with this deal, and I had to talk to Jackson about it. But then early the next morning, I received a message from Aiden calling me at his place. When I got there, I didn't see Aiden, but his parents and Meg were there, and so was Jackson. Look who's here. The famous gold digger who's trying to rip my brother off. I have no idea what you're talking about. Your brother and I love each other.
Oh, really? Then who is this? Meg told us she heard you calling him your boyfriend last night. So, you've just been playing with my son's heart because he's rich?
That's why rich people like us can't trust you filthy lowlives. You're all liars and frauds. I looked at Jackson, but he just stood there. But Aiden suddenly appeared and stepped in front of me.
Leave her alone. I told you, I love her, Meg, and if you hurt her again, it's not gonna end well for you.
Then it's not going to end well for you either, son. If you're gonna be with this girl, you can just leave with her as well.
I already felt so humiliated, and I didn't want Aiden to get in any more trouble. So I ran out of there, and Jackson followed me.
I'm really sorry, Summer, but it would have messed up our plan if I'd jumped in to save Aiden's girlfriend.
Jackson, I think the plan is already over. Aiden's family won't accept me as his girlfriend now.
But Summer, you still asked Aiden to pay for you, right? This can't have been all a waste.
I failed at the job, and I don't want to ask him for the money. I was going to talk to you about ending the deal anyway.
Why? 'Cause Aiden kissed you last night?
What? I actually left before he could kiss me. But you thought we kissed? And you still didn't want to break the deal? Do you even care about me?
Of course I care about you, Summer. You think it's been easy for me to see my girlfriend with him? But you know how desperately we need the money.
Not me, you. It's you who's lost his mind over the money. It's like I don't even know who you are anymore, Jackson. Just leave me alone. We're done.
Because you fell in love with Mr. Fancy Rich Pants, right? Because I'm not good enough for you anymore, right?
Jackson, just stop.
No, I won't. In fact, let's see if you still love me or not.
He tried to kiss me, and just as I was about to slap him, Aiden pulled him back and punched him hard.
You piece of garbage. Step away right now if you ever want to see a penny of that money.
Jackson stood there looking furious for a minute, then walked away. I couldn't believe him.
So, Jackson is your boyfriend.
So what? It shouldn't matter to you anyway.
It matters to me, Summer. You deserve so much better than this jerk who didn't even hesitate to sell off his girlfriend.
I knew he was right, but I was too embarrassed to accept that in front of him. The next few days, Aiden kept calling me and I didn't answer. Jackson didn't even bother, and I'd sure he'd gotten his money. And then soon after, I left for college, cutting contacts with everyone. But only a few months later, I was walking down my college campus when I heard a familiar voice.
You look great, Summer.
Aiden, what are you doing here?
I came to look for you.
But why?
Because I want to be with you. I was always under so much pressure from my family, but after you left, I left home too. Somehow, you've made me stronger. I chased my dreams and started my own music band, but there was still something missing. You.
What?
I fell in love with you really quickly, Summer. But whenever I'd say anything, you'd think I was pretending. And after you left, I realized I was such a fool not to tell you earlier. So tell me you don't hate me, at least.
I don't, but you'll have to take it slow, because this time, I want it to be real too.
I promise.
everyone, I'm Lexi. Like and subscribe to get the gift you've been wishing for. Growing up, my parents were always super supportive of me and gave me everything I ever wanted. Even though they were self-made millionaires, they still made sure I understood the importance of hard work. But I was kinda bad with money. I had a spending problem, not on myself, only on my friends. I loved to treat my friends with nice things, like picking up the tab at restaurants, and they'd always act so grateful. Little did I know, their niceness was all because of my money. But it all came crashing down one day, and that's when I saw their true faces. When I was 13, my friends asked me to keep watch outside the library, and 10 minutes later, there were loud noises. All of them ran, and I was caught with a bag that had a bunch of firecrackers in it. But I didn't do anything, I swear. Believe me. She got tricked again? She's so dumb. I'm standing right here. Miss Cole, please. But none of it worked, and I was sent to detention for an entire week. At first, I was keeping to myself in detention because the kids were all mean. But one day, I was doing my homework when I heard a voice. It was the kid who usually sat there. You have to do it this way. Here. Oh, thank you. You look familiar. Do we know each other? Wow, we're in all the same classes. I'm Zach. Never mind. Sorry, I've been so busy with my friends that I haven't had the chance to meet anyone new. It's fine. Heard they threw you under the bus again. Listen, you've always seemed like a nice girl, despite how naive you are. And Lexi, your money's the only thing your friends care about. Don't be fooled by them again, just because they act all nice to your face. They're barely even nice to my face anymore, to be honest. If they were, I wouldn't be here in detention. That evening, I thought about what Zach had said, and I had to admit, he was right. During that week of detention, Zach and I became friends. That was almost 3 years ago, and our friendship has only grown stronger since. A couple of months before high school, Zach had a major glow up, and all of a sudden, everyone wanted to be my friend for a whole new reason. But for me, he was just Zach, my best friend. I realized the reason I liked Zach so much was because I felt so comfortable around him, and he was so kind to me. Unlike my old friends, he didn't care about money and always split the bill when we went out. He also never let me buy him expensive gifts. He didn't see me as the rich Lexi, but as Lexi, a bro of his. What a weirdo. Zach was such an amazing friend, but little did I know that one day, he would be the one to turn my world upside down. Once, when I got the highest grades in 10th grade, Zach threw me a surprise party with my parents. It was totally awesome. So many huge celebrities were invited, including Iris. I loved her. The party was a blast, and I had an amazing time. Can this day get any better? Turns out, no, it couldn't. But it could get weirder. I was in for the biggest plot twist of my life, like the twist at the end of the movie The Sixth Sense. As I was walking up to my room after seeing off my friends, I heard my parents arguing, which was really weird because they hardly ever fought. No, we can't tell her. What if she leaves? She's my baby. But she has a right to know. We should have given her the letter when she was younger, but we kept putting it off. We can't keep her in the dark forever. It's time. She should know about her real family. Mom? Dad? What are you talking about? Honey, we can explain. Before they could stop me, I snatched the letter off the table, and then my entire world crumbled. Is this real? I'm not your daughter? Of course you're our daughter. You'll always be our baby girl. But it is true that we are not your biological parents. How could you keep this from me? Lexi, we're sorry. This is not how you were supposed to find out. We wanted to tell you sooner, but your mom, birth mom, left that note when she left you and your brother at the orphanage. Brother? I have a freaking brother? What else haven't you told me? Sweetie, please, calm down. You look pale. I think I need to lie down. That was a lot of information for me to take in. 16 years of me living here, and I find out now that I was adopted and have a twin brother who was adopted by another family? I was furious at my parents and refused to talk to them for weeks. When Zach tried to force me to talk to them, I told him everything. How could they do this? You're angry right now, but you have to remember, your parents never let you feel like you weren't their own. The love they have for you, it's real, no matter what it says on a piece of paper. When you calm down, you'll realize how lucky you are. Not everyone is this lucky, Lexi. I know I would give anything to have a family like yours. That made me feel sad for Zach. His parents had split when he was 10, and it had been just his mom and him ever since. And I realized Zach was right. I forgot how much my parents actually loved and cared for me. I rushed to them and apologized. I was determined to find my brother. From the letter, I knew his first name was Mark. I just needed a last name. So I called the orphanage every day to ask for my brother's last name, but they didn't budge. I even asked my dad to make a big donation. Might as well use all this money for some good, but it didn't work. Looks like money can't buy everything, huh? Zach then had the most brilliant idea. He suggested we both volunteer at the orphanage and snoop around for the details. Oh my god, I love you. And your amazing brain. Sorry. Volunteering gave me a new perspective. All these little kids without parents, I was just like them when I was their age. I hoped they'd be lucky enough to find great parents like I did. Of course, I didn't let that distract me from my mission. After a couple of days, I found my way to the file cabinet and searched, jotting down all the last names of every mark that had ever stayed there. But trying to contact each of these marks was more tiring than I thought it would be. Most of them thought I was trying to scam them. It wasn't until Zach pointed out that I realized I could just look for the date of birth for each of these guys, cause duh, we were twins. I know, you don't have to say it. Zach, oh my god, there's 2 of them. Oh, thank you. I'm gonna contact the families right now.
Lexi, wait, take a deep breath. You don't want to just call them and drop the news. Hey, I might be your twin. How about you let me do it? I'll look into it, and before you know it, Mark will show up.
I agreed with him, but I couldn't help feeling anxious for days. What if Mark is in another part of the world? What if he has no idea I even exist? Or worse, what if he hates me? I couldn't eat or sleep properly because the entire thing stressed me out. My parents were sweethearts, though. They tried to calm me down and distract me when we suddenly heard the doorbell. I rushed to open it, only to find Zach standing there with a confused look. Did you find Mark?
I'm still looking, but this guy
Stayed with us for a couple of weeks, and we did our best to make him feel at home. I showed him around my school, got along with Zach, and best of all, I got to introduce someone as cool as him as my brother. All the girls at school were even drooling over him. It was probably because of the accent. He told me all about his life, the UK, and his projects and fundraisers that he started in order to help as many people as he can. He was like the perfect brother. I was so caught up spending time with Mark that I was losing touch with Zach. Whenever Mark wasn't hanging out with me, he was with Zach. It was like they were long-lost twins, honestly. Zach was always asking Mark questions, and my brother seemed to enjoy talking to him. Are you in love with my brother?
What? No, why?
You keep following him around like a lovesick puppy. What's going on?
It's nothing like that. It's just something doesn't smell right about him.
Is that jealousy I'm detecting? Don't worry, Zach. There's one girl always on your side. Me, your best friend.
No thanks. But seriously though, something's off.
I know, I've kind of been MIA. I've just been trying to make up for lost time with my brother. But don't worry, I haven't forgotten about you, Zach. But Zach continued to follow Mark more than usual, even at home. One day, I caught him snooping around Mark's stuff, and I confronted him, asking why he was so obsessed with him.
Because I don't trust him. I don't want you getting hurt.
Zach, I finally have my brother after years. If you care about me, just let this go, please.
But I'm not lying.
Over the next few days, Zach stopped coming over, and Mark and I spent more time catching up. It was stressful fighting with my best friend, but at least I was having fun with my brother. We went out to fancy restaurants and on expensive shopping trips. Mark offered to pay, but I insisted every time. I was so happy to finally have him in my life that I figured buying him nice things was the least I could do. Well, he was always talking about the fancy cars in our garage, walked in and out of Dad's walk-in closet, and was so excited to see his watch collection. Apparently, he was a huge fan of fancy watches. And weirdly, he knew the price of everything. Like once he saw a painting by a famous artist at home and told me he could guess the exact price. And he did. I did find it a little weird, but I was just focusing on the part that I had my brother back. A couple of days later, as I was relaxing and enjoying my weekend, Zach stormed into the house. Before anyone could process what was happening, Zach punched Mark and the 2 boys were in a full-blown fight. It took all of Dad's strength to pull Zach off of Mark. What is wrong with you? Have you completely lost it?
Lexi, you're not Lexi's brother, Mark. You're a con artist, and I have proof. Look, he's been doing this to a bunch of rich families. He finds families that have a missing son or brother and pretends to be them, just to scam them and use all their money. Someone from the orphanage tipped him off about you, and he jumped on the chance to scam you. That is nonsense. I am your real brother, Lexi. Believe me, he's just trying to get your money. Oh, that's rich coming from you.
Both of you, shut up! Zach, you're unbelievable. I asked you to let this go.
For the last time, he is not your brother. I am.
Of course you are. You're not just my best friend, Zach, but I also see you as a brother figure. But you're obsessed with Mark. This has to stop, please.
I meant your real, biological twin brother. That's me, not him. I know it sounds insane, but
it does sound insane. This has gone too far now. I just can't.
Lexi, you're my best friend. You have to believe me. You know I wouldn't lie about something like this. The day you showed me the names of the adoptive parents, I was shocked because my dad's name was there. Henry Duckstein. That was the name of my adoptive dad. After my parents divorced, I took my mom's last name.
Yes, last name. The paper said my brother's name was Mark.
Exactly. This man is an imposter.
Shut up!
My adoptive parents named me Zach. I confirmed with Mom too. That's when things started to shape up, but I didn't want to get my hopes up until I had proof.
And did you find proof?
Got a DNA test done. It's a match. Lexi, you're my twin sister. The moment I got this report, I came here right away.
I felt like my mind was racing. It was a lot to take in. Why? How could you? I trusted you.
Come on.
Before the jerk could spew more lies, I gave him a tight slap that definitely rang his ear. He looked like he was about to run away, but then Zach and my dad tackled him. Moments later, police were at the door. Zach had reported this imposter Mark before coming over. He was arrested, and I was left too shocked to understand what the heck just happened. It took me a couple of days. Okay, I'm lying. It took me a couple of weeks to come to terms with the reality, and once my head was clear, I went straight to Zach's, my brother's place, and the moment he opened the door, I hugged him tight. I can't believe I was so blind. I'm sorry for not listening to you. I love you, Zach. You're the best brother, best friend, best everything a girl could ever ask for.
It's all good, Lexi. I'm always here for you, no matter what. I mean it.
Brother and sister share a strong bond. When they're together, they can win any battle. When I was born and my father, the chief of our fishing village, looked at me for the first time, he was furious. He went purple in the face and said,
I come from a long line of first sons, and this girl ruined it. You should have given me a boy.
Mom tells me that as he said this, I grabbed a lock of his hair and pulled it. Immediately, he pushed me into my mama's arms and left the room saying,
You've brought shame to me.
I am Maria, and I live in a small village in the eastern part of Brazil. I was the eldest child in my family, and I had a younger brother, Carlos, whom my dad worshipped. He was so proud of him only because he was a boy. But the important thing is that my father was the chief of the village, which means I'm a princess, and I freaking hated it. My parents never wanted me to go to school. But guys, before I continue my story, please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, tell your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. I was always walking around in dangling pieces of gold jewelry and such heavy clothes. Mom was always ordering servants to do my hair or to paint my face and hands and feet, but I never finished any of these beauty sessions. I would always give the maids one of my gold accessories so that they would let me leave. Then I would sneak off to the river where there would be small groups of young boys learning how to read and write. I used to hide in the bushes and listen to the teacher, and that's how I learned how to read and write when I was only 5. Of course, my parents had no idea. When I was 8, my dad thought that all of my mom's hard work had paid off, and I looked really pretty.
Yes, you're still a shame, but thank God at least you're beautiful. I can brag about that.
Then Dad made a new law in the village. If anyone ever wanted to see me, the princess, they had to pay money because, according to him, having a princess is something special, and having a beautiful princess is a blessing that should be paid for. Dad then decided to increase the security of our house and made sure that my face would be covered when any of the village people wanted to visit me to get blessed. People would come to kiss my hands and touch my arms to bring them good luck. One day, a huge, scary-looking woman came and put a piece of paper at my foot and then started saying things like, "Oh la la lol, chonke ton affexe le 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 boo." I looked at her in disbelief and snatched the paper. It said bad things about me, wishing the worst for me. I yelled, "Dad, she wants me to disappear, and you too. She is using black magic to make her daughter the princess." Dad almost fainted and kicked the woman out. He kissed my forehead and said,
"Good job exposing this insane woman. Wait, how did you know how to read the paper?"
I tried to come up with a lie, but I failed.
"You're only a pretty face. No more than that. Do you understand?"
And then he left. Next day, I found out that there were even more security guards everywhere. But 1 year later, I found a new way to continue learning. I demanded some of my visitors to bring me books and stories if they wanted to get my blessings. The women agreed to do that instead of paying. Of course, soon enough, Dad realized that the income had decreased, and he went ballistic.
"What are you up to, idiot?"
"I just want to learn."
"Why? You're a princess and have a pretty face. Isn't that enough?"
"Dad, there is nothing you could do to stop me from learning. I'll always find a way."
"Don't make me do something that I will regret, Maria."
"No, I'm not scared, and you need me more than I need you." Dad looked defeated for a second and left the room. He got back a minute later. He was holding a brush and some colors and white paper.
"Here, a moron from the capital city gave me this present. He said this stuff is used to make art. I'm sure it's something stupid, but a useless girl like you might have fun eating it, or I don't know what people do with these things. Dad, no, I don't want this. You don't have an option. And with that, he left. I put the present aside and never used it until one day, when some of the women ran to kiss my hand, she accidentally pushed the colors aside and they fell down on the white papers. What I saw there made me freeze. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. It was, I didn't have words for it. And from that day, I started to draw things. I drew myself, my family, and even the women who used to visit. I didn't tell anyone, especially Dad, that I enjoyed drawing because I was sure this jerk would take away anything that might make me happy. Until one day, a young lady came to visit while I was drawing my own picture. I couldn't hide the painting in time, and she was able to see it. She froze. She looked really, and I mean really shocked. My God, what is this thing? I've never seen such a beautiful thing in my life before. Then she got on her knees, put her hands around her head, and started crying. How could this be so beautiful and real? Oh God, I need to tell everyone. And she ran away before I could stop her. Soon enough, more women were coming and looking at my portraits and got the same reaction from everyone. This is new. This is a miracle. This is God's hand. And then she bowed, and other women did the same. Soon enough, the entire village knew about my paintings and came to see my work. I had no idea what was going on. I knew I was doing something new. The entire painting idea was new in my village at that time. It reminded me now of the people's reaction when they saw TVs for the first time. They said it was witchcraft or magic. People took time to process and accept TVs, radios, or any new invention. And the same thing was happening with my paintings in my village. Of course, I now know it's called painting. Back then, we called it marking the paper. But my people didn't panic or get scared. Instead, they fell in love with my portraits, and they never left my house. Dad was furious and came pushing through the crowd, yelling at me, "What do you think you're doing here? Just taking your advice and having fun with your present? And look what you did. People can't stop talking about this. They don't go to work anymore. They just sit around my house all day, asking to see your stupid papers." One of the women shouted, "Don't call her work stupid, or else." Yes, it is stupid. It's something new. Something we never knew about before in this village, but that doesn't mean it's anything special. And don't talk to me like that. I'm your master. You should worship me, not a useless girl like her. And for what? Stupid papers? Papers? Have you even seen my papers, Dad? No. And I'm not even interested. I'm your dad, but they are being too dramatic just because you're their princess and they want to please you. They just want your blessings. That's why they're overreacting. And to answer your question, no, I don't want to see anything here. Then I held the painting of his face and showed it to him. Even if it was yours, Dad? Suddenly, Dad looked like he was about to have a heart attack. His lips started shaking and his eyes teared up. Is that me? What is this? It's... I know, Dad. I'm still looking for that word. Then Dad sat down and asked everyone to bow, and so they did. I just looked at them, and everyone was silently bowing. I waited for them for a minute or two to stand up, but they didn't until I said, "You can stand up, everyone," and they obeyed me. At that exact moment, I knew that I was given great power. I ruled the village. I wasn't sure, though, if Dad was being honest or not. I found out later he was only faking it so people would believe him, and that would give me more power. And to be honest, I did enjoy all the attention. People were making sure I was always comfortable and happy. They even divided the shifts among each other to take care of me. They built a huge palace for me and my family and would give us everything we needed. As I got older, people fell more and more in love with my paintings, and they were certain that I was a miracle child. So by the time I was 14, I took advantage of it. I tried to make changes. I ordered that all girls be enrolled in school, and I changed different laws to achieve equality between women and men. All was perfect. The people loved me and made me their queen, and Dad didn't even protest. That is, until one day, my brother came to my room and sat next to me. "Hey, want me to draw you now? They are ugly." "What are they?" "Your papers. There isn't anything special about them." "When did you start speaking nonsense?" "Nonsense is what's been going on with everybody in this insane village. I never liked your work. I was just a kid and saw everyone being hypnotized, and I acted the same way because I thought it was the right reaction. If I were you, I would keep my opinion to myself." "No. Carlos, don't be stupid. They love me and love my work. What do you think they would do to you if they hear your honest opinion? I'll make sure to end this. I promise." And with that, he left.
The next day, my brother was standing in the village square yelling at everyone, and people started to gather around him. People, it's time to get your sanity back. What's happening here is bad. It is dangerous. Listen to me, my people. I'll save you. I'll enlighten you. I'll free you. The papers of the princess are nothing but art, and art doesn't control people. Art is beautiful, but don't give it more importance than it deserves. Free your minds.
Are you out of your mind, kid? How could he talk about our princess like that? Let's teach him a lesson.
And in seconds, hundreds of people were around Carlos ready to kick his butt. But I yelled, "Stop!" Everyone froze and did what I asked. No one touch him. Carlos, I command you to leave right now. Carlos looked terrified and left the place running. Then to my people I said, "My faithful people, I apologize, and I promise this won't happen again." Then people started cheering and clapping. That night, everyone gathered in front of the palace and they partied until the morning. The more I painted, the crazier people got. They stopped going to work. Children didn't go to school. Women wouldn't stop getting pregnant. They wanted more children to name them after me, to honor me. It was chaos. And for the first time in my life, I realized I had messed up. I had ruined my own village. I ran to Carlos. "What should we do?" "We? Like you and your people?" "No, like me and the only sane person in this village." "Say it again. Who is the genius?" "I didn't say genius." "Fine. You're a genius. Help me." He looked straight into my eyes and whispered, "Run." "And where should I go?" "I mustn't know, or they will make me tell them where you are." That night, I gathered my stuff, my paintings, and a lot of money, and I left. The next morning when I got to the capital, I entered a small store to get some food. When I got to the cashier to pay, I thought for a second, and instead of paying, I held one of my paintings to show him. He looked at me in silence.
Are you okay, kiddo?
"Can't you see this?"
Yeah, it's...
Yeah, what's the word?
It's okay-ish. Maybe with a little practice, you'll get better. Aren't you gonna pay now?
I realized at that moment that the big city was something else. I settled down and started taking painting classes. After a few years, I met someone and we got married and had 5 children. 20 years passed since the day I left my village. One day, I got a phone call saying that my dad had passed away. When I got there, I was scared people might gather around me or go crazy, but nothing happened. I got curious and stopped to ask some people if they recognized me, but they shook their heads until I met an old lady who came running to me and said, "Our princess." "You know me? Why aren't you bowing?" "Why? Oh, you mean because of the paintings? They weren't anything special, honey. You were a princess, and we wanted to please you. We just wanted your blessings." "So why did no one look for me after I left?" "Why would anyone? Listen, we loved you so much, and we respected your decision to go. We had overreacted to your art, and it got out of control. We never wanted you to leave, and people never stopped mentioning you. Even our young kids know you." "Is that true?" "Yes. Watch this. Hey, everyone. This is Princess Maria, the just beloved queen you've all heard about." Then people started gathering around us. Kids were running to hug me, and women started kissing my hand. "Oh, Princess Maria, we love you. Our children love you." I hugged them back, and with teary eyes I said, "I love you too, all of you." My friends must have thought I went home. I looked around, and the beach was empty, which was really weird at this time of year. I tried to take out my phone from my back pocket, but it wasn't there. Apparently, someone had stolen it, or I had dropped it somewhere. I freaked out, not because it had all my pictures in it or anything like that. The problem was that the beach was really far away from the town, and I hadn't told my parents that I had gone to the party. I walked for at least an hour to get home. The weird thing is that everything was closed and there were no cars around. The town looked deserted. I was really confused and I ran home to ask my parents what was going on. But when I got home, the door wasn't locked and my family wasn't there. What the hell was happening? I desperately started looking for a note, but there was nothing. I didn't know what to do or how to contact them, so I went to my friend's house, then to the school and the police station, but no one was there. It seemed that I was the only one left in the entire town. Then a thought crossed my mind. This has to be a dream. There is no other explanation. Of course, it's a dream, Beatrice. Otherwise, how do you explain your parents leaving town without telling you? I felt my heart racing and my head exploding. I was panicking big time. I tried to calm myself down, but it wasn't easy. I thought to myself, whatever is going on,
I need a plan. Right now, the most important thing is food. I decided to go to the town center where all the stores were. To my surprise, all the stores were open. I ran into the supermarket to eat something. I was starving. I was alone in a town full of shops that were open just for me. And the best part was that I did not need any money. I decided to explore the abandoned shops. I started with the most beautiful clothes shop in town. I tried on some sunglasses and high-heel sandals and started walking like a model in the dressing room. I tried on all sorts of dresses and outfits. The fabrics were amazing and the jewelry was impressive as well. I danced for a while, and the next day, while I was shopping at the supermarket, I realized that if everything is open, the bank must be too. I grabbed an iced coffee can and some brownies and went to check the bank. Unfortunately, when I got there, it was closed, but I had an ace up my sleeve. I remembered the back entrance my father talked about. My father worked at a bank, and sometimes he had to start working really early, so he used an old entrance that was at the back of the bank. One time, he had to take me to a doctor's appointment, but he needed to drop off some papers at the bank first. So we left early, and he used the old entrance because the bank was closed. I observed him and memorized the passcode. If I was lucky enough, the passcode would be the same. Well, it turns out Lucky is my middle name. I opened the door and started exploring the bank. At some point, I saw a large round door with some kind of metallic ship wheel and a code next to it. I assumed that would be the vault. No wonder this bank was robbed twice. I mean, if a teenager can get in without setting off the alarm. I approached the vault. Apparently, the video games and movies I've been playing and watching are quite accurate when it comes to bank vaults, because after a few tries, I somehow managed to open it. The inside was full of safe deposit boxes. I tried to open each and every one of them, but there was no use. They were all locked. When I was about to get back out, I noticed a small key with the number 58 on it. I picked it up and looked for the safe deposit box number 58. It opened. I looked inside and there was so much money inside. I took a stack of cash and made my way out of the vault. I closed it and went back outside. It was dark. I hadn't noticed how fast time passed. I guess opening the vault took me more time than I had thought. I was tired, so I went back to the mattress store and lied down, but I could not sleep. I stared outside at the calm street. I thought, if this is a dream, it feels more real than I expected. I was starting to get a bit scared. I needed answers. As usual, I woke up and went to the supermarket to eat. Then I decided to go to Tommy's, my crush's house. I mean, if no one was there, it wouldn't hurt to take a sneak peek. Plus, I might get some answers. Who knows? The door was locked, so I had to climb to his window, which, thank God, was open. I jumped inside and instantly started looking for his diary. I thought, if I want to get the dirt, I need the most reliable source. While searching for the diary, I noticed a phone, and it had no PIN code. I'm saved! I yelled frantically. I tried to call my parents, but there was no signal. I checked the phone, and it was supposed to work. The SIM card was inserted, and the phone seemed to be a new model. I sighed and continued the search for the diary. Found it! I was really excited. I wanted to know what Tommy thought of me. Sometimes when I was at the store, we flirted a little. I had actually managed to get his phone number and we've been texting lately. But he never asked me out and I wanted to know why. I started reading the diary and I could not believe my eyes. There was a chance that I might have been the only one who was doing the flirting. In fact, the last page of his diary said, "Should I tell my parents I'm gay? OMG. I've had a crush on this guy since forever and he is gay." I was crushed and felt so stupid for a moment. How could I not see it? I put the diary back in its place and made sure to take the phone with me, just in case the signal came back on for some reason. I went down the stairs and opened the door from the inside. I didn't feel like climbing down the window again. I went back to the supermarket, loaded a cart with a bunch of junk food and a gigantic box of ice cream and headed to the cinema. I had worked there, so I knew how to operate the projector. I sat in the back row so that I could keep my cart close. I grabbed a plastic spoon and dug into my chocolate ice cream to console myself. Now I know who's been robbing my ice cream. I jumped at the sound of a boy's voice. "What the hell?" I said. "I thought I was alone." The boy said, "Well, that makes two of us." I looked at him in disbelief. He looked at my confused expression and said, "I'm Derek, remember? We have algebra and biology together." Of course I remembered him. He was Tommy's best friend, or now that I think about it, maybe his boyfriend? Derek looked worried. Beatrice, you okay?" Yes, I'm okay. I'm just surprised to see anyone," I said. He looked at me and asked, "Do you know what happened?" I shrugged and told him how I woke up at the beach and had to walk back to town,
only to find that everyone was gone and that I've been wandering in the town for days. He told me that he's been wandering the town for days as well, but that he came to this area just yesterday. I looked at him while he was talking, and for the first time, I realized how cute he was. No, he was actually handsome with those blue eyes and black hair. That sure is a winning combination, I thought to myself. Derek looked at me and asked me, "So, what are we watching?" I blushed and told him that this was a romantic movie you watch when you feel down. Derek and I talked through the entire movie. I wanted to watch the movie, but I didn't mind. Derek is actually awesome. We turned out to have a lot in common. Actually, we were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when the movie was over. After a while, we decided to go outside. It was already dark. I told Derek I was sleeping at the mattress store, and if he needed a place to sleep, he should come with me because the store was full of comfy mattresses. Derek was a ray of hope in this nightmare. I didn't want to let him go. He agreed, and we went to sleep on 2 mattresses in front of each other. The next day when I woke up, I caught Derek looking at me and smiling. He said, "Good morning, sunshine." I can swear my cheeks caught fire. We got up and had breakfast. I told Derek that there were still a few places I had not explored and that I would love it if he were to join me. He gave me the biggest smile and told me, "Of course, I'll come with you. It's not like I have better things to do anyway." And he winked at me. I was so glad I wasn't alone anymore. We spent the next 2 days talking, eating, and flirting, actually. He was so sweet and handsome, and I was actually falling in love with him. One day, while we were having a picnic in the park, we started hearing a lot of noise and saw a few cars arrive. I jumped up smiling and said, "We are saved!" To my surprise, Derek looked really anxious and scared. He grabbed my arms and pulled me down and said, "We need to leave. Now." I stared at him confused. "What are you talking about? We've been alone for days, waiting for someone to come back." "Now that they do, you want us to run away?" Derek grabbed my arm and told me, "I don't have time to explain now. Come with me, please." Then, without waiting for an answer, he pulled me up and started tugging my arm to make me follow him. I was starting to get scared. He noticed my expression and I could see the guilt in his eyes, but he said nothing. I felt like we had been walking for an hour when we finally stopped. We were at the beach. I looked around, but I did not recognize this part of the shore. There was an old cabin that looked like it had been abandoned for years. He led me into the cabin and closed the door behind us. I could see that there was a bed and some canned food and sodas. OMG, did he just kidnap me? I hit him in the stomach with my elbow and he let go of my arm. I ran to the other wall. He told me, "Please, don't be scared. I mean you no harm." I did not believe him. "Beatrice, I need you to listen to me." "What could you possibly have to say?" I asked. "I have a confession to make," Derek said. I stood there silently. Everyone was evacuated because they thought a tsunami would have hit the coast. I stared at him in disbelief. He continued to explain. It turned out that the whole town was evacuated very early in the morning, and the beach was too far for me to hear the emergency sirens. My parents tried to come back, but the police wouldn't let them and told them that everyone had been evacuated. I took my parents' car and came to check on you after I heard your parents say that you did not leave with them. I needed to know you were okay. He explained that on his way back, he heard on the radio that it was a false alarm and that it would take some time to get everyone back into their town because the authorities did not want to cause chaos. They had decided to start sending people back to their towns, but decided to do it one town at a time in alphabetical order. Our town was called Saugatuck, so he was pretty sure he had a few days to spend with me and then tell me the truth. So he acted as if he knew nothing about the emergency evacuation and told me that he did not know why there was no one else left in town. He said that the authorities managed to get everyone back faster than he had expected. He looked at me with a sad expression and said, "I'm sorry, Beatrice. I just wanted to spend time with you, and I saw an opportunity." "And you took it," I said angrily. "Yes, but I always intended to tell you the truth, not just about the tsunami." "What else were you keeping from me, Derek?" I asked. His answer left me stunned. He said, "I love you. I always have, but I never had the guts to tell you." I stood there confused. I wanted to tell him that I loved him too, but he lied to me, and he had just kidnapped me. I thought I would never see my parents again, and it seemed that there's a good chance I won't, all because of him. He could have told me, but he chose to let me believe I was alone. I stared at him for a moment and said, "You say you love me, but you lied to me. And on top of that, you kidnap me?" "Kidnap you? No, this is not what this is." "Oh, I'm sorry. The last time I checked, when you force someone to follow you against their will and you lock them up somewhere deserted, It's called kidnapping. He looked at me with a confused look, opened the door, and said, "I'm really sorry, Beatrice. I hope you'll forgive me." He went outside and locked the door behind him. I ran to the door and tried to open it, but with no luck. Then I started pounding on the door, screaming my lungs out, but there was no point. I sat on the floor and cried in fear. I thought no one would find me. This part of the beach was totally deserted. After a while, I fell asleep. When I woke up, I saw a disposable phone next to me. I opened it and saw there was a text message. It said, "I'm terribly sorry. I never meant for this to happen. I had actually planned to take you on a romantic date to this cabin. That's why there are candles lying around." I looked around me and noticed the candles. He was telling the truth. He went on, "I put your parents' phone numbers in this phone in case you do not remember them. Call them. You're at South Beach, half a mile from the lighthouse. I hope you'll forgive me one day. I left you something in your bedroom. Again, I'm sorry." I looked at the phone, not sure what to do with this. I went to the door and I opened it. The key was on the outside. I locked the door behind me and called my mom, who started crying at the sound of my voice. I sat on the beach, waiting for them and watching the sunset. It was beautiful. I could see why Derek wanted to bring me here. Why did I still have these feelings for him? He kidnapped me and lied to me, but I still wish he hadn't left. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself that he wasn't a bad person. He was just in love. When my parents arrived, they ran to me crying and they hugged me. When they asked me what had happened, I could not bring myself to tell them about Derek. After all, he did not mean to kidnap me at all. So I told them that I had been wandering the town alone for the last few days, and I had found a disposable phone at one of the shops, and I couldn't get any signal, so I tried to come to the beach and check if there was any signal here. My parents didn't question me. They were just so happy that they had found me. When I got home, I remembered what Derek had told me about leaving something in my room. I excused myself and told my parents that I was really tired. I went to my room and started looking around. Then I found an envelope. I opened it. Derek had printed a few selfies that we took with his camera. We looked so happy, and I remembered being happy at the time. Little did I know what would unravel later. A few days after everyone had returned and life went back to normal, the police called. They told my parents that I had robbed the bank during the evacuation. Apparently, the surveillance cameras were still working and filmed me taking the money from the vault. I know what you're thinking. Who is stupid enough to forget that there are surveillance cameras at the bank? But hey, I thought it was just a dream. Anyways, we went down to the police station to answer some questions. When I went in, a police officer asked me my name, and when he looked at the file, I could tell he was about to laugh. He told us to sit down and explain that the bank manager decided not to press charges because he knew me since I was born and did not want to compromise my future. Even though he did not press charges, the officer told me I had to complete 40 hours of community service, which I didn't mind. "There's something else you should know," the officer said with a smile on his face. "You have accidentally robbed your father." I looked at the officer in disbelief, while my father giggled. Even though I was relieved, I was so embarrassed. The police officer proceeded to tell me that I could go, but that my father had to stay in order to fill out some documents to state that he would not press charges against me. That sounded absolutely ridiculous to me. In any case, a month had passed after these events, and I couldn't stop thinking about Derek. In the end, I caved in and called his parents. They told me that he had left town the day after everyone had come back to stay with his uncle for the summer vacation. This meant that I would not see him for another month. The idea of not seeing him made me feel sad and mad at the same time. How could he just leave like that? Did I mean nothing to him? I would have at least expected a proper face-to-face apology for what he had done to me. I was raging with madness. I took my bike and started riding it as fast as I could, hoping it would make my stress go away. I pedaled and pedaled until I realized where I was going. For some reason, I had ended up at the cabin. I got off my bike and tied it to a palm tree on the sidewalk and started walking toward the cabin. Then I stopped. In the corner of my eye, I saw someone sitting on the shore. I knew my mind was probably playing tricks on me, but from the back, it looked like Derek. I had so many mixed feelings. I was scared and yet still wanted to talk to him. So I thought to myself, for 3 days you did whatever you wanted because you thought you were dreaming. Just do what you want to do. Stop overthinking this. I took my own advice. I slowly started approaching Derek and the beautiful sunset. The closer I got, the faster my steps were, as if there were a magnetic attraction between us. I put my hand on his shoulder and he turned to look at me. One heartbeat later, his lips were locked with mine in front of the beautiful sunset. Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door.
Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed.
Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home.
Take me back. This is whack.
I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch.
Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister.
Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross.
She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her.
Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on.
Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her.
Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills.
Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school.
Public school? No!
Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat.
Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she's our maid.
No, she is our maid.
No, she is our maid.
Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and well, I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that?
The baby came and my parents were so happy. A beautiful little boy.
Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat.
Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere?
I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time. That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance. But it's not my fault.
I told you so.
Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door. No, get away. Leave me alone.
Help!
I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl.
Are you crazy? I can't take this.
Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend.
I'll give it to you for $50.
$40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead. We came because our parents have leukemia.
Oh my God.
No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes.
Get them, my pretties.
A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house. So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh shoot, I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guy started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself.
Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave.
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face?
He said he got hurt during football practice.
Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood.
You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision. What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les. No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change. Leslie, please. You're all I have. You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time. Ella, come watch your parents' rehearsal. We need your notes.
Mom, I'm watching TV.
Don't be stupid, Ella. I'm so much better than anything you can see on TV.
Hi, I'm Ella from Indiana, and I have the most embarrassing parents in the world. You don't believe me? See for yourself. But before that, please like and subscribe because MSA will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Ever since I can remember, my parents were obsessed with the idea of being famous movie stars, and they'd turn every single thing into a production.
Baby, are you ready for your first day of school?
Mom, why are you dressed like an octopus?
Oh, honey, we want to promote our new movie, Henry Potter and the Octopus Queen, at your school. All your friends and teachers will be so impressed.
Impressed? Everyone was making fun of me as I made my way to my class with my parents looking like cartoons. And the movie they were talking about was the one they'd made themselves, just like all the others, and it was terrible. This was the reason why growing up, I'd never let any of my friends come over. Even on my birthdays, I'd beg my parents not to throw me any parties. But once in 8th grade, my friend Maddie invited me to her birthday party, and Mom and Dad dropped me at her place. But instead of driving away, they parked and got out too. Why are you guys getting out?
We're here for the party, of course.
No, please do not tell me you're going to perform. Only they did. They went onto the stage and started acting out their latest play. And then to my horror, a random kid pointed and yelled, "Hey Ella, aren't those your parents?" What? Of course not. I've never seen those people in my life. Yes, they are. Why don't you go up there and join the circus freaks? A bunch of kids pushed me onto the stage and started laughing. But my parents kept on with their act and didn't even care how they were embarrassing me. I stormed out of there in anger, and that day, I decided I'd had enough. You guys are just making fools of yourself by acting this way, and you're making me miserable.
Ella, why can't you be supportive of our career?
Don't you understand? You're never gonna get famous like this. If you really wanted to make it, you'd be in Hollywood, not this dumb town. I didn't expect my speech to make a difference since they never listened to me. But this time, they did.
Ella, you've convinced us. You're brilliant. We're moving to LA.
Are you serious? Heck, they were, and I couldn't believe it. This was actually a good thing. I was so happy we were finally leaving this place, and I could start a new life. When it was time to go to my new high school, my mom placed a uniform in front of me. What's this?
You're going to a private school.
But we can't afford it.
This is a business investment, Ella. We found a school where all the famous people send their kids, and if you become friends with them, we'll become famous too. Connections are everything, darling.
It's not my job to make you guys famous.
Please don't interfere in my life here. What an ungrateful child. What will you say when we become more successful than you ever dreamt of? I did go to the private school, but thankfully they didn't make a scene when I got out of the car on my first day. I was barely through the door of my class when suddenly I was ambushed by some students.
Hi, I'm Kira. What's your name?
I'm Ella.
So, Ella, what do your parents do for a living?
Suddenly, all eyes were on me, like this was the last winning question of who wants to be a millionaire, and I freaked out. They're movie stars.
Wow, that's so cool. My mom's a director, and I'm sure they must have worked together. So, like, you're Ella Clooney, Ella Downey Jr., Ella Cruz? Tell me their names.
You haven't heard from them. They're from Spain. That's why we're here, actually, to expand in the American market.
That's awesome. Your American accent is so good. How do you speak such good English?
Jesus, who was she? Some investigating officer? I had to change the topic. My mom's American. My dad's the one from Spain. Hey, who's that?
That's my brother, Johnny. He's like the most wanted guy in school. If you want, I can introduce him to you.
He was her brother? He was so freaking hot. She called him and he came waving at me in the most adorable way. Hi, Johnny. What's your name?
Wow, that was brilliant. Genius.
Wow, you're pretty and funny. Funny? You.
Johnny, her parents are famous movie stars from Spain. So much cooler than ours.
OMG, my lie was going places now. But what was I supposed to do? Someone was actually talking to me on my first day, and the only reason they showed interest in me is because she thought my parents were cool. That day, I had so much fun hanging with Kira and Johnny. I finally had friends. Later when I went home, I felt kinda guilty about lying. So I decided that I was gonna tell them the truth. But the very next day at school, kids were going crazy around me. Apparently, Kira had told everyone how my parents were huge Spanish movie stars, and now everyone wanted to meet them. Holy Jesus! I ran to the washroom to get away from their questions for a while. Just then, I heard someone crying in one of the cubicles. Hi, are you okay in there? What happened? Suddenly, the door flew open, and a girl who looked like she had been crying a lot just pushed past me and ran away. That was weird. Later, I had a chemistry lab class, and everyone had to work in pairs. That's when I saw the girl from the washroom sitting all by herself, looking kinda sad. Hey, can I sit here? She nodded, and I sat down next to her, and she told me her name was May. So, May, will you tell me why you were crying earlier? First, she hesitated, but then she told me everything. I'm the only one here without a famous or super rich family. That's why everyone is always picking on me, especially Kira. She's the worst. Wow, I had no idea Kira was a bully. I felt really bad for May, and I wanted to tell her I was just like her. But I decided it was best not to tell the truth to anyone. I didn't want to be bullied like her too. We did the experiment and got along really well. She was the sweetest person I'd ever met. That was so much fun. Maybe we can get some pizza after school today? I was about to say yes when suddenly Kira came and locked her arms with mine.
No thanks. Ella's got better friends, so why would she waste time with a nobody like you?
Saying that, she pulled me away with her. And even though I wanted to push her off and walk back towards May, I just couldn't. At this school, people like Kira ate people like me and May for breakfast. I just saved you from being friends with a loser. You're so lucky to have me. Hey, that's really mean.
You're welcome.
Later, she took me to her house, and there was a huge pool where Johnny was swimming like a mermaid. My jaw immediately dropped. But before I knew it, I was suddenly pushed into the pool. Kira, what was that?
Chill out, Ella. I was just having fun.
What if I didn't know how to swim?
Oh, right. That slipped my mind.
Hey, Ella, ignore my sister. She's a little crazy. But look at you. Wow, you look just as gorgeous in the water as you do in the sun. God, my heart skipped a beat as he came closer.
But just then, Kira jumped into the water and ruined the moment. You know what? I've got a great idea. Seeing you with that loser girl, what's her name again? February, March, something, May? Yeah, whatever. Let's prank her. Why? 'Cause it's funny, and she's a loser, and no one will care. She'll care. Why do you want to bother her? What's your problem? You, Kira. I wanted to say that to her face, but just then Johnny spoke up and asked her to stop being a brat. At least he was nice. A few days later, I was on my way to the chemistry lab when I saw Kira standing outside with her minions and giggling. What's going on? Shh, come here and look. See that flask in May's hand? It's gonna blast in her face as soon as she puts the chemical into it. And why would it do that? Because we switched the chemicals. Don't worry, it won't kill her. It'll just be funny. God, she was such a devil. I immediately ran in and flicked the chemical flask away from May's hand. Ella, what was that? Are you okay? Oh, yeah, totally. I just slipped. And I'm really sorry about Kira the other day. Do you want to grab some pizza after school? I would love to. Kira glared at me with devilish eyes, and after class, she walked up to me and whispered, "You ditched me for this garbage? Now get ready to be loaded into the same garbage truck with her, Ella." Kira's threat was creepy, but I was done with these superficial people. I started hanging out with May, and for the first time, I had a good friend. She cared about me and not my parents or their status. Then one day while I was having lunch with May, Johnny came to me and apologized for Kira's behavior. "It's my birthday party, and I really want you to come, Ella." I looked at May, and she winked at me with a smile. "But May comes with me too." "Sure, as long as you're there, the entire city is welcome." We were really excited about the party and went shopping for some cute dresses. And when we got to the party, we were blown away. Almost everyone from school was there, and it was so grand. I saw Johnny dancing with some girls in the distance, but before I could go up to him, Kira came over to me. "Hey, Ella. I'm glad you could make it to my little surprise party." "Your surprise party? What are you talking about?" Just then she pointed in the other direction, and my heart dropped when I saw Mom and Dad there. Oh my God, this was a nightmare. But Kira's loud voice was more than enough to tell me all of this was frickin' real. "Guys, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone?" "Oh, hi, y'all. We're Ella's parents, and we've come from Indiana to get our careers going. Now, where are all the other famous parents?" Everyone gasped and turned to me, even May. She looked so disappointed in me, and I had no one but myself to blame for this. "Did you hear, everyone? These are Ella's parents, and they're not from Spain, and they're not big movie stars. They're just struggling losers, and Ella's a big fat liar." Yes, okay, I lied. Only because I wanted to make some friends, but it didn't take me too long to realize I was wrong, because lying can only get you fake, awful friends, like you, Kira. As everyone stared at me, I saw Johnny grinning too. Of course he was in on this. I couldn't stand to be there any longer and ran away. I didn't go to school for days. I felt so ashamed of my stupid lie, and I was afraid of how everyone was going to treat me. Until one day, May texted me and said she was going to be there with me no matter what, and that made me feel a little braver. I just had to face the music. Everyone in school was acting like I didn't even exist. But during recess, I was sitting with May in the cafeteria when a bunch of kids came running and gathered around me. Oh my God, was I about to get bullied?
Ella, I can't believe I saw your parents that day. Can you please send me their autographs?
Are you gonna work on another movie set? Gosh, you're so lucky. Take me with you. I'll do your homework for a year.
What were they talking about? Just then, I noticed my phone was buzzing like crazy, and I had text messages from Mom.
Ella, we made it. We're famous. In your face.
I opened the news link she'd sent me and almost fainted. My parents, my actual parents, had both been cast in a highly anticipated superhero movie, and they were Hollywood's new breakthrough stars. Everyone was talking about them on social media. Just then, Kira came running and hugged me. "I'm so sorry we fought, bestie. Let's just forget all that. My mom is dying to meet your parents. And look, there's Johnny. And look, there's a garbage bin. Why don't you and your stupid brother jump in there?" I pushed her away and put my arm through May's as we walked off. Ella, can I get a selfie with your parents? Of course! And tickets to the premiere and anything else you want, May.
Hi there, I'm Saul from San Francisco. Please like and subscribe because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. When I was only 2, Mom left Dad because his business was failing miserably, and she didn't want to be with someone poor. But growing up, Dad adored me and made sure I had everything. But over the next few years, he turned really lucky and his business was booming again. And just like that, we were richer than ever. We had a super big mansion, fancy cars, and butlers. On my 4th birthday, Dad said he had a big surprise for me, and I was super excited for it. But then he introduced me to his girlfriend, Linda. Aw, Saul, you're adorable, baby girl. Ew, she was so weird. But very soon I discovered that she was a witch too. The second Dad would turn his back, she would go all crazy on me. You look like a filthy boy from a slum. And what's with your ugly hair? Ew. But Dad wouldn't listen to a word against her. He was so blindly in love. Soon after they got married, and the first thing Linda did was transfer all of Dad's money to her name. A year later, she gave birth to Tanya, who was the cutest. But slowly, Linda started revealing her real face to Dad too. One day, while Dad was getting ready for a business trip, Linda went all bonkers on him. I have a night out with my friends, and you want me to take these good-for-nothing kids with me? You better stay home and do it yourself.
Don't talk to me like you're my boss. It's because of me that you get to enjoy all these luxuries. I work hard and I feed everyone here, so don't give me that attitude.
Oh, who says I'm not the boss? Saying that, she threw the property papers in his face and asked him to leave her house. This was crazy. But what Dad did was even crazier. He left us forever, and I had to put up with my witchy stepmom. Now, Linda would spend all of Dad's money on shopping and her parties all day long, and not even care about Tanya. So I made sure to look after her, and over time, we grew quite close. One day, Tanya fell sick, and I asked Linda to go get her some medicine. But when she came back, her hands were full of shopping bags. And worse, she didn't get the medicine. Seriously, Linda? I can't believe you're doing this to your own daughter now. Okay, I forgot. What's the big deal anyway? It's just a fever. It'll go away on its own. But the important thing is, what will I wear for tomorrow's party? Whoa, this woman was something. Years passed and Tanya started going to school with me, but I was concerned about her grades. So I went to her room to help her with the upcoming tests, but Linda didn't seem happy about it. Why are you trying to make her a geek like you? Isn't it enough that she has the biggest glasses on her nose? For God's sake, let her be like me, growing up and finding a rich husband. That's what smart women do. Ugh, she was horrible, and Tanya was nothing like her. So I made sure to help her when Linda wasn't around. Then one snowy evening, I thought Tanya was outside having snow fights with the neighborhood kids, but what I saw left me shocked. I realized all the kids had ganged up on her and were throwing snowballs at her face. Take this, loser. OMG, he was so done. I ran out and picked up a huge chunk of snow and threw it at him. Don't you dare hurt my sister, dummy. I chased all the stupid kids away and took Tanya inside. A few moments later, Linda walked in, and I told her all about it. So, what should I do? And what did you expect, really? Of course kids are gonna bully her for looking like a loser nerd. Linda, are you crazy? You're her mother. Do something. You want me to do something? Fine. From today, she won't go to school and anywhere outside, and then there'll be no more problems. What? How could she do that? Tanya ran up to her room in tears, and I went after her. Don't worry, little sis. I'll get you out of here. But how? She'd ground me forever if she finds out. Well, then she will never find out. That's when an idea hit me. If I kept Linda distracted, she wouldn't care about us. I swapped Linda's shampoo with green dye, and the next morning, she looked like the freaking Grinch as she ran to the salon in her bathrobe. Tanya and I laughed our butts off and headed off to school. I'd find more ways to keep Linda busy. Later that day, when I went to the school cafeteria to have lunch with Tanya, She didn't show up for quite some time. Just then, I heard someone crying from under the table. I bent down and saw Tanya. Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Come on out. That boy, that Jerry, he took my glasses and pushed me. I couldn't see anything, and everyone started laughing. So I hid here.
Oh, God. I marched straight to the boy's table and pulled him up by his shirt. Let me show you who the real gangster is, kid.
Whoa, easy, please. What's wrong?
I turned around to see Sebastian, a new student who had just joined my class. This guy has been bullying my little sister, and I'm here to teach him a lesson.
OMG, I'm so sorry. He's my younger brother, and I'll make sure to teach him better. It's just that we're new here and he's having a tough time adjusting. But I promise, he won't do it again.
He immediately grabbed the glasses from his little brother's hand and put them on Tanya. Well, that was sweet. Later during class, he apologized to me again, and I kind of felt I was too harsh with his brother. Hey, listen, it's just that I'm too attached to Tanya. I feel more like a mom to her, so I couldn't see her crying, and
it's all right. I totally understand.
Turns out he and his brother were a lot like us. Their mother passed away long ago, and their dad was always away for work, and that connected us instantly. He also suggested that we all go sledding in the evening so that our siblings could get along. It sounded like a great idea, and the four of us actually had a lot of fun together that evening. But as soon as we reached home, I was shocked to find Linda all flared up in anger. You all think you're smart enough to play your little pranks on me? Well, now it's my turn. Tanya, you're grounded forever. No school, no friends, and finally, no sister. 'Cause Saul's moving to an orphanage right now. What? Why? You can't do that. Mom, no, please don't say that. She's my sister and your daughter. No, she isn't. Not anymore. I have signed off the papers and gave up her guardianship. Now she's an orphan. So, pack up your bags and leave my house, Saul, before I kick you out. No, you can't make me leave. I tried to fight her for Tanya's sake, but that evil witch made the guards throw my stuff out of the house, and now I had no other option but to leave the house and Tanya. While I was leaving, Tanya kept screaming at me from the balcony. Please don't go, Saul. What will I do without you? It was hard for me to see her in tears, but I promised her I'd come back for her someday. After that, I kept walking for hours until it started raining and I stopped at a restaurant. Just then, the waitress came in and asked me what I wanted to eat. Well, I don't have any money, so I'm afraid I won't be able to order anything. But she sneaked me some hot chocolate from the counter and told me it was on her. She seemed like a really nice lady and even asked me if I wanted a job. A job? That'll be great. I didn't want to go to the orphanage, and this way I could earn some money too. So I started working there as a waitress. The lady also offered me a place to live, and I kind of felt like I'd found a new home. Days passed, and I even learned some basic tailoring and designing from the old waitress. Within a month, I was able to design beautiful dresses and sweatshirts out of old, rugged clothes. One day, while I was serving coffee to one of the customers, I accidentally spilled some over her dress. Are you blind? That's a designer piece. She seemed really mad, so I'd said I'd get her something to wear. I ran to the storage room where I had all my designs, and since I couldn't pick one for her, I carried them all to her.
Oh my God, these are amazing. Who made them?
I did. She looked awestruck by my talent and told me she was a world-famous designer herself. Her name was Angelica Martino. And then she offered me a job as a designer. This was freaking awesome. I couldn't believe my ears. I took this opportunity and followed her to Italy and joined her massive company. And within months, I was making more money than I'd expected. Honestly, I was quite happy, but I always felt that there was something missing from my life. Tanya. I told Angelica I wanted to visit San Francisco, but she wouldn't let me.
I can't let anyone go just like that. We have business to do here. And if you still want to go, you can. But then I won't give you any credits for your designs, girl.
What? Why had she turned into a Karen? But I wasn't gonna take that rubbish from her. I stormed out of her office, taking all my savings and cutting up all the designs I made for the company so they couldn't use them. Yeah, and I could hear the witch Angelica's screams as far up as the plane. As soon as I landed in the city, I crashed into someone I'd never imagined.
Sebastian.
Saul, is that you? Oh my god, I was so worried. I had no idea where you'd gone. Are you okay?
Suddenly, I burst into tears and told him everything that happened, and he asked me to move into his place with him and Jerry. I said yes, and he took me to his huge mansion. And seeing the brothers taking care of each other made me think about Tanya even more. So I went to see her the first thing in the morning with Sebastian, but I was super shocked to see her all alone. She ran towards me as soon as she saw me and burst into tears. "Oh, Saul, where were you? I missed you so much. You said you'd come back for me, and I waited for you every single minute of every day. I felt so lonely without you. I missed you too, little sis. I thought about you every single day, and I'm so sorry that I made you wait for so long. But now that I'm here, I promise, I'm never gonna leave you alone, and I'll make up for everything." Then she told me that Linda had been living away with her rich boyfriend for months now, and she had left Tanya all by herself. She was unbelievable. I took Tanya with me to Sebastian's place, and I even filed a case against Linda for Tanya's custody, and she happily gave it away to me. Good riddance. After that, I opened my own fashion store. A few years later, Linda came back after getting dumped by her fraud boyfriend who took all her money and ran away. "I raised you all those years, so I deserve half of the money from your fashion store. You can't say no." "You didn't raise me, Linda. You just threw me out of my own house like trash. And now I'm returning the favor." "Yeah, Mom, I prefer to see you homeless because you're the worst mother on earth. Just get lost." "Oh, on second thought, why homeless when we can put her in jail? The right place for terrible people like her." We finally called the cops and filed a case against Linda. We won, and she was thrown in jail for years. And Tanya and I lived happily ever after. People call me the Queen of Entertainment, a famous pop icon, a musical superstar. You can take your pick. As for me, I like to be called the Queen of Hearts. Hi, I'm Ariana Grande. I was born in 1993 in Florida to overachiever parents who were super successful in their careers. Right since I was a toddler, I loved to sing. Mom would sing me lullabies and I'd sing along with her. You have a beautiful voice, my baby, just like an angel. I'm not so sure. I didn't get selected for the school choir. Don't let that dishearten you, sweetheart, and have confidence in your talent. I'm sure you're meant for greater things. Although I loved singing, I was also fascinated by theater and acting. I performed on stage for the first time when I was 8 in a musical named Annie. Are you nervous, Ari? No, not at all. In fact, I can't wait to set the stage on fire. And I did just that. That musical was a great success, and it marked the beginning of my musical theater journey. After that, I performed in so many other local productions like Beauty and the Beast and The Wizard of Oz. Life was going smoothly, but then my parents got separated. I felt devastated for a while. But thank God I had my pet dogs to keep me going through that tough phase. Just so you know, I have 10 rescue pups. One of them is named Sirius Black. Yeah, I'm quite obsessed with Harry Potter. But then, aren't we all? So by the time I turned 14, I decided I'd acted enough and now wanted to make a career in singing. I packed my bags and moved to Los Angeles to meet my managers. Guys, I think I want to make an R&B album.
That's a hell of a goal, but who do you think's gonna buy a 14-year-old's R&B album?
Well, that kind of made sense. So I went back to Florida and decided to focus on theater for the time being. Then when I was 15, I got chosen from among thousands of girls to play one of the main characters in a Broadway musical called 13, for which I later bagged a prestigious award. By this time, I had moved to New York, so I was missing school a lot. Mom, I want to continue performing, but what about studies? I want to finish high school at least. Don't worry, sweetheart. Your school has agreed to send study materials so you don't miss out on your studies. That was pretty cool. I was studying and focusing on my career, even though I was miles away from home. Then in 2009, I bagged the role of an adorable goofball named Kat Valentine in the famous Nickelodeon TV show named Victorious. Since the show was set in a performing arts school, it gave me an opportunity to showcase my acting as well as my singing abilities on a national platform. Thanks to the show, I was suddenly a teen idol.
So, Ariana, what's next? Are you looking at a career in Hollywood?
To be honest, acting is fun, but music has always been first and foremost with me. I was determined to give singing a shot, so I kept uploading my videos on YouTube where I sang covers of songs by Adele, Mariah Carey, and Whitney Houston. Meanwhile, the second season of Victorious premiered in 2011 to 6.2 million viewers, becoming the highest-rated episode of the show. Victorious ran for 3 seasons until it was finally wrapped up in 2013. Then one day, I got the most unexpected call.
Hello, Ariana. I'm Monte Lipman, CEO of Republic Records. I saw your YouTube YouTube videos and I want to sign you up for the label. Are you interested?
Yeah, of course. I'd love that. I put down my phone and did a little happy dance. My music career was finally taking off. The next 3 years, I focused completely on my vocals and singing and collaborated with many contemporary artists. The result was my first album, Yours Truly, that debuted at #1 on the US Billboard 200 albums chart, and it sold 138,000 copies in its first week. After that, there was no looking back for me. Today, I've sold over 85 million records worldwide, broke 27 Guinness World Records as a singer, bagged 2 Grammys, and was listed among the 100 most influential persons in the world by Time magazine. So friends, I hope my story inspires you to never give up on your dreams, since miracles do happen. Just believe in yourself, cause if you don't, who else will? Hi, I'm Kayla, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height. Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
Don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class.
As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans?
It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it?
How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans?
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me.
I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me, and I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym, so I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him.
Wow, that was...
Weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note.
This is nonsense.
Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff?
Yeah, but why would she do that?
She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out.
But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire. So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank?
Of course. What did you think?
Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too.
Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs.
Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes.
He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat.
How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class.
Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship.
Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now.
But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it.
But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that.
Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship.
So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship?
That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But
you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals.
Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend?
Who?
Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it, so I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been, and why aren't you answering my calls?
Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship.
Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie-coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend.
You're what?
Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks.
Can you both take your crabby fight somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game.
But you can't date her.
Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me.
I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend.
I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too.
Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye.
Whatever. I'm here, right?
I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi, but just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad.
Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now.
Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay.
Kayla, this is the boys' locker room.
You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out.
I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm?
I don't like it. I can't see you two together.
Why?
Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship.
But
don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself, and right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week.
Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals.
I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected?
Yeah, and you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad? We know.
Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Hey friends, I'm Nora from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve for amazing stories. I was born just a minute after my twin sister Suki. She was my twin, but we were nothing alike. We didn't even look like we were sisters at all. Suki, with her long golden locks and blue eyes, seemed like a Barbie doll. As for me, I might have looked like a Cabbage Patch doll. There's a saying that families are like fudge, mostly sweet, but with a few nuts. In our family, that nut was Suki. The girl was crazy. All she ever wanted to do was have fun, and she was born with a really short fuse. Like one time, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, and Suki thought it would be fun to squeeze the ketchup bottle at people. Thank God I was safe, but not for long. I'm not with them. Hey Nora, would you like some ketchup? Saying that, Suki squeezed the bottle so hard that the ketchup landed on not just me, but on the waiter as well. Instead of being angry, my parents were laughing.
Suki, you sure know how to have fun. Yes, you are so naughty, but Mama loves you.
I wasn't surprised when the waiter tried to stop her. She went ballistic, and eventually we were kicked out of the place and banned from ever coming back. Even when we would have exams, Suki would never take studies seriously, but still somehow managed to pass. But that wasn't for long. When we reached 10th grade, she failed and had to repeat the class. I wasn't happy that she flunked, but I wasn't sad either. I got to enter 11th grade without Suki, and it was awesome. I was finally my own person and no longer the sister of the most gorgeous and hot-tempered girl at school. I focused really hard on studies and aced every exam, and soon was top of my class. I had my life goals set. I needed to be the best and get that one scholarship to my fave university that was offered to our school. While my parents were happy that I was excelling in my studies, they were even prouder that Suki joined the cheerleading squad. Mom went so insane that she threw a full-fledged party for Suki, wearing her cheerleading uniform from ages ago.
Oh, my love, you keep making us proud, following your mom's footsteps.
Seeing how everyone was just hovering all around Suki, something inside me flipped. Like seriously, celebrating she joined the cheerleading squad? In case you guys haven't noticed, I aced my 9th standard exams. Okay, fine, I might have overreacted, but I did have a point. Mom and Dad just rolled their eyes and went on to enjoy the party, while I felt like I'd get a headache, so I went outside in the garden to catch some air. Feeling frustrated, I kicked the dirt, and that's when I saw a guy.
You idiot. You stupid, stupid idiot.
Huh? What the heck? Hey, watch your mouth. You're standing in my garden calling me an idiot and stupid? How dare— The guy raised his hand, and when he removed his phone from his ear, I felt my cheeks turn red. He wasn't talking to me.
Beautiful, gorgeous. That's what I'd call you, not idiot and stupid. It was just my friend on the phone, who decided to let his pet fish swim in the bigger sea by flushing it down the toilet. Let's just say the fish is in heaven now.
Who was he? He did look familiar, and then it hit me. It was Dad's friend's son, Ian. Our family used to be super close, but Ian and his family moved to England like 8 years ago. It's you, Ian, the guy who always stole my ice creams.
Yep, it is I. The guy who heard you tell your mom on a beach picnic how bad you needed to scratch your butt because of the sand.
Oh gosh, why did he have to remember that? Once summer vacation ended, I found Ian in my class. Perfect, as if having Suki in high school wasn't enough. Ian was the most annoying guy ever. First, because he knew so much about my childhood and would keep telling classmates how I used to be a cranky, weird kid. And second, because he was so competitive. He wanted to be number one at everything. He played in the school's soccer team and was also excellent in studies. A jock and a nerd. But I was a tough cookie. I was always one step ahead of Ian, and I wasn't gonna let him get my scholarship at all. One day, I was in the library preparing for this really tough advanced math quiz. Just as I was trying to figure out a very difficult equation, someone snatched my notebook. It was Ian.
You're welcome. I was standing behind you and I just couldn't bear it anymore. If you had paid attention to the prime number theorem, you wouldn't have to find a workaround for this question.
OMG, how dare he? But I did forget to use it. I would have figured it out, but yeah. This way it does seem easy. Well, I guess thanks are in order.
I already said you're welcome.
Saying that, Ian sat next to me and we both started practicing together. After that day, Ian sort of grew on me and I started to like him. Soon we became really good friends. We always studied together and made our assignments together. We both wanted the same scholarship and hoped the best one would get it. One fine day as we were sitting in the cafeteria, Suki came out of nowhere and tried to be a little too sweet with Ian. Thank God he ignored her, but once we were at home, Suki had a full-blown meltdown about it. Are you just hanging out with him to make me jealous? Like, he is so cool? How can he even talk to you? How dare he ignore me? I don't know. Maybe because he knows I know what the cube of 2 is, while I guess you don't. Plus, haven't you noticed? He isn't into you. Ah, nerd. Fine, he is cute, but not that cute. Saying that, she left in anger. If Ian had chosen me, she had to accept it. But had he chosen me? He was always so charming around me. I would often catch him looking at me, and he'd give me just the cutest smile ever. We'd always sit together and study together in the library. He even walked me home every day after school, too. Every time he'd touch my hand, I felt as if my heart flipped. But we were just friends, nothing more. One day, Ian and I had to meet in the library to discuss an assignment, but he didn't show up. When I went looking for him, I saw him with Suki in the empty hallway. He was holding her hand and they were super close. I felt gutted, and I ran home and locked myself in my bedroom. Mom and Dad tried to talk to me, but I didn't let anyone in. Later that night, I felt hungry and went to get dinner. That's when I heard Suki talking to one of her friends. I almost ignored it, but the moment she said Ian's name, I lost it and barged into her room. I know what you're doing, witch. Stay away from Ian, got it? Is that him on the phone? How could you, Suki? What the heck? Get out of my room, Nora! Stop being a nosy jerk! Saying that, Suki pushed me out of her room, and the entire night, I felt so angry. It was my fault. I had been too scared to tell Ian how I felt. I needed to fix this. So the next day, the moment I saw Ian, I dragged him into the library and confronted him about Suki.
What are you even talking about? Nora, I don't know. She was fine 1 minute and then she fell and I just gave her a hand to help her up. That's all.
Oh, okay. I might have overreacted. No biggie.
Really? And here, I was happy that you might have felt at least a bit jealous, because I feel like that when you talk to another guy.
Oh, you do? And why is that?
Because maybe I'm falling for you.
Me too. Saying that, Ian leaned in and kissed me. It was beautiful. The following week, it seemed as if Ian and I were inseparable. I felt like I was on cloud 9. But Suki? Gosh, every time she'd see Ian and me together, her face would turn red as a tomato, as if I cared. One night I was in my room, ready to sleep, when Suki knocked on the door. Hey, I was wondering, can we talk about, whatever it is, make it fast. Nora, I know I'm the perfect sister, and I guess I steal the spotlight from you a lot of times, but still, I am your sister, and I want to tell you that Ian, well, he isn't exactly the guy you think he is. He sort of hit on me, and he's using you, Nora. He is... Oh God, this was a new low for Suki. I knew me being with Ian made her feel jealous, but this was way too much. Without even thinking, I grabbed her arm and shoved her out of the room. Suki, you are not the sun. The world doesn't revolve around you. For once, it's about me. Stay back. I was fuming with anger. The next day, I woke up a little late for school, and when I reached there, I realized something was off. All eyes were on me. A girl told me to go to the gym room, and when I got there, I saw Suki yelling at Ian, and he had a bruise on his eye.
Nora, thank God you're here. Your sister? She is crazy. She asked me to date her instead of you, and when I said no, she punched me. She actually came at me. Everyone saw it. I was inches away, and she attacked me.
I would have also kicked you. Nora, this jerk, you know what? Before Nora could say anything more, I gave her a tight slap. I was so sick of her. What is wrong with you? Why can't you be happy for me? I hate you, Suki. Don't ever talk to me again. Before things could escalate, the teachers took Suki to the principal's office, and she got a much-deserved suspension for the stunt she pulled. And finally, for once, at home, Mom and Dad grounded her. Though Suki tried to talk to me many times, I totally shut her out. When she returned to school, she was dropped from the cheerleading squad and was always so quiet. The whole stress of Suki and Ian had me so distracted that I wasn't even doing well in studies. I knew I didn't do well in the exams, and I was certain that I'd have to kiss that scholarship goodbye. But when the results for the 12th grade came in, I was stunned to see I had failed. This can't be happening. But how? There must have been some mistake. I went straight to the school. I was going to get my assignments and exam answer sheets tested, but when the teacher informed me that I had not submitted a couple of very important assignments, I felt the earth beneath me shatter, and to my shock, Ian was there, with a grin on his face.
Oh my god, the look on your face? It's epic. Totally epic. Wait, let me take a picture and show you. Ugh, how fun it was. Nora, you were so easy to fool. I guess all girls are so easy to fool. Give them a bit of attention and they'll lose focus. And you know what? Your sister was onto me. She saw me throw your sorry excuse of an assignment in the bin instead of submitting it. But I played it so well that you didn't believe her.
I felt my ears burn. I was so going to get this butthead. But before I could lunge at him, someone jumped at Ian. It was Suki. Oh gosh, my sister had Ian in a chokehold. You jerk! My sister deserved that scholarship. You won't go far in life by stepping on others. Karma will bite you in the butt, Ian. I'm gonna tell the world what you did.
Good luck proving that.
I had to stop Suki. She had already gotten one suspension because of Ian. Another meant expulsion. Suki, leave it. He's not worth it. He's just a blood-sucking worm. Come on. Hearing my voice, she did let go of Ian and came running to hug me. I hugged her too and rubbed her back to calm her. I was sad for weeks. No, months. I felt so depressed and just wanted to stay in my room all the time. The pang of betrayal was falling hard on me. Seeing how homebound I was, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, the same one we had been banned from. Just as I was going to take a bite from my burger, Suki squeezed the ketchup bottle and a load of ketchup landed on my face. Suki, you idiot! Wait, I'll get you. As if you can. Come on, let's see your aim. Saying that, I did the same. And in no time, our family was acting like the crazy they were. We were. In the end, Dad had to pay for minor damages our family's ketchup fight caused. And guess what? We were banned again. But I didn't care. I felt alive after such a long time. And I knew Suki totally did that on purpose. When the schools opened again, I felt ashamed to go back. But Suki was by my side. Hey, it's no big deal. I studied 11th grade twice. No worries. Try until you succeed. She was so right about it. At the start, kids would tease me for repeating the same class, but in a few weeks, they forgot about it. Well, I guess my winning streak was broken because it took me 4 attempts in 12th grade to clear it. But when I did, I got into my favorite university. After graduation, Suki and I opened a restaurant together. And guess what? It had a separate section for kids to go wild. One time as we were closing up, we saw a homeless man and gave him some food. Just as he looked up at me, I was shocked to see it was none other than Ian. Ian, what happened? Then Ian told me how he got into college and how a girl broke his heart, making him go into a depression and lose focus and failed miserably. Even his parents disowned him in the end. I knew it was karma, just like Suki had said many years ago. I gave Ian a few dollars and held Suki's hand as we both walked towards home. Remember to always be kind. Hello, I'm Jessica Harlenborough, and I belong to a family of great detectives. My father was James Harlenborough, whose father was Hardy Harlenborough Jackson Jr., whose mother was Janet Harlenborough, who was the first one in our family to hold the badge and wear the uniform. The legend goes that she once defeated a whole family of bandits on her own with nothing but an empty revolver. And since then, she has inspired my father, my father's father, and me to grow and become the seekers of justice. And soon, the day arrived when I got to use my true skills. One day, on my way back from the bathroom, I saw James Heartthrob in the hallway, the guy my friend Lily Larkins had a huge crush on. He walked secretly to his locker with a suspicious brown package in his hands, which he placed inside after making sure no one was around him. After that, he walked away. But as a responsible citizen and the head of the Student Welfare Association, I followed him to a corner as he made a phone call, and I heard every word.
I secured the package. Good job. We will execute our plan tomorrow at noon. If everything goes well, we'll not only succeed in our goals, but we'll also leave enough money to be comfortable for the rest of our lives.
As soon as he ended the call, he looked sideways again. I made sure I was hidden from view. Then I noticed him take out a pair of glasses with a golden frame from his pocket. He clicked on them, and a holographic display of a building appeared in front of him. It looked
super familiar, but I couldn't quite place where I'd seen that building before. What was he planning to do there? After staring intently at it for some seconds, James put the glasses back into his pocket and walked away quickly. As I was still processing everything, Lily suddenly popped up from behind me. Hey, Jessica, what are you doing? Come on, we need to go. The football match is about to start, and James Heartthrob is leading the team. I can't tell you how excited I am to see him play. Yeah, I'm doing nothing. Let's go to the game. While I walked to the field with her, I kept thinking about that package. After a recent security scare, all students' bags were checked at the gate, and it would be difficult to bring in a package wrapped up like that. And who was James talking to? I was sure in my bones that something big and evil was about to go down, and I had to stop it. Halfway through the game, while Lily was busy cheering for James Heartthrob, I snuck out of there and made my way to James's locker. Having noticed the password earlier, I unlocked it, and the package was there. But to my disappointment, it was empty. But the brown paper wrapping outside had information about where it had come from. Taking out the pen from my pocket, I noticed the address and the name of the sender. Just then, I heard some footsteps approaching, and I ran across the corridor and hid behind one of the classroom doors. It was James Heartthrob again. He took his phone out of his backpack and went back to the same corner as before.
Hey, listen, we'll have to postpone our undertaking from tomorrow to the day after. I have a date with Lily Larkins. She is so into me. I can't miss this. Our plan is ironclad and will still work no matter which day we carry it out. I'm sorry for this, but she's really hot.
Now I had another problem to deal with. My best friend from childhood was about to fall prey to a possible criminal. I couldn't let that happen. And apparently, now his evil plan had been postponed by a day. But to stop him and save my friend, I needed to find out more information, and I could use some help. Later that night, I asked Lily to come over to my place with a phone book so I could try looking for the address and name I'd noted earlier. Of course, I told her we were just making prank calls. She wouldn't believe me if I told her all my suspicions just yet. We sat at my study table with the telephone near me. Lily kept telling me the cell phone numbers, and I kept pranking them in a manly voice.
Hello? Yes. Is this Jack Trades? I'm Heartthrob. James Heartthrob.
Oh my God, why are you using his name? That's so funny. Most of the calls just led to dead ends, but when I made the final call...
Hey, James, what happened to your voice, man? You getting sick or something?
No, just some allergies.
I'm still your man. A man with a plan. You know, that evil plan we were gonna pull off the day after tomorrow?
Yeah, but what's so evil about it? Are you sure you're fine? Or have you lost your mind already because of that girl you were going on about? How hot is she?
You stay away from her!
No, just nothing.
See you day after tomorrow, man. Peace out. I hung up the phone to find Lily staring at my face.
What the heck are you going on about?
Nothing that makes sense. That's why it's a prank, silly. I bet this guy's as confused as you are, and we'll be thinking about it all night.
Okay. Anyway, I don't care, because the only thing I can think about is my date with James Heartthrob tomorrow. How will I wait until then? Oh my God, it's killing me.
Yeah, you've only mentioned it about 10 times already. But are you sure about this? I mean, you barely know the guy.
That's the point of the date? We get to know each other?
Yeah, but is it worth the effort? James Heartthrob is very good looking, but guys like that are usually quite dumb. Do you think he'll be emotionally and mentally mature?
It's too big a step. What are you going on about? How is a date a really big step? You know I've been in love with him since the first day he walked into our school with his backpack and cool jacket.
What love? Don't you think you're going a bit fast there, young lady?
You can't talk to me like this. You're not my mother.
Don't you dare talk back to me.
I don't have to sit here and listen to you. I'm going home.
Fine, go away. And then she picked up her phone book and stormed out of there, slamming the door shut. Ugh, teenagers. I probably wasn't gonna learn much about his evil plan by crashing their date, but I just didn't feel comfortable leaving him alone with Lily. So the next evening, I went to the restaurant where they were supposed to meet and entered through the back exit into the kitchen. I found a storage room with extra uniforms and quickly changed into a waitress's outfit. Then,
I discreetly walked out into the restaurant area, scanning the room like a hawk till I spotted my targets. I was skilled at disguises. I was sure they wouldn't recognize me. I was walking over to them when suddenly some customers at a table stopped me.
Hey, miss, we've been waiting for someone to take our order for a while.
Sure. I'll just send someone right away.
Why can't you take it? You're not doing anything.
I gritted my teeth, forced a smile, and whipped out my pad and pencil.
Can you tell us today's specials?
Look, I have short-term memory loss. I can't remember any of this stuff. Just, select something from the menu.
How are you even a waitress? Fine. How about this side salad? Is it good?
It's amazing. Great choice.
What's it served on the side of?
I guess on the side of your plate. Are we done here?
My family hasn't even ordered yet. Get us another waitress. You're useless.
I told you that 5 minutes ago. I walked off and went back to my mission, annoyed that I'd lost precious time. As I got close to Lily and that heartthrob, I pretended to be working when I felt someone tug at my skirt. It was the annoying customer's kid.
You didn't take my order?
Not now, kid. Go away.
I'm hungry, you witch. I want a piece of chocolate cake.
Just buzz off, will ya? I pulled my skirt away from him, and he suddenly dropped onto the floor and started bawling loudly.
She pushed me. She pushed me so hard.
Oh my God, you little liar. Jessica? The entire restaurant was suddenly staring at me, and I got thrown out within seconds by the management. Lily and James followed me outside. What the heck just happened back there? Why are you dressed as a waitress? Because I work here, or I did before I got fired. Since when do you work here, and why? Since today. It was my first day, and my last day. And why? 'Cause I have bills to pay.
I'm sorry to hear that. Here, take this tip. Hope it helps a bit.
And then he handed me $100, just like that. I hadn't even waited on him. I guess he had plenty of money from all his evil ventures. And now that I was face to face with him, maybe I could make him give away something about his plans. Wow, that's very generous. Thank you. You must be rich. And I guess you'll be very rich soon if your trades go well, eh? You know what I mean, huh?
I really don't.
Oh, come on. Are you really saying you're a jack of all trades and a master of none? What does that even mean?
Wait a sec. Are you talking about Jack Trades? Do you know him? Are you a friend or a girlfriend?
No, I don't know any jack trades. I just remembered. I have a movie to catch in 15 minutes. I'll see you tomorrow, Lily. And with that, I ran off. Wow, this guy was cunning. Instead of giving anything away, he'd started questioning me instead. As I was walking down the street, I passed by a building and then suddenly stopped in my tracks. I slowly walked back to face the building from the front, and then it hit me. Texas State Bank. That was the building that had been in the hologram. And then it all clicked into place. James Heartthrob was planning to rob Texas State Bank with Jack Trades as an accomplice. Of course that would make them super rich. But I was gonna get him. Oh, I was gonna get him good. The next day, I was at the bank 5 minutes before noon, but I walked in to find James and Jack already there at the bank manager's desk. They seemed to be having some intense conversation. What if those two were holding the manager hostage at gunpoint? Or he could even be an accomplice. Just then, James Heartthrob got up from his seat and reached into his pocket, and I couldn't wait anymore. I rushed towards them and threw myself at James, tackling him to the ground.
Ow! What do you think you're...
Shut up, James. Just then, I spotted another accomplice carrying a gun, and I tackled him too. His gun went skidding across the floor as I sat on him and tied his hands behind his back while the receptionist called the police. I thought James and Jack would try to make a run for it, but they were just standing there looking shocked. So, James Heartthrob and Jack Trades, I believe you can now tell us all your evil plan.
What evil plan?
Your plan to rob the bank? What else? You got the package from this Jack Trades, giving you the holographic projection of this bank, giving you all the escape points. You two were banking on getting very rich, weren't you? Banking. I made a clever pun. Anyway, were you holding the manager hostage, or is he in on it too?
What?
Jessica, you've got it all wrong. That device is our creation, and we were going to ask this bank official to give us a loan to fund it. The device was for demonstration.
What? That's it?
Yep.
That's when I realized that the guy under my foot was, in fact, a real robber. And James Heartthrob was not guilty. But to save me from further embarrassment, the cops came in and took that guy into custody and gave me a badge of honor. And the next day, my photo was in the newspaper as well, with the headline, "Schoolgirl Solves Her First Case." So, it all worked out for the best. Next day, I went to school and saw James Heartthrob closing his locker. I walked up to him. "Hey, James, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to—"
Accuse me of a crime?
I don't know what I was thinking. He was looking at me with an amused face.
You seem to have a wild imagination, and you're super nosy. But tackling a guy with a gun was pretty brave, actually. You're interesting, Jessica Harlenborough, and you're forgiven.
Well, thank you. That ended the conversation. Did you see any sparks here between us? James swears he felt some at that point, but I really didn't. Also, it turned out that James and Lily didn't enjoy their first date and decided not to go ahead with the relationship. We all graduated high school, and some years later, I became a detective. No surprises there. Also, I reconnected with James Heartthrob. We dated for a while, and then we got married. As for Lily, she was our maid of honor. And yeah, some things went wrong at the wedding, and I accused her of sabotaging my big day out of jealousy. But it turns out she had nothing to do with it. Yeah, that was awkward, but our friendship is still strong. Ironclad, unbreakable, uncrackable, unscratchable, if you will. I was almost done with my shift at the cafe when a customer started screaming at Mom for getting the order wrong. "You won't die if you have to have hot chocolate instead of coffee one day." "I'm allergic to chocolate, you stupid woman!" "What kind of idiot is allergic to chocolate? Maybe you should die and then come back to life so you can taste chocolate." Naturally, the manager fired Mom on the spot. "Hi, I'm Jane, and I know what you're thinking. Wow, she's really pretty. Trust me, I get that all the time. But it's not always the best thing you can hear. This face almost destroyed my life." Before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. My dad was rich, and he gave me and my mom the best life ever. When I was 10, I got into soccer, and by 14, I was winning every competition in town. It was my dream to play soccer professionally, and I was well on my way. But then I turned 18, and everything changed. Dad made some bad investments, lost all his money, and booked a one-way flight to India.
I think it's time I look for spiritual awakening, a right direction, some eat, pray, love. Oh, I'll show you the right direction, estupido.
We never heard from Dad again. Mom sold the house and we moved to a smaller place. Soon, she had to pick up a job, but she was awful at everything. She tried teaching some kids Spanish, but told them they were morons in the second day. Tried babysitting and slept on the job. Tried waitressing, which clearly didn't work out either. Then Mom joined as a sales girl at a makeup store, but on her first day, she slipped on a lipstick and broke her hip. Mom was put on bed rest for months, so I pulled out of soccer classes in school and picked up double shifts at the cafe. I was working late one night when this boy walked in. "Sorry, sir, we're closed." No reply. "Are you lost?" Nothing. "Okay, listen, you creep. If you're here to kidnap me, let me tell you that I'm really broke. I am 1 step away from being homeless and 2 steps away from being a street rat."
Has anyone told you that you're pretty? 'Cause you're really pretty. I'm Tyler. What's your name? It's Angel, right? No, wait. Goddess? Miracle? Will you go out on a date with me?
What? No! Tyler kept asking me out, but I threw coffee in his face and kicked him out. But then he started stopping by the cafe every day. He'd stay there for hours trying to get my attention. He'd keep ordering the most expensive coffee and then leave a fat tip. He was really getting on my nerves. What's your deal? Are you trying to win me over with money?
Jane, I genuinely like you. Please, just take a chance on me and go out on one date. If you still don't like me, I won't trouble you again.
Before I could respond, Mom popped out of nowhere.
Oh, mija, he's so cute. Say yes.
Mom, why are you here?
You're my daughter. You came out of my womb. I feel a pull towards you like a piece of metal to a magnet. Can't I come and see you when my heart says so?
What are you really doing here?
Okay, you weren't picking up your phone. I just wanted you to get me my favorite sandwich. Now say yes to this boy, or I will. I'm kidding. Do you have a single dad, older brother? Even a butler would do.
Okay, that's enough. And Tyler, fine. Let's meet for dinner tomorrow. One date.
Tyler and I ended up having a great time. He was cute, fun, and really rich. He loved pampering me with all things good. And honestly, it felt nice to be taken care of. Before I knew it, we started dating. And then he surprised me with the best news ever.
I spoke to my dad, and he's agreed to put in a good word for you with my school principal. If things go right, we might go to the same school.
But I can't afford the fees.
Just impress the soccer coach, and they'll let you in on a sports scholarship.
I hugged Tyler, and we shared our first kiss that night. A week later, I was called in for the soccer trial, and I nailed it. 1 week before joining the school, Tyler invited me and Mom to his place for Thanksgiving dinner, which was a mansion, and his parents looked like royalty. I was just introducing myself to his dad when a girl on a broomstick came sliding down the stairs and knocked right into me. I fell back on a tall shelf, and a bunch of stuff fell down. Tyler's mom looked horrified.
Oh my god, my ultimate collection of unicorn figurines! What have you done?
I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to. I started picking up the pieces when the same weird girl pushed me away.
You don't have to do that. High time these ugly things broke.
What's wrong with you, Kiki? You could have seriously hurt Jane.
She's not made of glass, and I was trying to see if the broom thing works for everyone, or if it's just for Harry Potter. Wait, I have an idea. Maybe your mom can give it a shot, Tyler, since she's an actual witch.
Kiki, that's enough.
Kiki just grinned, and we all sat down for dinner. Tyler's parents were extremely sweet, and they really seemed to love him.
Tyler's a star, and I'm so lucky to have him. He's really smart and helps me handle the business so well. Look at that handsome face. So handsome.
He's a dork.
What did you just say?
I need a fork to eat noodles.
But we got this turkey made especially for you, Kiki. I know how you like it.
Shush! Okay, I'll eat it. Your fake sweet voice gives me nightmares. I mean migraines. You know what? Let's play a game. Let's all tell one thing we're grateful for. I'll start. I'm grateful for nothing. Thanks to you, stepmama. You broke my family, turned my dad's brain into mush, and your son looks like a toad and he gets all the attention. Oh wait, I have the perfect Thanksgiving song for y'all.
With that, Kiki jumped on the table and started singing in the worst voice ever.
Hey yo, it's a day to be happy, but I'm always so snappy because my stepmom's a witch and her son's kinda crappy and my dad is dumber than a baby in a nappy.
Kiki's dad got up furiously and pulled Kiki out of the room, and that was our cue to leave. That was one horribly awkward dinner. The next day at school, Tyler apologized for Kiki's behavior.
Her mom ran away with the milkman when Kiki was only 5. She came back, but then she ran away with the postman a few years later. Kiki still thinks her mom will come back, so when her dad decided to marry my mom, she hated the idea. She just can't accept us as a family and keeps acting like a spoiled brat. Just be careful. She might take her anger out on you too.
And sure enough, Kiki made my life at school miserable. I found my soccer jersey soaked in grease, and another time she spray painted all over my books. The last straw was when one day during practice, I was doing some stretches and I heard Kiki giggling behind with her camera focused on my butt.
Hey guys, Tyler's new girlfriend wears Barbie underpants. Look. For more content, like and subscribe to my channel. Everybody hates Tyler.
Get that thing away from me. I tried to stop her from filming, but she wouldn't, and then I pushed her. She fell, her camera broke, and both of us fought like wildcats before the coach separated us. Tyler's right about you. You're a crazy, spoiled brat.
And you're just a pretty stupid girl. And I mean pretty stupid, like a whole lot of stupid, not like pretty and stupid. Wait, that's not good enough trash talk. Can we try this again? I can do better.
But I just ignored Kiki and walked away. While school was a mess, at home, Mom kept pestering me about my relationship with Tyler.
Change that shirt, you smell like a wet puppy.
Get a manicure. Your fingers need to be perfect when Tyler puts a ring on it. Oh my God, Mom, we're not getting married, and money isn't everything.
That's a lie poor people made up. Yeah, that was another problem. Mom was just so excited about me and Tyler, but lately, I was beginning to have second thoughts. The more I hung out with him, the more I realized that we were poles apart. He would take me to these fancy parties and dinners when all I really wanted was some quiet time together watching TV and eating pizza. Then one evening, Tyler invited me to an art exhibition with his parents and Kiki. As always, Tyler's dad kept praising him in front of the guests, and Kiki looked upset. The whole situation was uncomfortable, so I excused myself and was admiring an art piece when a boy came and stood next to me.
Admiring my work, I see.
Oh, it's by you? It's amazing. You're so talented.
Oui, oui, merci beaucoup, pretty bella.
The artist leaned in to kiss me, but I stepped back. He then pulled me by the arm, but I turned around and punched him in his face. He screamed, and soon a crowd gathered around us. And Tyler angrily pulled me outside.
What were you thinking, Jane?
He was forcefully trying to kiss me. What else was I supposed to do?
That's how French people say thank you. This is so embarrassing to my parents. Go apologize to them now.
Are you for real? You should be making that artist apologize to me. Why should I say sorry to your parents?
Because they've done so much for you. You know my dad had to bribe the principal to get you into this school?
What? I never asked you to do that.
Exactly. A lot of girls would kill to be in your place.
Oh, really? Then choose one of those girls and date them. With that, I turned around and left. I tried finding a cab, but there was none around, and I started walking. Just a few blocks down, I suddenly realized that 2 homeless guys were following me. I panicked and ran, and just as I turned a corner, I crashed into someone. Kiki. Ow! You blind bat! Wait, who are these monkeys?
Your worst nightmare. Now give me all the cash you have.
Huh, not so fast. Kiki lunged at one guy and bit him. He howled in pain, and the other one was about to jump at Kiki, but she turned around and kicked him in the stomach and brought him to his knees. Then she took a tweezer out from her pocket and pulled hair out of his nostrils. The guy started sneezing like crazy, and Kiki and I ran for our lives. We finally stopped at a cafe and threw ourselves on some seats. Thanks for saving my... But sure. But first, I need food. Waiter? Yes, hi. Get me 2 full hamburgers, 2 sides of fries, 2 strawberry milkshakes, and 3 scoops of ice cream each. Oh no, wait, I'm on a diet. Only 2 scoops then. And make it fast. Why did you help me? It's been a while since I last bit someone. The last person I bit was Tyler because he called me a dumb witch, which I'm not. I mean, if I was a witch, I would have been able to fly on a broom. Why do you hate Tyler so much? He acts really nice in front of my dad, but behind his back, he's a big fat jerk. He and his mom are evil, I just know it. My nostrils flare up every time they're around. You know, like Spider-Man has those spider tingles? Has anyone ever told you you talk a lot? Yeah, all the time. Why? They say that to you too? That's such a coincidence. And Kiki went on and on till the food came, and she finally shut up. That night, I realized that Kiki wasn't that bad. She was just an ignored kid looking for love, and it kind of reminded me of the time when Dad left us. And Tyler had been such a jerk today. Kiki dropped me off at home in her car, and when she left, I noticed something stuck to my coat. It was a weird necklace that I'd seen Kiki wearing at the museum. It must have gotten stuck on me during that fight with those homeless guys. So the next day, I went to her place to return it. When I saw her arguing with Tyler's mom, I hid behind one of the cars to avoid getting spotted. You spoiled brat. You destroyed my entire Prada collection. Do you have any idea what that's worth? Nope. Do you? How would you know since my dad paid for it, you filthy peasants?
The only peasant here is you. It's only a matter of time before your dad hands over the business to me. And once I have control, you'll have to beg me for money.
You and your evil mother will eat rat poop before that happens.
That's it. I'm talking to your father and we're shipping you off to that boarding school. Don't think I can't make it happen. I've got him wrapped around my little finger.
In your dreams. And with that, Kiki threw chili powder in Tyler's mom's face and ran away, leaving her screaming while Tyler quickly led her inside. I tried to sneak away unnoticed, but Kiki spotted me. What are you doing here? I came to give you back this necklace. What's all this mess, Kiki? Tyler and his mom are horrible. But Kiki was only half listening because her eyes were stuck on the necklace. This was in your hand the entire time? Yeah. Why? What's so great about this rusty thing? It's a hidden camera. I bought this yesterday to collect evidence against my stepmom, and I thought I'd lost it. But you just recorded her spitting fire on me, and now I have proof that she's a vile witch. I can finally show this to my dad. Oh, thank you so much. And hey, I'm sorry for calling you a pretty stupid girl. You're very smart and pretty.
Kiki kissed my hands and then ran inside at the speed of light. The next day at school, she walked up to me with a huge smile and told me that her dad finally believed her and Tyler and his mom were out of her life. I was really happy for her. That same day, the coach told us about the upcoming inter-school soccer championship, which would be attended by international scouts looking for new players. Getting selected would mean a 5-year contract and a college of our choice. I plunged myself into practice, but Tyler kept bugging me with texts and phone calls, so I decided to break up with him clearly. We're done. It's over. Never getting back together. Go ask your mama to find you a better girl. When Mom heard about the breakup, she started crying like a banshee.
We're going to die living like poor rats.
No, we won't. All I need is one shot at my dream, and everything will be just fine.
Oh my God, you're in shock. You're talking like a mad person now.
I just ignored Mom and concentrated on my goal. And on the main day, I felt so ready. But 10 minutes into the game, this annoying girl on the opposite team kept falling around me, acting like I'd shoved her and hurt her badly, which kept landing me into penalties. The referee gave me a red card, and I got benched for the rest of the season. We won the match, but I was devastated for losing out on my golden chance to be selected. As Kiki and I were leaving, we suddenly saw a huge crowd in the parking lot gathered around someone who was screaming. It was the same girl who got me the red card in the match, losing her mind on Tyler while his mom was trying to save him.
Ow! I said, I'll get you your money. Ow! Let my boy go, you crazy witch!
And then Kiki jumped into the mix to slap and kick all 3 of them. I pulled her away and screamed, "Shut it, everyone! What is happening?" This guy and his mommy told me they'd pay me to get you penalties. They also bribed the referee to give you the red card. And now they're trying to get away without paying me anything except these stupid unicorn figurines. Those are actually pretty expensive, and these don't even belong to her. Give me that. I angrily turned to Tyler. Why would you set me up and make me lose such a big opportunity?
Because I lost everything, and it's all your fault. I had money, a good house, and a great dad. But after Kiki showed your dad that video of Mom yelling at her, he kicked us out. It's all because of you.
Nope. You were greedy and selfish, and you never cared for Kiki's dad. Maybe it's just your karma getting back at you. Bullseye! Now go and live your worst lives. There were enough witnesses to the whole conversation. The referee who gave me the red card was fired on the spot. The coach convinced the scouts to give me another chance to show my skills in the next match, and I played my best game. Our team won the tournament, and Kiki and I both got selected for a top international soccer team. It's been 2 years since, and we never heard from Tyler or his mom again. I'm living my best life playing soccer, but some things never change, like Mom.
Will you get married to a rich man now?
Mom, I am the rich man.
My best friend Kyle is an eccentric introvert. He doesn't know how to talk to people. He's unfriendly and says things that most people find offensive. I'm his only friend because I've learned that he has a good heart. The reason I stick around is that I know his story. He's incredibly rude and impulsive, but it's not his fault. What Kyle lacks in social skills, he makes up for in his love for sneakers. And it's a good thing that I love sneakers too, because it's the only thing Kyle talks about. He started a sneaker club at school. It's a club that focuses on discussing the latest on the sneaker market. There were 4 people in the club, including myself and Kyle. Then Kyle put together a manifesto where everyone had to make sure their sneakers were spotless at the meetings, along with a few other crazy ideas. The club was just the 2 of us after that. Most people give Kyle a rough time. He isn't interested in listening to them, and he comes across as arrogant. I'd love to tell people about his condition, but his parents don't want anyone to know. We don't want people to treat him differently, they say. You see, not even Kyle knows about his condition. The only reason his parents told me was that when we were 10 years old, I'd had enough of Kyle and his selfishness. His parents heard me arguing with Kyle, saying that I'd never be his friend again. On my way out the house, they stopped me and very reluctantly they explained, "Please, don't abandon Kyle, Spencer," begged his mom. "You're his only friend. I know he's not always the nicest person, but there's a reason for it." They asked me to promise not to tell anyone. Kyle had an accident when he was very young. Ever since then, he's been different. It's as if the part of his brain responsible for understanding people stopped working. Please, don't abandon him. After that, I agreed to stay. I finally understood Kyle's mood swings and his selfishness. Kyle lived in a bubble, one that was only big enough for his parents and I. But what about his sneaker obsession? I asked. Where did that come from? His parents shrugged. The doctor we went to go see after Kyle's accident told us that sometimes when one part of the brain is damaged, another part of the brain kicks into overdrive. The part of his brain responsible for creativity is running fast, and its only focus is sneakers. Kyle's parents are not the type to interfere in his life. They didn't ask for much, and they always made sure that we had snacks and plenty to do. But when Kyle turned 16, they asked me for a big favor. The older we get, the more we worry about Kyle, said his dad. Once we go, who's going to look after him? I froze. They must have seen my expression because they started laughing. No, Spencer, we don't expect you to look after him. We want him to have someone. Not now, but one day. With the way he is, he'll never learn to talk to girls. You may not believe this, but he responds to you, since you've been his friend. He's learned to do so many things he refused to do before. Would you be able to help him talk to girls? We're not expecting miracles, just a start for now. I thought about what they were asking. It would be tough, but I agreed. I felt sorry for them, and even more so for Kyle. I started thinking about him when he was older. I mean, who would put up with him the way he was now? I needed to help him. I knew Kyle wasn't going to make this an easy task. There was only one way that he was even going to consider looking at a girl. She'd need to love sneakers as much as him. It took me a week, but I found 7 girls that fit this criteria. I struck up conversations with each of them. I invited them to the sneaker club. 4 said they'd come. Only 2 showed up. Kyle was happy to see 2 new pairs of shoes in the sneaker club. The girls were impressed with Kyle's knowledge. But 30 minutes in, Kyle started in on the rules of the club and one of the 2 girls left. My hopes were evaporating fast. To my surprise, Taylor agreed to the rules. I'm tired of people thinking that clubs like these are excuses to goof around, said Taylor. I think rules are great. With the sneaker club happening only once a week, I needed more ways for Kyle to interact with Taylor. She was incredible with him, patient, understanding, and completely crazy about sneakers. I tried planning trips to the movies and a picnic, but Kyle wouldn't agree. I needed something bigger, and it arrived in the form of a sneaker competition. One of the world's biggest sneaker brands, Apollo, was holding a contest to collaborate with a lucky fan on a new sneaker design. The winner would receive a patent for their shoe and the royalties from the sales. I couldn't have asked for a better way to get Kyle and Taylor working together. Excited, I pitched the idea to the sneaker club. Kyle didn't even let me finish speaking. Let's do it, he said. We'll need to put in extra work to get this all done, said Taylor. I arranged to have these extra sessions at Kyle's house. His parents were overjoyed to see Kyle working with a girl. I made excuses to give Taylor and Kyle more and more alone time, fetching food and getting drinks while the 2 of them worked tirelessly on the sneaker project. It was great hearing them speaking. Kyle was even starting to ask her questions, and there were even moments when he wasn't rude. Kyle was learning to speak to girls. A week before the contest deadline, we ran into a problem. The sneaker club had to narrow our 3 final designs down to 1. Taylor and I were happy with any of the 3, but Kyle wouldn't budge. They're all so perfect, he said. I won't choose, and you can't make me. Up until then, I'd thought of Taylor as nothing more than a girl that Kyle would become friends with. But Taylor showed Kyle so much patience during this difficult choice. She placed her hand on his shoulder with such tenderness that even Kyle calmed down. Kyle, they're all great decisions, she said to him. So why don't we pick one to show them now? I know they're gonna love what we do. Then we can show them the others. How about that? Kyle smiled and nodded. The next day, we submitted our design. Then we waited and waited. It was only 2 weeks, but it felt like a year. 3 weeks later, we got an email from the company saying that we'd made the top 5. We were overjoyed. Taylor hugged me and then hugged Kyle. I had to laugh. It was the first time a girl had ever hugged him. It looked like a bus had hit him. He didn't know what to do with his hands, but he smiled. I think she likes you, Kyle, I whispered to him when Taylor left. We've got to get back to work, said Kyle, flustered. The sneaker company invited us to their head office to meet with them. The next step was the interview process. Taylor and I reminded Kyle to be polite. We met the chief design officer, introducing ourselves and telling her that Kyle was the genius behind our brand. She was a stylish lady, and her taste in sneakers was impeccable. The meeting was going well until Kyle started blurting out all kinds of crazy things. We tried to get him to stop, but the damage had already been done. At the end of the meeting, the CDO asked to have a word alone with me. Your friend's eccentricity is great, but I can't have him leading your team. He's rude. The public will hate him. We'll have to make you the team leader. I didn't like the sound of that. Kyle and Taylor drove the designs. I was basically an observer. She wouldn't listen to me. Think about it. Let me know in an hour, or I'm replacing your team and throwing out your design. I told Taylor and Kyle about our decision on the drive home. While I felt guilty about it, they didn't mind going along with the CDO's plan. As long as we win, I'm fine with that, said Kyle. I called the CDO and agreed to her terms. But I still felt guilty about it all. A week later, we were called into Apollo's production office and briefed on what would happen next. They had a recording crew follow us around. Their focus was me. It was a classic reality TV deal. It turns out they were about to turn it into a major show. For 2 weeks, these cameras followed us around and filmed our design process. Kyle was his normal self, but they edited him to seem kind of normal. Taylor loved the spotlight and she was a natural. Remember, we're the sneaker club, she said at each recording, reminding all the viewers about our personal brand. The grand finale arrived and we won the contest. They made out a giant check with my name on it and gave it to us at the award ceremony. Taylor's smile withered at that. It didn't say the sneaker club. I couldn't help but feel guilty about that. If a check with my name on it was bad, things were about to get worse. 2 days later, I got an electronic message to say that $4 million had been deposited into my bank account. Immediately, I pulled the team together and hired lawyers to set up the sneaker club as a company. The money was split equally between us, along with an agreement on all future royalties. I thought I'd fixed everything, but that was just the tip of the iceberg. The real trouble was ahead of us. The PR demands, advertising campaigns, interviews, and guest appearances began. Luckily, it was our summer vacation and we could attend every function. After a month of this, Kyle had had enough. He had upset just about every TV host. Taylor and I had done our best to smooth things over, but the tension in our team was building. Eventually, Kyle quit. Soon enough, Taylor followed. I chose to stay. Ironically, now I really was the face of the sneaker club. The interviews now became about why Kyle and Taylor left. The public had seen conflict in the team, and that's what they wanted to hear about. Kyle's a genius, I told the reporters. They called him rude and arrogant. He's not. I wanted so badly to tell them, but I couldn't. I promised his parents that I wouldn't tell anyone. Eventually, though, it became too much. The media painted me out to be a saint under the terrible dictatorship that Kyle created. I couldn't stand all these lies. While on a break from the press tour, I visited Kyle's house. He didn't want to see me. I didn't mind. The truth was that I wasn't there to see him. I sat down with his parents and spoke to them about what was happening. I have to tell the media, I said. They're turning Kyle into something that he's not. I have to tell them the truth. They listened patiently, but still they shook their heads. That's not a good idea, said his mom. Kyle's doing just fine the way things are. I don't think he'll be able to handle the whole world knowing. At that moment, I realized that this had nothing to do with Kyle. This is about you. You don't want the world to know that Kyle's different. That's not true, said his dad. But I could tell he was shaken. The world doesn't need to know about our son, and I think it's time that you leave. I refused. Everything was beginning to make sense now, and if I was irritated with the media and the press, I was disgusted with Kyle's parents. You're ashamed of him. We're not ashamed of him, said his mother, tears pooling in her eyes. We're ashamed of what we did to him. She asked me to sit as they gave me the whole truth, the real story behind Kyle's condition. Everything was fine until Kyle was 3. He was a kind, gentle little boy, but we'd spent 3 years with him every day. We needed a night out. You have to understand, we just wanted one night out, a chance to be adults again. So we hired a recommended babysitter and worked up enough courage to leave our son for a few hours. We went out to dinner, watched a movie, and enjoyed the quiet. When we got home, the babysitter was asleep and Kyle was laying at the foot of the stairs. He had fallen down 2 flights and hit his head several times on the way down. We rushed him to the hospital, praying that he would be okay, but he was never the same again. Spencer, we still blame ourselves for trusting that stupid babysitter. It's our fault that Kyle is the way he is. We're terrible parents. Kyle's father consoled his wife as she cried. Besides the doctor, you're the only person we've told. We don't need people to know about our failings as parents. So if you tell anyone about Kyle's condition, you will not be allowed back into this house, said his father. And we will tell Kyle you betrayed him. Understand this, Spencer. We will do whatever it takes to protect our son. No one can know what we did. Most of all, Kyle. He'll hate us for what we did to him. The interviews started up again, and they were hard to get through. I was torn between letting the world know and losing my best friend, because that's what he was, my best friend. The thought of losing him hurt, but the thought of people thinking he was a monster hurt even more. Tell us the worst thing Kyle has ever made you do, asked the interviewer in a live interview. I was done with the lies. Kyle's the best thing that ever happened in my life. But I don't expect you to understand that. He's got a condition. He fell down the stairs as a kid, and the parts of his brain responsible for socializing don't work. He's a great guy. He just doesn't understand people. And who could blame him? Everyone's out to get him. He is loyal, trustworthy, and most of all, he's honest. The interviewer was speechless. But I couldn't stop. I told the interviewer all about Kyle and Taylor and how they were the driving force behind the sneaker club. It was a relief to tell the truth, but I knew that it would come at a cost. My phone beeped. It was a text from Kyle's parents. You're no longer welcome in our home. I knew then that I'd never see my friend again, but I would have done it again in a heartbeat. A day later, there was a knock on my parents' door. It was Kyle and Taylor. They were smiling. After watching your interview, my parents told me everything, said Kyle. You know how long I've been beating myself up for being different? Wishing that I could be like you, normal, like everyone else? Since last night, I've been doing research on conditions similar to mine, and it turns out I am kind of normal, and I don't blame my parents. Mistakes happen. He gave me a hug, and so did Taylor. From that moment on, the sneaker club became more than just a sneaker company. It became a voice for all the people who are different in the world. The CDO of Apollo loved this new angle and opened the door to Kyle and his eccentricities. The interviews were different now, and the world was far more accepting of my friend. Kyle's obsession was still shoes, but he had a new one too, learning about his condition. Not so that he could fit in, but so that he could help other kids who are different. Taylor was his biggest fan. Kyle's parents eventually forgave me and themselves. The truth is that they were protecting themselves. They were afraid of what people would say about them when they found out. The funny thing was that people supported them. Mistakes do happen, and in some ways, it was meant to be. Kyle wouldn't be the sneaker genius that he is today if it wasn't for that fall he suffered when he was 3. Sometimes our greatest misfortune ends up being our greatest blessing.
I'm Kelsey, and I'm reporting from Baltimore. If you think you had a bad relationship with your mom, wait until you hear my story. But before you get your mind blown, make sure to like and subscribe. Also, we've got some super cool MSA merch just for you. I'm talking awesome bottles and notebooks, perfect for your daily grind. Don't miss out. Check them out in the description below. Have you ever heard of maternal instinct? Well, my mother hadn't. Literally. Her first words when I was born were, "Not now." She was so absent in my life that when I was a kid, I used to believe that my nanny was my mom. Mama, I love you. Oh no, sweetie, I'm not your mom, but good luck with that. She was almost never at home, and when she was, she spent the whole time on her phone or engrossed in her Mac. Mom, it's really late. Can you tub me in?
I can't. Criminals don't sleep, kid. I have to take care of the city.
Mom, for the last time, you're not Batman. No, she wasn't, but we were as rich as him. My mom was a hotshot judge who dealt with high-profile celeb cases and was always on the news. She was like a celebrity, so we lived in a huge house and she drove a shiny Rolls Royce. My childhood was like a big winning streak. Fancy gadgets and futuristic toys. Check.
Anything to mute the tiny human.
Private visits to the planetarium and zoo? Check.
Are you sure I can't just leave her here? That's the lion's cage? Is that a no?
Despite the money, my life was far from being great. I didn't want expensive toys. I just wanted my mom to give me a little attention. So, since I was a kid, I tried to get it any way I could. Let's just say I was a bit of a troublemaker. One time, when I was visiting mom at work, I got bored of finger painting and went to her office, which was strictly off limits to me. You can probably guess what happened next. I took my finger brushes and turned her aesthetic office into a huge 4-dimensional twister board. She didn't yell at me at that time, but I did hear her scream at the nanny who was supposed to be looking after me.
I told you never to lose sight of her. You're fired.
A few years later in school, this girl was breaking into some teacher's office. She began to shuffle through everything in search of some papers. I noticed her shoelaces were untied, so I walked into the office to warn her. "Hi, your shoelaces," but when she heard my voice, she got so scared that she jumped out the window. She dropped some papers and I grabbed them. Turns out they were math exams. At that exact moment, the teacher came back from lunch. Oops, the next thing I knew, I was invited to the head teacher's VIP lounge and Mom arrived, giving me the side eye. "Mom, you're not gonna believe what happened."
You're right, I won't, so save it.
I only got like a 2-day suspension, but either way, my mom decided to take me out of that school and put me into a much stricter one to make me a responsible adult. Before my first day at my new school, she only said one thing to me.
This is your last chance.
I didn't know exactly what she meant, but I knew my mom hated having to deal with the problems I created, so I figured that all I had to do was stay out of trouble. Easy, right? Well, not really. Staying out of trouble meant not having any fun, and it's not like I had anyone to spend time with. Of course, I always wanted a sibling, but I never had one. What about friends, you might be wondering? Well, I guess I wasn't exactly popular at my new school, but it was not my fault. The school my mom sent me to was very prestigious and traditional for boring, wannabe perfect rich kids. So, my reputation was not the perfect hook for new friendships. I tried at least to make one friend, but each kid there was either completely afraid of me or so boring. My last hope was Laura, the resident brainiac of our class. She knew every answer and loved going to school. Although, weirdly, sometimes she'd have a couple of days off and never looked sick. Don't get me wrong, she's as dull as ditch water. But for some mysterious reason, I like her. Not that it was mutual. We were paired together in science class, but it was like an experiment gone wrong. Please, I can't be with her. I can't get into trouble. Come on, we're gonna have fun. I tapped her on the shoulder to encourage her, but that made her drop the test tube she was holding. Luckily, it wasn't that toxic. Nah, I'm just kidding. It was really toxic, and the school had to be evacuated. I was really trying to stay out of trouble, but trouble seemed to chase me. Outside the school, while we were waiting for the men in suits to take care of the hazard, a boy started to pick on Laura with his little drone. He kept flying it closer and closer to her. Laura covered her head and threw herself to the ground while everyone laughed. "Stop! Leave me alone!" He didn't, so I had to step up for my new friend. I picked up this big stone and threw it at the drone. But turns out my aim is not that good, as I bullseyed it into the head teacher's car window. When my mom found out that I had started a chemical disaster at school and vandalized a teacher's car on the same day, she was absolutely furious.
Let's go. When we get home, you are gonna start packing.
Packing? Where are we going?
We are not going anywhere. You are going to boarding school.
I thought she was joking, but she was dead serious. Mom, no, stop. Let me explain. There was this drone, and I tried to defend my friend Laura, and...
Stop lying for once. You're out of control, and I'm on the biggest case of my career. You need someone who can straighten you out.
Then, just like Voldemort when you said his name, someone interrupted our discussion.
Hi, I'm sorry. I couldn't help it over here. I'm Laura's mother, Kelsey's friend.
Great, she's gonna defend me.
I can take her in if you want. I'm a specialist in child behavior.
What? This must be a joke.
Spoiler warning? It wasn't. I'm sure I can turn your little Kelsey into a perfect student, like my Laura.
I looked at Laura, and she looked at me with some despair, as if she was trying to tell me something without speaking. She subtly shook her head. What is it? She wants me to go to the bathroom?
So, what do you say? It sounds ideal.
Before I could protest, my mom had already arranged to pay a generous sum of money to straighten me out. I was immediately shipped to Laura's house, only with a suitcase of my possessions. I didn't even get to say goodbye to my mother. How could Mom do this to me? If she'd taken the time to listen, then she'd know I did nothing wrong. This can't get any worse. Okay, you might think that staying with Laura's family sounded better than a boarding school, right? Well, trust me, it wasn't. It was much worse. Let me spill the tea on Laura's parents. The dad was never there, always working, just like Mom did. I didn't think I saw him even once. The worst part, he was the good parent there, because Laura's mom, she didn't love. If my mom had a cold heart, hers was a certified iceberg.
Lights out at 7 p.m. Breakfast 5:30 a.m. sharp. Then it's silent study until school.
Silent
Silent study? Talking unless invited means losing privileges. After school, it's silent study again until dinner. When can I use my phone? Breakfast, 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. Wait, what? But 3:30 a.m. for both of you. Then I saw Laura with her finger over her lips, desperately trying to get me to shush. Hand me your phone. All social networks are completely banned. What? I can't miss my daily dose of MSA. I need to get out of here, and fast. I thought being Laura's roommate would help in devising an escape plan, but to my surprise, Laura was used to this. She can't starve us whenever she wants. Shush, she'll hear. She has supersonic hearing. Come on, don't be ridiculous. Breakfast at 2:30 a.m. tomorrow. Darn! In the next couple of days, things went from bad to worse. I tried to talk to Laura in science class. Can't you see how wrong this is? Kelsey, please, just don't make it any worse. I was actually considering trying to get used to that new lifestyle, but then Laura's mom took it too far. I had been studying for an age, and quick note, wow, it's amazing what you soak up when you actually study. But anyway, I needed soda, and Laura gave me a death stare when I snuck out of our room. When I got to the kitchen, all the cupboards and fridge were locked with Fort Knox level security. Then I was caught red-handed. No wonder your mother gave you away. Hey, don't bring my mom into this. She couldn't deal with you anymore, so she quit on you. I couldn't stand her anymore. Shut up, you meanie. Maybe I didn't say meanie. You are not going to disrespect me in my own house. To the study room for the night. The study room was an extremely small room where she sent us when we misbehaved. I had to spend the night there. I tried to sleep using a book as a pillow, but I couldn't stop thinking about Mom. I had to go see her. I knew she was angry, but I was also so sure that she loved me and that she'd take me back if she knew the truth. One day, I managed to cut school and get to our house, but apparently she had moved. When I snuck back to school, the principal was waiting for me. Hi, Kelsey. Laura saw you leave. That little goody two-shoed snitch. Your foster mom's waiting in my office. Oh boy, I made up my mind. You and your other students shouldn't have to deal with this. She'd be better off homeschooled. The thought of being locked up all the time in that house with her was truly scarier than any horror movie ever. No, I'll be good. I am good. I swear. Of course, my vote didn't count. From then on, I wasn't allowed to leave the house. It's the only way to keep you from trouble. How on earth is she qualified to foster kids? I tried to lay low while I came up with a brilliant plan to escape for good. Still thinking, what is this? What did I do now? Surprisingly, this time, she wasn't yelling at me. She was furious with Laura. You got a B+? It's the day I felt dizzy. I don't care about your excuses. You know where to go. Laura headed straight to the study room. I was still angry at her for ratting me up, but after she spent the whole day there, I started getting worried. I decided to sneak her some food. I'm going to get help to escape. I may need you to cause a distraction. Are you out of your mind? Just leave me. Laura, you don't deserve this. My mom will take us both. When she knows the truth, she'll be so happy to have me back. Laura remained silent and refused the food. After 2 days of being locked in the study room, Laura was released. I guess that explains her absences from school. Sometime later, I asked her how she was able to stand so much time locked up in there without losing her mind. I just draw things on the wall and time goes by. As you can see, things in that house were absolutely crazy. Finally, some days later, my ticket to freedom presented itself. Her mom was out somewhere, and all the windows and doors were on lockdown, but I managed to break one like a superhero. First, I went to school to tell them what was going on, but let me tell you, being a hero is a thankless job. The head teacher looked at me like I was pitching a school play on Mars. Let me call your foster mom. With my superhero escape plan foiled, I had no choice but to step out the window quickly. Next destination, the police station. Go, now, or I'll have you arrested for wasting police time. I seriously must have one of those faces. Nobody believes me. There was only one person who could save me and Laura, my mom. I ran to the court, stayed low, and waited hours until I saw her getting out of a fancy car. Wow, she has bodyguards now? I did my best to get her attention. Mom, hi, Mom! Mom! But it was useless. She didn't notice I was there. Some things never change. When she disappeared inside the building, I snuck into the place hoping no one would recognize me. Soon, I found Mom. She was in court with her gray wig on and in the middle of a trial. I decided to wait until the trial was over to avoid interrupting her work. I knew she hated that more than anything else in the world. See, I can be a good girl. However, it was all so boring. It was so obvious that the guy with the mobster tattoos who appeared on the tapes was the bad guy, and there was no plot twist.
After a while, I just fell asleep. Waking up at 4:30 in the morning was too hard for me. A little later, someone grabbed me by the arm and woke me up. I thought it was my mom, but when I opened my eyes, to my shock, it was Laura's mom.
Come on, your mom spotted you and told me to get rid of you.
She did see me?
Can't you understand that she doesn't want you anymore?
Laura's mom tried to silently pull me out of the courtroom, but I let go and hopped up on one of the seats. Mom, you gotta help me. Laura's mom is a psycho. Everyone turned to look at me. She forces us to study all day, and when we're bad, she locks us in a tiny room. You have to believe me. Please, Mom, I love you.
Mom looked at me in embarrassment, showing no hint of compassion. I'm sorry, everybody. My daughter is a troublemaker, addicted to lies. I should have sent her to boarding school. I could hear my heart breaking. I knew my mom was mad at me, but at that moment, I understood that she didn't love me, not even a little bit. Laura's mom grabbed my arm again to pull me out of there. This time, I didn't resist. I was completely defeated. But right at that moment,
Kelsey is telling the truth. Everything she said is true.
everybody, including myself, now turned to look at Laura, who was standing on some seats a few rows behind me. I hadn't noticed, but her mother had brought her with her. Laura!
My mom is a monster. Please help us.
Laura, shut up, or you will spend a month in the study room. The whole courtroom gasped, just like in a real courtroom drama. One of my mother's security guards grabbed Laura and was ready to pull her out of the courtroom, but I broke free from Laura's mom's grip and jumped onto him to help her. Chaos followed as the rest of the bodyguards, along with our mothers, stepped in to catch us, while Laura and I scurried around the room. Go, girl! Run! Be free! A few seconds later, more people from the courthouse came in and finally caught us. We were taken to an office where Laura and I awaited our fate. I'm sorry I dragged you into this. Your mom will be extra hard on us.
You can say that again.
For what it's worth, thanks for sticking up for me. You should have seen your mom's face. I always knew you had it in you.
I guess your rebellion inspired me.
Finally, we were friends. After a few hours, somebody finally came.
Girls,
We held hands and waited for the worst.
we investigated what you said, and apparently you were right. At your mom's house, Laura, we found the study room with your drawings inside, so she was detained and you will go to another family's house.
What about me?
You're going with your mother. She wants to apologize.
I'm really sorry, Kelsey. I should have believed you. I don't know how I can make it up to you.
Well, to start, we can take Laura in.
Done.
Laura smiled and I hugged her. We moved in with my mother. Her remorse was short-lived and she soon returned to her old ways, ignoring our existence completely. But we didn't care. Me and Laura had each other. We became not only friends, but sisters. I told you guys I always wanted a sibling. As soon as we turned 18, we moved in together and started a new life far from our mothers. A happy life, because family isn't the only one you're born with. It's also the people you encounter along the way, the ones who support and love you no matter what. Looking into the sun is really painful to the eyes. But you know what's even more painful? Seeing cheerleaders posing and pouting in front of jocks. I just wanted to study in the gym, but I forgot there was an audition for the muse of this year's football game. Suddenly, I sneezed, and everyone turned to me.
Dude, there she is. Even the way she sneezed is so pretty. I think we found our muse. She's gonna be perfect for the team.
The biggest brat in the universe, Candace, had a violent reaction. Excuse me, are you guys blind? This peasant is not even a cheerleader, and look at her messy hair and cheap clothes.
But the point is, she's still the prettiest.
Candace looked at me with murder in her eyes, and it was my signal to run. But she ran after me and pulled me by my shirt. You're just our stupid maid's daughter. Always remember that. I reached for her arm and twisted it away. At least I'm prettier than you. Always remember that. And I flipped my hair and ran again. I knew I was gonna pay for saying that, but it was worth it. Hi, my name is Stellar, and I just wanted to have a peaceful life with my mom. But it's impossible if you live with billionaire brats from hell. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom had been working for a super rich lady, Mrs. Branson, since I was a kid. In return, she gave us a cottage next to the mansion and paid for my tuition at a private school. She might sound like a generous lady, but she actually did all of this because no maid could put up with her besides Mom. She was mean and rude, and I hated her to the core. She had twins my age, Candace and Julian, and they were as bad as their mom. Thankfully, Julian had left for boarding school 7 years ago, but I still had Candace to deal with.
Candace had always been jealous of me because I was prettier and smarter than her. And because of what happened in the gym yesterday, she forced me to do all her homework. One night while I was studying, I heard loud voices outside. I wanted to check what it was and saw Mrs. Branson yelling at Mom in front of her guests. "How dare you serve us with silver utensils? Where are the gold ones? Did you steal them?" She made us feel poor for a second, Mom. It was traumatizing. As Mom was apologizing nonstop, Mrs. Branson just kept on humiliating her in front of everyone. I so wanted to punch her fake lips, but Mom gave me a look to behave. I didn't do anything then, but the next day I sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled the hottest chili powder in the world onto their soup. A few minutes later, I was grinning from the balcony as both witches ran around the mansion with burning tongues. I felt so pleased with myself, but Mom was furious. "Mrs. Branson fired the cook because of what you did." "I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom." "I know it was you. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of trouble?" "But those two are just horrible. We have to put up with them at least until you graduate high school. There are just a few months left. Please." "Ugh, fine." But a few days later, Mom fell down the stairs and broke her ankle. She couldn't walk for some months, so I had to take her place, which only made Candace happier because she could boss me around even more. She made me do the stupidest tasks, like painting hearts on her nails and braiding her boyfriend's long hair. And when Mrs. Branson informed me that Julian was coming back, I just knew that things were about to get worse. After cleaning up his room, I felt so exhausted that I sat down on his couch to rest for 5 minutes, and I dozed off. When I woke up, I saw a guy with the most beautiful green eyes staring right at me. Was I dreaming? He looked so majestic.
Hello, Buttface. Did you miss me?
Buttface? That's what Julian used to call me. Oh, you're here. Sorry, I got so tired that I fell asleep.
Seems like you were having a very interesting dream. Was it about me?
Yeah, I dreamed that I was punching your liver.
Still feisty as ever. Why are you in a maid's uniform? Where's your mom?
She had a small accident, so I'm replacing her, temporarily. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot to do. Later that night, as I was serving their dinner, I noticed Julian's eyes following me everywhere. He even purposefully brushed his hand against mine. What was up with this jerk? And why had he turned out so fine? One night, I saw Mrs. Branson throwing out one of her branded bags in the trash just because it had a small stain. After making sure that everyone was asleep, I sneaked out and took it. But when I told Mom, she got so scared. What if she finds out that you stole it? You know that woman. She'll make our lives hell. Technically, I didn't steal it because she'd already thrown it out. If the bag was alive, I'm sure it would prefer to be in the hands of a cute owner instead of rotting in the garbage, right? I will never win against you. Exactly. The next day at school, we were in the middle of an exam when suddenly the girls started squealing. We all turned to the door to see Julian peeking with a smile. What was he doing here? Suddenly, he waved at me and blew me a kiss. My tummy did a weird flip. As soon as he left, Candace elbowed me in the ribs. My brother's just fooling around, so stop dreaming. You're not his type. Oh, trust me, he's not my type either. It didn't matter even if he was. I had to stay away from him because being involved with Julian meant trouble. One day, while he was working out in the living room, he suddenly called for me.
Do you think my muscles look hard enough, or should I work out more?
To be honest, they were a work of art, but there was no way I'd tell him that. I think you should get a life, sir. He just grinned at me and laid down on his back. He then asked me to hold down his feet and started doing crunches. I held my breath when I realized how close our lips were when he sat up. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Excuse me, but are you flirting with me?
Am I that obvious?
If you think you can add me to your list of girlfriends, you're mistaken.
You're really amusing. Too bad you lost those chubby cheeks. I can't call you Buttface anymore. Should I call you Sweetface now?
Wow, that is so cringy. What school did you go to? Wattpad High? He just chuckled and reached for my cheeks to pinch them.
You're so cute, especially when you blush.
It's a blush of hatred. Anyway, I still have a mountain of laundry to do, so bye. I left before things could get weirder. I did my best to avoid him at school,
but he was always doing silly things to grab my attention. And one of my friends suddenly started pestering me. "Hey girl, I saw that hottie from the other class flirting with you yesterday. Are you guys like a thing?" Ew, yuck, no. I don't date players. Okay, that's amazing. Maybe I'll ask him out then. I suddenly found myself grabbing her by her hair. Don't even think about it. My friend was totally surprised by my behavior, and so was I. I realized that I was actually having a crush on Julian, but I would never admit it, ever. A week later, Mrs. Branson hosted a grand New Year's Eve party at the mansion, and I helped the kitchen staff serve the food. I couldn't help noticing Julian staring at me the whole evening. It made me feel excited for some reason. While I was washing the dishes, someone suddenly breathed down my neck.
Wanna get out of here?
"Your mom's gonna kill me."
So you're scared? Where's that fearless little girl who used to kick my butt?
And I was sold. We sneaked out and slipped into a sports car. Where are we going?
Wherever fate is taking us.
I was so confused when he brought me to a grass field. Why are we here exactly?
You'll have to wait for it.
As we sat on the car's hood and waited for whatever it was, we started talking. Why do you like racing so much? It's too dangerous.
Racing makes me feel like I'm flying, like I'm alive and free. How about you? Do you still want to become a nurse?
Of course. Remember when you stole my stethoscope when we were kids?
It was just so cute how you ran around and listened to random people's heartbeats and tummies. Oh, look, there it is.
Suddenly, the night sky was filled with the most spectacular fireworks.
I remember you wanted to see those New Year's fireworks so badly once when we were kids, but you missed it because Candace and I locked you up in a bathroom.
Yep, you both are horrible creatures.
I'm sorry about that. I was a dumb kid.
I felt butterflies as we watched the fireworks in silence. I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the colors behind my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw him staring at me. He was leaning in closer when suddenly my phone started to ring. It was Mrs. Branson. "Your mom is calling. We need to go back. Can we make it in 10?
Try me."
He winked at me before stepping on the pedal, and the next thing I knew, I was screaming as he drove like a maniac. The party wasn't over yet when we got back home. As we sneaked in from the back, we suddenly saw Mrs. Branson walking towards us. Just then, Julian pushed me down to my knees.
Why can't you find it? Are you blind?
I immediately got what he meant, so I started crawling around pretending to find something.
Stellar, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? I dropped my ring, Mom, and I'm asking her to look for it.
Mrs. Branson seemed to believe us. I was so relieved. But later that night, as I was clearing the mess, I almost fell back in fright to see her standing behind me.
Do you really think that I have no idea what you're up to?
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
Stop with your acting, Stellar, and don't forget your place in this house. You're a maid, just like your mom, and that's all you'll ever be. Stay away from my son.
I'd already expected this to happen, and I started avoiding Julian as much as possible. I couldn't afford to get us thrown out while Mom was unwell, but it was hard, especially when I found out Julian had fallen really sick. After making sure that Mom was asleep, I sneaked into the mansion and into his room one night. He seemed to be having a really high fever, and he looked so vulnerable as he slept. I stayed by his side for hours, but just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pulled me down towards him and kissed me. I got lost for a few seconds, but then I quickly pulled away. That was a mistake. I shouldn't even be here.
It's not a mistake. I really like you, Stellar, and I hope you feel the same.
Stop liking me, Julian. We won't work out. I'm not the girl for you. I won't fit into your world, and your family will never approve of us.
Please stop thinking about other people. Just tell me how you feel.
I chose not to answer him and walked out, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. A few days later, Candace and her friends were having a pool party, and I went out to serve them drinks. I saw Julian was with them, and one of the girls was literally all over him. The sight made my blood boil. I slammed down the tray and turned to Julian. "Excuse me, sir, but can you please come to the kitchen for a moment? I need to show you something." He looked confused and followed me.
What is it?
I grabbed a tray and tapped it on his head. Stars. Can you see them?
I can only see a jealous girl, but you're the one who told me we won't work, Stellar.
So that's it. Now you suddenly don't have feelings for me? You're just a player, Julian. One day you're kissing me, the next day you're flirting with some. Just then, he gently pushed me against the wall and kissed me. And this time, I kissed him back. I couldn't stay away from him anymore, and we began dating in secret. We started sneaking out at night and driving around, and we had the best nights of our lives. But then one day, he looked at me seriously and said,
I'm tired of seeing you secretly, Stellar. I just want to let the world know that I'm dating an amazing girl like you.
but I'm just a maid, and I'm sure it will be a huge problem with your family.
I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll find a way. I just need you to trust me.
I do trust you. A week later, Julian's dad came back from abroad, and Mrs. Branson held a huge party for him. During the event, I looked around for Julian, but he seemed way too busy with his guests and didn't look my way once. I didn't think too much of it, until Mrs. Branson stepped on the grand staircase in the hall and asked for everyone's attention.
Since we're all gathered here tonight, I can't wait to share some amazing news. My son, Julian, and our business partner's daughter, Casey, are engaged. Cheers to the lovely couple.
I stared at Julian in complete shock as he joined his mom with the girl who'd been flirting with him by the pool. And he looked so happy. How could he do this to me? Feeling dazed, I was leaving the room in tears when suddenly Candace stepped in front of me with a smirk. Oh, I warned you. You're not his type. Not every Cinderella gets her Prince Charming. Just then, I turned red with rage. I was still holding a tray of appetizers, and I slammed it in Candace's face. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and I left as fast as I could. I ran back to our cottage and started packing our things. We have to leave, Mom. But why? What's happening, sweetie? I can't stay here. Not another minute. We'll be thrown out anyway, so we might as well go ourselves. I cried as I told her everything, and she started helping me pack. As the cab drove us away from that mansion, Mom took my hand. We should have left years ago, but I was too weak. I just let us suffer without doing anything. What will happen to us now? No, Mom. You're so strong for putting up with everything for me. Don't worry. We're gonna get through this together. We had enough savings to rent a cheap apartment, and I also sold the branded bag I'd taken from the trash. It was actually worth a small fortune. With some money to go by, we both started looking for jobs. Mom fully recovered soon and started working as a hotel maid, while I worked as a waitress. I also applied for a scholarship to a nursing school, and luckily, I got in. I studied and worked hard for 5 years and was finally an intern at a huge hospital. One day, I found a bouquet of roses in my hospital locker, and I hated myself for wishing it was from Julian, but it wasn't. It was a patient I'd taken care of some time ago, Enrique. He admitted he liked me and asked me out. Enrique was charming and sweet, but I told him I was too busy for love. But boy, was he persistent. He kept showing up and asking me out in the funniest ways. And after months, I finally decided to give him a chance. One evening, as I was stepping out of my apartment to meet Enrique, I bumped straight into someone and apologized. When I looked up, I saw that it was Julian. What? What are you doing here?
Are you going out on a date? You look lovelier than ever.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're not even ashamed to face me after what you did? And now you're flirting with me? Just wow. I wonder what your wife would have to say about that.
I didn't marry her. I didn't want to spend my life being miserable. I also cut ties with my family.
Do I look like I care? It's been 5 years, Julian. Please, just get lost. Before he could say another word, I walked away, shaking with rage. I wondered if he was telling the truth. But even so, he broke my heart in front of everyone, and I could never forgive him for that. Julian had somehow gotten a hold of my number, and he kept texting me to meet him once, but I kept ignoring him. One day at the hospital, we received a patient who'd been in a bad car accident, and when I looked at the patient chart, my heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian. I rushed to his room and took his hand as tears streamed down my cheeks. He suddenly opened his eyes and started talking. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop.
You have to listen to me, Stellar. Mom threatened to put your mom away in jail for stealing if I didn't break up with you. I knew she really meant it. So I agreed to do something that would make you hate me and drive you far away. I was young and weak, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I've cut off my family and made something of myself. And there's no point to anything if I don't have you in my life.
Gosh, you wanted my attention? You have it. Just shut up and be strong for me right now, okay?
only if you say you love me, because I do.
I'll see how I feel after a few dates. So you better get well soon, you moron. I bent down and kissed him on the lips, and his blood pressure shot up from excitement. Hi, my name is Ashlyn, and I'm from Brooklyn. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Brooke and I were born to a single mother, and we were the prettiest set of twins with gorgeous blonde hair. Oh dear, I've always wanted a daughter, but each time God gave me these good-for-nothing devils. How about you give me one of your girls? Just then, I bit the woman on the hand, and she ran for her life. Brooke, how many times have I told you not to be so violent? I'm Brooke, Mommy. Ashlyn! Mom was shocked because usually Brooke was the one with the nasty temper, and I was the well-behaved child, but I just couldn't help it. People always tried to take us away because of our super long hair, which even Mom thought was gonna make us super famous one day. But I wasn't very fond of the whole famous thing. I was a studious kid and I loved books, and Brooke was the polar opposite of me. Everyone at school was her friend, and she was head of the drama club with a huge fan following. In the 6th grade, I topped my grades, and Mom took us to a fun fair as a treat. But on our way, she bumped into a friend, and while I checked out the stalls, Brooke went on to buy some ice cream. But minutes later, I heard her scream. I ran to check, and some guy was fighting with her over the last piece of ice cream flavor they both wanted. I was here first. Let go, you crazy witch. Hey, leave my sister alone. Give it to me now, or both of you will go home crying. Suddenly, Brooke took the ice cream and shoved it into his face, and the guy went bonkers. He took out the biggest ball of gum I had ever seen and shoved it straight into the back of Brooke's head. OMG! I kicked him in his knee and he fell into the pig pen in the petting zoo. But now, Brooke's head looked like a bird's nest, and Mom almost fainted when she saw Brooke. She immediately took her to the hairdresser, but even the hairdresser freaked out when she saw the giant mess. There is no way we can remove this. We'll have to cut it all. What? No! But since there was no other option, they gave Brooke a buzz cut, and she looked devastated. The entire way home, I tried to cheer her up. It's just hair, Brooke. It'll grow back in no time. But she didn't say a word, and when we reached home, she ran up to her room and locked herself in. So I tried different ways to cheer her up this time. I baked your favorite cookies, Brooke. Open up. I asked Mom to buy tickets for the BTS concert, and she agreed. I'm gonna be a mom, Brooke. And that's when she finally opened up. God, you're so dramatic. So are you. Could it be we're related? Days later, when the school reopened for the new session, I made Brooke wear a wig. But since it was summer, Brooke kept scratching her head like crazy the entire time.
Oh God, please stay away from me. I think she has lice.
How dare you even say that? She does not have lice. Right then, the boy sitting behind Brooke noticed her wig coming off, and he pulled it off.
Oh God, she's a baldy.
Wow, we can finally tell Brooke and Ashlyn apart. The pretty-haired one is Ashlyn, and the bald one is Brooke. All the kids burst out laughing, and Brooke looked furious. She jumped on the kid who pulled her wig and grabbed his hair until he let out screams. The teacher pulled her away and was about to send her to the principal when I begged her to let it go. And thankfully, Brooke got away with a warning. But the next morning when Brooke came down, Mom and I were shocked. Did you forget your wig, sweetie? Everyone knows what I look like now, Mom, and it makes me itch. Come on, honey. You wouldn't want to go out of the house looking like an egg. Mom, I think you look cool, Brooke. Whatever. I don't need your approval. Huh? What was that about? At school, I warned all the kids to not mess with my sister, but it seems like Brooke didn't care about it anyway. Then one time, I was in the school's hallway when Brooke's drama club members came up to me. Ashlyn, Brooke left the club, but we really need a pretty girl lead for the play. Can you take the role, please? Please? They kept begging me to replace Brooke and didn't leave until I said yes. But just then, a boy walked past me and I dropped all my books. Hey, watch it, dude.
But when he turned around, I was shocked to see it was Brooke. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I didn't see it was you. Yeah, that's the thing, Ash. Saying that, she just turned around angrily and walked away, and I felt so stupid for not recognizing her. After that day, something changed in Brooke, and she started to talk to me less and less. And Mom only made things worse. Every time we'd go out, she'd made Brooke wear a cap. A few weeks later, when we got home from school, Mom was screaming with joy. Oh, honey, I have great news. Some weeks back, I had sent Brooke's photos to a company that was looking for a new model, and guess what? They selected her! For the first time in ages, I saw a huge smile on Brooke's face, and then Mom said, "But now, Ashlyn will have to play the part." What? What are you saying, Mom? Mom told us that the company wanted to use a model for their new hair products, and since Brooke had lost her hair, my natural hip-length blonde hair made me perfect for the part. Just then, Brooke took a vase on the table and smashed it to the ground. How can you do this to me? Those were my pictures. I was the one who got selected. She cannot take my place. But what can we do if your hair won't grow back? It's been like that for months now, and God knows if it's ever gonna grow back. Listening to Mom's words, Brooke ran to her room crying, and I told Mom I was not gonna do it. Oh, Ash, I wish I'd never have to tell you this, but things are really tough at work for me right now. They might even fire me, and I'm so worried about how I'm gonna take care of my girls. Seeing Mom so stressed, I had to say yes to the offer. But now, Brooke was super mad at me, especially after Mom took her to the doctor and we discovered that her hair growth rate had slowed down drastically for some reason. That's why her hair was taking so long to grow back. Later that night when I was sleeping, I felt someone pulling my hair, and when I opened my eyes, I saw it was Brooke, trying to cut it off. OMG, Brooke, are you crazy? Yeah, I'm crazy, and now I'm gonna turn you into me. Luckily, Mom came in just then and pulled her away. She scolded Brooke real hard, and after that day, Brooke stopped talking to me. The next week, Mom took me to the audition, and when I got the part, we had to fly to Los Angeles for the whole year. But Brooke was not happy about moving at all. I don't understand why we have to leave everything behind just because of her. Why can't you be happy for your sister, Brooke? This is a huge deal. And honestly, it's not like you have a lot of friends here. You could use a fresh start too. Despite Brooke's protests, we moved to LA. The campaign I did became a huge success in no time, and my ads were everywhere, on buses, on billboards, and on TV. By the time I turned 15, I had a huge portfolio of modeling work, and Mom had become my manager. And she decided to enroll me into a private school. Honey, you're a celebrity now. Your safety and education has to come first. I was more than excited to finally have proper schooling after all these years of modeling, and I asked Mom to enroll Brooke with me too. But as soon as we entered our new school, kids came running at me to take autographs and selfies, and they'd follow me everywhere I go. And I just hated it. But there was someone who loved seeing me so miserable, Brooke. Over the years, I tried to include her in everything I did. I would even get designer dresses for her to join me on the red carpet, but she'd just toss them away in the trash. What is wrong with you, Brooke? I got the dress specially made for you. I don't need your charity, Ash, especially when everything you are right now is because of me. I hated the bitterness Brooke had in her heart for me, and I wished I could just remove that. Don't you worry about her, sweetheart. You have no time for her jealousy. You just focus on your work. Time went by, and Brooke grew confident in her own look and joined a local modeling agency. And I decided I was gonna leave the world of fame and finally focus on my studies. But the same day, Mom told me that I'd been cast as the lead for a huge movie. But Mom, I told you I didn't... Oh, honey, this is the last time, I promise. It's just that I made an agreement, and now if you say no, we'll have to pay a huge sum of money for canceling it. Okay, but it's the last time. A few days later, we had the announcement party for the movie, and Mom was taking me shopping for it when a card fell from her bag. It was an invitation card for Brooke's first play at the theater where she was playing the lead role. Mom, we should definitely go to cheer Brooke on. This will mean so much to her. It's the same day as the announcement party of your movie, and that's more important. But I totally disagreed. I left Mom at the movie party and slipped off to see Brooke's performance, and she was awesome! I didn't find her in the dressing room, but I left flowers for her and left. My movie started shooting soon after, and I was a bit starstruck when I met the male lead actor, Tom. He was a super famous movie star at the age of just 20, and he had a huge fan following. But he was really nice and instantly made me comfortable. And over the course of the shooting, we became really good friends. On my 18th birthday, Tom even surprised me with a cake and congratulated me. But just then, I noticed Brooke outside my dressing room. I stepped out to see her, but she was already gone. And then, I didn't see her the entire day. But the next morning, I woke up to the worst nightmare of an actor. My phone was buzzing like crazy, and pictures of me hugging Tom and rumors of our link-up were all over the news. But there was no way anyone from the set could have leaked those pictures. And that's when I remembered seeing Brooke on the set the day before. Holy freaks! I couldn't believe she'd stooped so low. Later, when I came out of the house, there were paparazzi everywhere, and I had to disguise myself to go for the shoot. When I reached the set, we were about to start shooting when Tom's girlfriend came on set and threw the newspapers in my face. You homewrecker. How dare you try to steal my boyfriend, you ugly-faced lizard. I didn't steal anyone. It's all fake news. Babe, can you please calm down?
But she didn't calm down and tried to attack me. Just then, Brooke came from behind and dumped a slushie on that witch's head, and security pulled her away for trying to create chaos on the set. Brooke, what are you doing here after ruining my reputation? What? What are you talking about? Oh, stop it. I saw you at the set yesterday, and I know you're the one who sent my pictures with Tom to the media. Have you completely lost it? I wasn't the one who did it. It was Mom. What the freaking Funyuns? Mom was the one who sent your pictures to the media. I heard her talking on the phone this morning. That's what I just came here to tell you. But I saw you on the set last night. 'Cause it was our birthday, dummy. You came to see my play even when you had a huge movie party, and it meant a lot to me. So I thought I'd repay the favor by visiting you, but as soon as I reached here, I received an important call and I had to go back. But that wasn't all. Brooke told me she had doubts that Mom had been up to no good, and when we investigated it, we found out that Mom had been stealing from me and filling her bank accounts. Holy freak! She was a blood-sucking mosquito. The next day, Mom came screaming with joy at us. I've got the best news, Ash. I signed you up for 3 more movies, and we're gonna be super rich now. So, that's why you sent my pictures to the media? What? Who told you that? And even if I did, look at the bright side. All that publicity and dating rumors with the superstar have got you 3 more movies. But you sold your own daughter for money. Shut up, Brooke. Enough, Mom. We are not kids anymore whom you can manipulate so easily. Yeah, you broke our trust and stole from your own child. You're the worst lying butt manipulator that I've ever seen in my life. Oh no, don't say that, Ash. I did everything for you guys. You're a liar, Mom. You did everything for yourself. And that's why I have canceled all your contracts and removed you from my manager's position. No, you can't do that. Guess what? We already did. Suddenly, Mom completely lost it and tried to attack me. But thankfully, Brooke had called security and the cops, and they took her away. I'm so sorry, Ash. I always thought you were a bad person and always blamed you for everything. But Mom was the real devil and played with us as she wished. It's all right, Brooke. You have nothing to apologize for. But yeah, I don't think I can continue to shoot this stupid movie. How about you take my place in it? Really? You mean it? Of course! I was born with long, shiny black hair, blue eyes, and pink, rosy cheeks. Just like my mom, or that's what everyone told me. I never met Mom. All I had were pictures of her that my aunt and dad showed me. And she was beautiful. You should enter her into beauty pageants. She'll win every prize, just like her mom.
Maybe. I want her to be a weightlifter, just like me.
Dad was a weightlifting champion until he was informed that he had weak kidneys and was forced to retire. That was when he opened a cozy little fast food restaurant to make ends meet, but it wasn't doing very well. Hi everyone, my name is Arden, and I am the She-Hulk of Germany. Please do like and subscribe before I continue. Both Dad and Aunt began deciding my future even before I could say my first words. And so I found a way to make them both happy, and myself too. I began participating in pageants and wore the prettiest gowns, spoke well and smiled gracefully, but the best part was, I got to show everyone my unique talent.
I can lift this heavy stack of books easily.
Everyone was amazed with how effortlessly I, a 6-year-old, could carry weights. As I grew up, I got stronger. I even began to lift actual heavy weights on stage by the age of 13. It became my dream to keep training so that one day I could make it to the Olympics. My beauty pageant wins made me very popular in school. Almost everyone loved me, except for a few who picked on me and would call me Hercules just because I gained some muscles. Honestly, I didn't mind, and it was like a compliment for me. But one time, I saw them pick on a new student, Troy. He was always quiet and was smaller than all the other guys. Hey, go pick on someone your own size. Oh, does tiny Troy need a bodyguard now? What are you gonna do? Well, first, if you want to talk to me, you should meet my eye line. I was pretty proud of myself. Soon I even began receiving letters and small little gifts congratulating me when I won competitions. It looked like I had a secret admirer. One evening when I got home, my dad and aunt looked so worried. I asked Dad what was wrong. He just brushed me off saying it was nothing. It's not nothing. We're running out of money and your dad's treatments are getting more expensive.
And whose fault is that? You're the one who doesn't save and spends every penny. You even spent all of Arden's competition money.
It was for her other competitions. Please, both of you, calm down. We have to work together and think of ways to bring in extra money. They both relaxed a little and tried to think, but couldn't come up with anything. This was way worse than I thought. I couldn't let the restaurant close, and I couldn't let Dad miss his treatments because of it. I searched all over the internet for weightlifting competitions I could join, but all the ones I could find that paid were for grown men, not girls. So I decided to make my own. I passed out flyers all over town and made videos of me lifting dogs, tables, dressers, hoping that would make people curious enough to come. I told Dad, we can use the restaurant as the venue. It'll bring customers and we'll have a place to host the show.
What exactly is the show? You're lifting dogs?
I'll lift anything anyone can bring. But there's one problem. We need to offer prize money for people to compete with me.
That'll be all the money we have. If we lose it,
we won't. When I beat them, they'll have to pay me instead. Dad was very concerned, but he trusted me.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
I won't let you down. But the truth was, I was terrified. What if I lost even the little bit of money we had left? We had no other choice. And when the day came, many people showed up because they had loved my videos. Dad was making money without even trying, and of course, I was able to lift everything they brought, from more dogs to big weights, and even some of the people themselves. Not only did we make a bunch of money and save the restaurant, we got so much attention that I was given a scholarship at the best training academy in the country. And the best part, being at this training academy meant I would even get a chance to compete at the Olympics someday. Then, I got another letter from my secret admirer saying congratulations for the big win. I had no idea who it could be. One weekend while I was visiting home, Dad had asked me to move a table to the outside seating area. They made me do every chore that required lifting or moving heavy things. Just as I began moving it, a very good-looking guy ran up to me, and my heart did a little backflip when I saw him. That's new.
Wait, let me help you out. This is very heavy.
Oh, no, it's completely fine.
Oh, not at all. You might end up hurting your back.
Oh, but he did. I watched in amusement as he frowned and struggled to move the table around. I had to hold back my laughter, but I couldn't help staring at him. He was so dreamy, kind, and sweet. Really, it's fine. I can do it.
Arden, I know how strong you are, but I don't mind helping.
How do you know me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jude. I was at the same school as you, and my little brother was in your class. I've seen you at competitions. You're really amazing.
Oh my God. He was so kind. Wait, what if he was my secret admirer from back then? Turns out, He was now a final year medical student and visited our restaurant often with his friends. Pretty soon, I began visiting home often just to run into him. We would talk the entire time he was there, and he always praised me for my achievements in weightlifting and pageants. Now I was sure that Jude was my secret admirer. It was tradition for students to throw a coin into the fountain at the Academy campus fountain for good luck. Of course, I didn't believe it, but there was no harm in trying, right? Okay, let's try this out. I wish to go to the Olympics.
Making a wish to meet someone as good-looking as me?
Who do you think you are?
Arden, it's me, Troy, from school.
Troy? Oh, no way! How'd you get so tall? I'm sorry, I mean, you were…
Yeah, I was a very tiny guy.
Turns out, Troy was a swimmer. He had a good glow-up, huh? But he was now very vain. He constantly looked at himself when he crossed a glass door or mirror and always praised his own good looks. He was constantly talking about how girls always get him gifts and food he likes. And he wouldn't stop talking about the amazing red car he was saving up to buy. It was so annoying. I pushed him in a bush to shut him up.
Oh, I see. You're jealous that I'm talking about all these girls.
Actually, I have a crush on someone else, so there. I could tell he was hurt, but he was too cocky. It would never work between us anyway. If you think what I did was mean, I should tell you what he did. Once he promised to give me swimming lessons. He said he would help me when I jumped in, but when I did, he didn't catch me. I started flailing my arms around and thought I was gonna drown when he lifted me up in his arms.
Are you all right?
All I could think about was how close our faces were to each other. I mean, I almost drowned, but I'm fine now.
Okay then, my arms hurt.
Saying that, he let go of me and I was back to struggling to stay up in the pool. What a jerk!
Just touch your feet to the ground. It's not that deep.
Well, Troy wasn't lying. When I stood up, the water came as high as my stomach, but I wasn't gonna let him get away with dropping me back in the pool. I chased Troy around the building for a good 5 minutes before he hid behind some random stranger. All I could see was red, but the minute I looked up, my jaw dropped. It was Jude. Jude, hi.
Wait, you know Jude?
The real question should be, how do you know him?
Looks like you met my little brother.
What? He's your brother?
Wait, is this the guy you…
Bye, Jude. I'll see you around. Troy had figured out Jude was the crush, and he was not gonna let it go. I begged Troy not to say anything to Jude, and even bought him food, held his towel at the end of the line at his swim practice, and even held a mirror for him just to admire himself. He finally agreed and even helped me by giving me ideas on how to get closer to Jude.
He likes watching football. Oh, and MSA videos too. So get to work if you want to have something in common with him. Ugh, man, he's so boring. I mean, look at me. I'm so smart and good-looking, and I'm an athlete.
Wow, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You love yourself enough for 2 people. And Jude is just, he's perfect and handsome.
Ugh, gross. Stop talking about my brother. If it'll make you happy, I'll set you guys up on a date. But you have to focus on your upcoming competition first.
I agreed, and I was ready for my date with Jude. Except Jude didn't know it was a date. Troy bought 2 tickets to a movie and gave one to Jude and the other to me. I pretended that it was a coincidence. Jude even dropped me home and opened the car door for me as well. Such a gentleman. He said he would be busy for a while with his medical school midterms, but we should hang out again soon. I told him I would love to, and it was okay because I had to focus completely on the competition to get into the national team. I was so excited for the competition and even invited Troy, but Jude also came. I thought you were busy studying.
I have a couple of hours to watch your big competition. Good luck.
On the day of the competition, however, I was a nervous wreck. Dad, Aunt, Jude, and Troy showed up to support me along with my other classmates. It was a little embarrassing because of the sign they held up with my weightlifting face on it. All red and veiny, it looked like I'd explode. When it was my turn, I lifted the weight and heard cheers until I heard a scream and saw my dad faint in front of me. I left the competition and rushed him to the hospital. The doctor informed us that Dad needed to have his kidney transplant surgery immediately. Aunt and I rushed to get the money to pay for the surgery, but what the doctor said left my jaw on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Someone already took care of it. Your dad is already in surgery.
He then informed us that this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I was sure it was Jude because he asked me to forget about this person now and just stay with Dad. but I couldn't just let him pay such a big amount. But I decided to first help Dad recover before I thanked Jude, who was busy studying anyway. A month later, Dad himself kicked me out of the house and said I had to go back to the academy. And I'm glad he did, because I got the best news ever. I was gonna get another chance to get into the national team. The new competition was in 3 months, so I trained and trained and trained some more, and won. I was over the moon, and I texted Troy and Dad and told them the news. But there was one other person I wanted to give this news to, Jude. I rushed to meet him to thank him and also give him the news. I was shaking like a leaf as I walked towards Jude, but the minute I saw him, my heart shattered into a million pieces. He was talking to one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen, and they were smiling wide and holding hands.
Arden, hey, why'd you want to meet so urgently? Everything okay?
I wasn't paying attention to anything Jude said after he introduced me to the girl, his girlfriend. He said they'd been best friends since high school and finally, only a few days ago, confessed to each other that they were in love. That's when I realized our date really wasn't a date. He was just a nice guy. I spoke to her for a bit before I thanked Jude for paying for Dad's surgery. I couldn't tell him about my crush now.
Arden, it wasn't me.
When Jude told me who it was, I immediately rushed back to the restaurant when I saw him standing there, laughing and talking to my dad.
What's going on with you? Are you all right?
You paid for the surgery? Why? How'd you even get the money?
I can't believe he told you when I asked him not to. I was collecting money to buy the car I wanted. It's not a big deal, Arden. It helped with the
It is a big deal. Why did you?
It's because I like you, okay? I've liked you since you helped me back in school.
You were my secret admirer?
Yes, and always came to your competitions to support you. But I was too scared to talk to you in person. And then I saw how you spoke about Jude. You were falling in love with him. You were happy. I didn't want to come in between you two.
I wasn't in love with Jude. I was just attracted to him because I thought he was you, the one who wrote those letters. It helped boost my confidence so much. And I like you too, Troy. Just not as much as you love yourself. Troy and I began talking more about all of this, and weeks later, Troy asked me out on a date. Even though he loved himself enough for the both of us, I gave him a chance. And a month later, we began dating. He was there the entire time during my practice. And finally, after years and years of training, hard work, and competitions, I made it to a prestigious international championship and won gold. Everyone supported and cheered for me, including my biggest supporters, my dad, aunt, and of course, Troy. I even opened my own training center and now train young girls in weightlifting and still continue to compete. All right, here's a weird one for you. I accidentally became a teacher at 14. Yep, you heard that right. I taught my own classmates for weeks. Growing up, my parents were super intense about my education. They were both professors at the local university. Dad was a professor of mathematics, and Mom was head of psychology.
60% of kids without a master's degree are said to be clinically sadder than those without.
They were basically prepping me for Ivy League school from the ripe old age of 5.
Mom, can I play in the sandbox?
No, honey. The sandbox isn't going to help you get into a good college. You need to master your ABCs first.
But no matter how hard I tried, I just wasn't good at school. I just didn't see the point. What would I learn there that would help me achieve my true passion? Dancing. Ever since I was young, just the sound of the garbage truck backing up would make me bust a move.
Honey, are you feeling okay?
One morning, while I was choreographing a new dance for the school talent show, my parents stormed into the room like two furious prosecutors ready to deliver a life sentence.
Becca, turn that noise off right now.
I froze mid-move, 1 foot in the air, and held up my harmonica bottle like it was Exhibit A. It's not music, it's my water bottle.
Excuse me?
Yeah, see? The bottle you guys gave me? It has a built-in harmonica cap, so technically I'm hydrating and being a musical genius at the same time, which honestly is pretty productive if you ask me.
Wait, it does what?
I took a deep breath and blew into the cap. A loud, shrill whistle-like note filled the room. Ta-da! Best present ever!
Becca, put the bottle down. We're serious.
I sighed, but placed it down.
We're very disappointed. You flunked 3 classes and now you have to repeat the 8th grade. And as punishment, we're sorry, but you can't compete in the talent show.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's it? You're not angry?
Nah,
I'm used to it. No good grades, no talent show, no future, no husband. I'll be outside, digging my own grave.
Becca, don't be so dramatic.
I picked up my harmonica bottle and played a slow, tragic tune. A funeral march, if you will. Too late.
Ugh, Becca, we're serious. You need to get your priorities straight.
Oh, I have priorities. Dance, talent show, become TikTok famous. Academics are like, sixth on the list.
Well, they better move to first, or else.
Fine, but I'm keeping my grave plot, just in case. To make things way, way worse, all my friends were all moving up without me. When I started 8th grade again, for the second time, I was totally ridiculed.
Becca, how about you? What's 6 times 6?
220?
I think we need to send Becca back to 3rd grade.
Ha, idiots. Laugh it up now. Just wait until I'm your teacher. First lesson, Advanced Apologies 101. Homework, begging for mercy. I was miserable, but as I was walking home from school, I heard my favorite song playing, like it had come from the heavens. I followed the noise to a brick building. When I looked through the window, I saw a group of teenagers my age with their own totally distinct styles, taking turns showing off their individual dance routines. They looked happy. I rushed home, ecstatic. Mom, Dad, I've seen the light. I found my calling. I need to join a modern dance class.
Becca, sweetie, how about you find your calling in algebra first?
Ugh, algebra doesn't call anyone, Mom. It's like a spam call. Modern dance is my destiny.
And your grades? What about those?
I'll get my grades up. Straight A's. I'll even tutor other kids. Just let me dance.
Fine, but if your grades don't improve, we're canceling everything.
Yes! Thank you. I won't let you down. Unless it's a backflip. Then I might.
Becca.
Sorry, couldn't resist. Thank you. Now all I had to do was figure out how to pull the grades thing off. I just needed to find Jeannie. Jeannie was a bookish girl who was made fun of at the talent show last year for her terrible choreography. But one day in the bathroom, I caught her practicing a TikTok dance.
Oh gosh, I didn't know anyone was in here.
Look, I know you want to become a good dancer. Redeem yourself from last year's dumpster fire, right? Well, I have a proposition for you. I offered to teach Jeannie how to dance in exchange for letting me copy off her tests. Class was a little intimidating at first. Everyone seemed poised and confident, and I'd never shown anyone my routine before. But when the instructor put me on the spot, something primal kicked in. I just went for it. I had no idea if I was any good or not. And then, as I was mid-spin, I fell onto the floor, hard. I was mortified. After class, I got a tap on my shoulder. It was a boy from class, and he had a sly smirk on his face. I totally thought he was gonna make fun of me.
I like your moves. They're very personal, full of emotion, deep.
Wait, really? Before I could say anything else, like, thank you, I heard a loud beep.
Come on, honey, let's go.
Mom seemed to be in a salty mood when I got into the car.
Did you have fun at class?
So much fun.
Good, 'cause it's your last class. You've been expelled. You're grounded for the summer.
What?
Your math teacher caught you peeking over at Jeannie's desk. She questioned Jeannie, and she told her everything. We're so disappointed in you. I don't know where we went wrong.
Jeannie, that traitor. Remind me when I become her teacher to give her detention every time she gets a correct answer. Guess who's staying after school forever, Jeannie? When we got home, I locked myself in my room, crying. My dreams of dancing were crushed. That summer, I was so depressed, I couldn't even bring myself to practice dancing in my room. I had all but given up on my dreams when I bumped into none other than Freddie at a pizzeria, scarfing down my sadness with a full pie to the face.
Hey, I know you.
Hi.
Dance class, right? You never came back.
Yeah, it was a family emergency.
Well, the next class starts in October. Hope to see you there.
Now I had to transform into a good, studious learner, or my parents would never let me join the class. So the night before my first day at my new high school, I gave myself a little makeover. I grabbed a pair of scissors, chopped off my hair, replaced my contacts with glasses, and laid out my most scholarly outfit. The next morning, my parents' jaws dropped.
Is that my daughter under those clothes?
Yep. I've decided to take school seriously. You're right. It's important for my future.
Oh my gosh, honey. We've been waiting 17 years for you to say that.
But I've only been talking for 14 years. Oh, we know. You started talking later than the other kids, but better late than never.
And I only took 2 steps inside the school before I heard the principal calling my name.
Miss!
Yes, sir?
You must be Miss Rosen, the new teacher. I thought you didn't get any of our voicemails that we couldn't find a substitute for a month. So glad you made it work. Your CV is impressive, and we're excited to have you as the homeroom/English teacher for grade 9.
Wow, I must have overdone the scholarly look, but the bell rang before I could respond. Sorry, gotta go. Don't want to be late for class. I walked into homeroom feeling intimidated, and now old. All the kids knew each other. They were talking about their crushes and summer jobs and all the usual stuff. But then I heard them talking about something that put a pit in my stomach.
So did you get through the summer reading list?
Yeah, duh. I'm not gonna be an idiot like my mom. I want to get into a good college and marry a successful doctor.
Wait, are you taking algebra or calculus?
Summer reading? Calculus? I was in way over my head. I hadn't prepared for any of this, and I only had 1 month to get my grades up before dance class enrollment. I took the only seat available, which was right next to them. Hi, I'm...
Nice mom hair.
Seriously, my grandma has more fashion sense than you. You look like you could be our teacher.
I had to stay studious. Wait, suddenly, I had an idea. If I looked so much like this teacher, I stood up and confidently strutted to the front of the classroom. That's because I am your teacher. Yep, Miss Rosen. Why not play into it, right? I was just doing a little social experiment to see how you kids act when the teacher isn't around. And I gotta say, I'm very disappointed with a few of you. The bullies' faces went pale. Now everyone, take your seats and pipe down while I take attendance. I shuffled through the desk, but I couldn't find the attendance list. Miss Rosen must have had it. You know what? Why don't you tell me your name so I don't pronounce them wrong? I had no idea what I was doing, but it occurred to me that I'd have better luck giving myself good grades if I was my own teacher, right? Plus, I'd have access to all the test answers. I only had to keep it up for a month. Couldn't be that hard. Okay, class. Today, I want you to think about your favorite book from the summer reading list and tell me what spoke to you about it. Be specific. I had the students opening up, talking about literature, and having a whole dialogue with each other. And all I had to do was sit back, ask some questions, and let the students take over.
Exactly. I agree with Anne. I liked the plot, I just didn't connect with the main character.
Why don't you think you connected with Holden Coford?
Caulfield?
Yep, that's the one.
Because he's a spoiled, selfish weasel.
You sure you're not talking about yourself, Jeff?
That's extra homework for you, miss. Now, let's unpack why you feel the urge to insult Jeff.
You suck at teaching.
Okay, detention. Wow, it felt good to have power, and I actually felt like I was kind of good at this. Soon, I was borrowing my mom's clothes, caking on the makeup, and saying things like, no running in the hallways. It was awesome. Don't worry about Becca's absence. I've already been in touch with her parents, and she'll be back to school in no time. I'm handling it. I brought straight B's back to my parents. Didn't want to be too suspicious and get A's. And when they called to confirm I was doing well and not cheating, I answered. She's a wonderful student, Miss Baker. She really applies herself, and she's improving every day.
Oh, that's such a relief. You know, she always was a troubled student.
Well, maybe if her parents... you're doing a wonderful job. She's brilliant. When I got home, Mom and Dad were actually smiling.
We heard you're doing excellent in school, so...
We're letting you join dance class.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. When I got to the dance studio, I was ecstatic to find Freddie mid-stretch. And when the teacher paired us up as partners, I thought I'd be thrilled. But I just couldn't keep up, and I felt like I was slowing him down.
I think you're naturally gifted. You just need more technical practice. How about we train outside of class? Competition is coming up soon, and I need you in top form.
How could I not agree to that? Soon, Freddie and I were spending so much time together. My heart was beating out of my chest every time we would dance. Everything was going according to plan. Teaching by day, dancing by night. But suddenly, my teacher responsibilities started picking up, and I had to lie to Freddie about why I couldn't attend our private practices. I have a parent-teacher conference that I have to attend. As the student, of course. I suck at math. The truth was, I had to grade papers and accompany the students on field trips and host office hours and actually meet with parents about their stupid kids. I was so tired, and I could tell Freddie was getting annoyed with me. Then one day at school, standing in front of the class, I saw a familiar face seated in front of me. Freddie? I heard we had a new student. Freddie, is that right?
Fred, yeah.
Did he recognize me? I couldn't tell, but soon I was so distracted by him finding out my secret, I had a hard time keeping up the charade. And Freddie was being so weird and quiet. In dance class, he was charismatic and lively, but here, he sat in the back of the room all alone. I couldn't tell if he was hiding my secret or what? It was starting to get to me. I couldn't even look him in the eyes when we danced.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, Obs. Is everything okay with you?
Yeah, you just seem different.
Nope. I'm exactly the same as I am. Not the same as who you think I might be, but
Okay, distracted then.
I promise you, my heart is in this. You have to believe me. I want us to win.
Yeah.
At school, I started to put on heavier makeup and frumpier clothes to improve my disguise. I was so worried about Freddie, I didn't even know what I was talking about in class anymore. With a shaky hand, I wrote something on the board. Okay, where does the comma go in this sentence? The bully came up to the board and confidently drew a comma in. Correct!
No, it's not. I was testing you. You don't even know basic grammar?
Everyone in the class was snickering at me. I felt like I was the dumb student again. What? Of course I do. Are you guys hot? Is it hot in here? I took off my cardigan, and suddenly, Freddie's expression changed. He was staring at me, and then I realized my birthmark. I had a diamond-shaped birthmark on my shoulder. He was the only one who'd seen it. I have to go to the bathroom. I stormed off, exposed. Then I heard someone call behind me.
Wait!
Freddie rushed towards me, staring me in the eyes. He pulled off my glasses, which could have been romantic, but nope, not like this.
Becca, is that you?
I turned even redder. I was speechless.
I can't believe it. It is. What's going on? Is this a joke?
Okay, I know it sounds crazy, but hear me out. My parents wouldn't let me dance unless my grades went up, and then I found out I looked like this new teacher who was sick, and so I just pretended to be her, and I guess I kinda got carried away.
That is crazy.
Please don't tell anyone. The competition is only a week away, and I need to show my parents I'm good at this so they'll let me go to dance school and not their alma mater.
Here I was, just excited to spend more time with you outside of practice. But for you, it was always about winning the competition.
I'm sorry, and that's not true.
I won't spill your secret as long as you do something for me. Parent-teacher night.
No! I couldn't go to parent-teacher night. My parents would be there. But Freddie was right. I owed him. He'd spent so much time trying to help me, and all I did was hurt him. Freddie is wonderful. He's making so many friends. Everyone loves him.
Really? That's surprising. He got into a bad fight in his last school because some football player was making fun of him for being a dancer. He broke the guy's nose.
He did?
Yes. We told you in the beginning of the semester, Ms. Rosen.
Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted. Hi, sorry to interrupt. We're here for our 5 p.m. with Miss Rosen. Oh my gosh, I was about to have a parent-teacher conference with my parents. I quickly powdered my face, pushing my hair in front of my face, trying to obscure myself. Yes, come in. I'm sorry. We'll pick this up later. So, how is Becca doing? Oh, Becca, she's an absolute dream. I'm sorry, I can't understand you. Would you mind pushing your hair out of your face and looking towards us? Oh, I'm a little sick, so I don't want to get you ill. No, that's okay. Just, it's a little rude not to be looking at us while you're talking. As I turned towards my mom, head tilted down towards the table so she couldn't see me, my glasses fell off. Mom picked them up and handed them to me. When I reached for them, I saw her eyes go wide. She was staring at the frayed sleeve peeking out from underneath my blazer. It was her frayed shirt. Becca, I thought you sounded familiar. Before I could respond, Freddie's mom burst in.
Ms. Rosen, when you're done, I'd love to reconvene about Freddie.
Totally. Miss Rosen. Ha! Lady, this is my dog. As my mom was finishing her sentence, I was literally diving headfirst out the window. Becca, come back here. I landed in the grass and sprinted away as fast as I could. When I finally arrived at the dance studio, I was exhausted and busted. I yanked off my teacher disguise, revealing the leotard underneath, and rushed into the competition.
Becca, we're about to be on. Did you talk to them? How'd it go?
Yeah, all good. They totally bought it.
Freddie, you were in on this, weren't you?
Oh yeah, they totally bought it.
I whipped my head around to see Freddie's mom, boiling red, but not redder than the faces of my own parents who were right by her side.
Becca, you are not dancing until you explain yourself.
The music was starting. The spotlight was on us. I'll explain. Just dance. I locked eyes with him, desperate. He was fumbling at first. I could feel his nerves. Freddie, don't worry about them. This is for you. You got this. And then we didn't miss a step. Freddie was amazing. When it was over, I couldn't hear my parents screaming. I
was overwhelmed by the applause and the glimmer in Freddie's eyes.
You really pulled through. I'm impressed.
I'm so sorry for lying. I really love spending time with you, even when we're not dancing, but especially when we're dancing. I saw him hiding a smirk, and that was enough of an invitation for me to lean in and kiss him as our lips touched. Becca!
You tricked my son into going along with your charade so he could say he gets along with his classmates? You know he punched someone?
Buzz killed. He was provoked. He shouldn't have punched them, but if someone insults your passion, sir, how would you feel? Freddie might not get on well with others at school, but here, in this place, he's the coolest, most adored guy. This is our family. This is our school. Freddie grabbed my hand, squeezing it.
Yeah, and Becca is such an incredible dancer. She may not be good at academics, but she has a passion. All she needs is her parents' support. Plus, she is a good teacher. She taught me what it's like to fight for what you care about, no matter who tries to tear you down.
I suddenly saw my mom's face soften, just a little.
I guess that's something. And you did have good stage presence. I guess if dancing is your passion, I won't get in your way. As long as you have a backup plan.
Wait, really?
As long as you have a backup plan.
I couldn't believe it. I finally got my parents' approval. Sort of. I hugged Freddie, and he grabbed my shoulders and kissed me like our parents weren't right there. I was on cloud 9. The rest is history. Freddie and I started dating, and I officially enrolled in school as a student. I finished the semester with all C's, under the perfectly boring teachings of the real Miss Rosen. But I got to keep dancing, and the following year, Freddie and I got into Juilliard. After a brief stint touring as a background dancer for pop artists, I got burnt out and wanted to spend more time at home with our new family. So I fell into my backup plan. All right, kiddos, don't hold back. I want to see those moves. Teaching dance classes to middle schoolers. And when my daughter told me she wanted to be a dancer, I freaked out for a minute. Who would want to have their daughter be a dancer? Oh, I guess my parents were right. I woke up in a cold sweat as I heard a pack of wolves howling outside. Seconds later, the cackling hyenas joined in, and then I heard the blood-chilling roar of a lion. I was surrounded. I walked over to my window, opened it, and yelled, "Be quiet and let me sleep, you buffoons! Do you want me to look like a raccoon in the morning?" Wow, it actually worked. They don't always listen to me. And yeah, I said the whole waking up in a cold sweat thing for dramatic effect. I'm a melodramatic girl. You see, I am surrounded by wild animals, but they're all in cages. And I live inside a zoo. Now please go away. I'll tell you the rest of my story in the morning. And by the way, I'm Tina. And don't forget to like and subscribe, yada yada. Bye! So yeah, I really did grow up in a cottage inside the zoo, since my parents were the zookeepers. And I know I called the animals buffoons earlier, but I didn't mean it. It's like when you call your siblings morons, but you still love them, right? The animals were my first playmates, so naturally, I couldn't quit horsing around, even in school. Listen, I can howl like a wolf. Ow!
Tina, can you stop making animal sounds? You're disturbing the whole class.
At least I'm not putting them to sleep.
I heard that, young lady. You're staying back in recess to reflect on your behavior.
The only thing I reflected on was how to prank my teacher. So the next day, when she opened her desk drawer, a tarantula casually walked out and then jumped on her arm. She screamed and flapped her arms around like a rabid chicken, then tripped on her chair and fell on her butt. Needless to say, I ended up in detention. And that's where I first talked to the dreamboat in my class, aka Eric. Okay, yeah, he's only 11 here, but you could tell even then that this kid's gonna grow up to be a hunk, and he already had a bad boy reputation. I'd seen kids giving up their lunch money to him, carrying his bag, and even cleaning his shoes. Rumor had it that a kid who pissed off Eric woke up in a garbage dump the next day, and he had no memory of how he got there. But Eric seemed to be utterly fascinated by me, or maybe all the animals I could play with at the zoo. The point is, he was nice to me, and that was all I needed to consider him my first human friend.
Can you really pet the crocodiles? Don't they bite?
Nope, they love me. Well, the alligators do, but they're kind of the same, right? Potato, potato. Newsflash, they're not the same, but that's a discovery I made later.
Can you sneak me in tomorrow? I want to play with them.
I'll have to think about it.
I can pay you.
Deal. I was so excited to have Eric over, and even my parents were happy to see me with a two-legged creature for once.
All right, kids, your mom and I have some things to do, but feel free to roam around the zoo and don't get into any trouble. You sure you don't want me to take you around?
Dad?
Dad. We don't need a babysitter. We'll be just fine. Be cool, man. Be cool. Once they left, Eric turned to me. Did you get the keys? Yep. My dad had keys to all the enclosures, and I'd taken the key for the crocodile one so Eric could see them up close and personal. Now all we have to do is not get caught by the cameras.
Wait, there are cameras?
Yep, but I know where they are. Come on, we just need to sneak past them using their blind spots.
Do you do this often?
Yeah, I love feeling like a spy.
Okay.
I was definitely impressing Eric a lot. I could already see it. Me and Eric, prom king and queen in high school. Soon, we were standing inside the enclosure, only a few feet away from the crocodiles. Up close, they looked a lot bigger than I thought. I told you, I've only played with alligators before. And wow, these creatures could swim fast. And they were coming right at us.
They look hungry.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't pet them.
Ah! Look at that one! He's gonna eat me!
Eric screamed and started running frantically, and I was right behind him. Then he tripped over a twig, I crashed into him, and we both fell on our faces, and the crocodile was hot on her tail. Just then, I noticed a mirror on the ground next to Eric. I held it up and caught the sunlight, sending a blinding flash into the crocodile's eyes. It got confused for a bit as we scrambled to our feet and ran out. I locked the enclosure quickly, and Eric dropped to his knees.
Oh God. That was the worst day of my life.
It wasn't that bad. I mean, think of how I saved your life with my quick wit and fearless spirit. Why do you carry a mirror around, though?
To see my beautiful face, which that crocodile would have destroyed in a second. You're horrible.
What? I'm amazing! I'm your hero, Eric! But he just couldn't stop hyperventilating. My parents found us, and when they discovered what had happened, they dropped Eric at home, and I was forbidden from ever having friends over again. Eric's mom, the school principal, tried pressing charges, but since we'd avoided all those cameras, there was no proof I'd let him into the crocodile enclosure. But Eric did stop talking to me, which hurt. In case you haven't figured it out, I have a crush on this guy, okay? Don't ask me why. The heart wants what it wants. However, taking Eric to the zoo did give me a rather cool business idea. I had access to stuff most people didn't, and I could use that to make money. Here, a photo of the new lion cub. It's totally exclusive. The public hasn't seen it yet. And you ordered a skin from the rarest snake, right? It wasn't easy to get, so that'll be $200. As if I'd ever hurt my beautiful, slithery friends. No, this Tracy is some rich psycho who wants snakeskin bags, and I told her I'd get her the real deal. But this skin is as fake as her face. All right, she's actually very pretty naturally. Love that for her. My business went well for about a week, till it was cut short by the principal, who still hated me for putting her precious baby in danger.
You cannot bring anything like that to sell in the school from now on. You better start acting like other normal girls your age. Do you understand what I'm saying?
The other normal girls were the ones asking me for pictures and snakeskins. You only sell something if there's a demand for it. Economics 101, people. But the worst part was that my parents agreed with her and grounded me.
You really should start acting less like a wild child, Tina. No going out to play with the animals until you cool down a little.
Seriously?
Watch your tongue, young lady.
Okay, gotcha. And I stuck out my tongue and watched it. Mom was not amused. As time passed, we all slowly forgot about my reckless past. With my 16th birthday coming up, I wanted to do something fun that my class would remember. Okay, I don't really care about the rest of the class. It's just that my prediction had come true, and Eric had become hot. He was now your typical bad boy. Hair slicked back with gel? Check. Top shirt buttons always open? Check. Look super cool chewing gum? Check. Flirting with every girl? Except me, of course. Check. I couldn't invite him alone, obviously, so I had to invite the rest too, and maybe he'd accept. But first, I had to get him to stop hating me. I googled some tips on how to attract a bad boy. I swear, the internet is a wonderful place. Number 1, make sure you stand out. Bad boys like girls who don't blend in. Well, that one was already covered. I stuck out like a sore thumb. No one else dressed in tiger-striped t-shirts or giraffe print leggings or laughed like a hyena. Number 2, say something brief that would catch the guy's attention, then smile mysteriously and walk away to keep him wondering what you were talking about. So one day, I joined Eric and his friends for lunch and sat right opposite him. Hi, Eric.
Hi, Tina.
I had a dream about you last night.
Oh yeah? Were you feeding me to the crocodiles?
I smiled mysteriously and then walked away. Wait a minute. I think that just made me look like a psychopath. Ugh.
Number 3, don't let a bad boy know you're intimidated by him. Think of it like coming face to face with a bear. The second you show fear, you'll be destroyed. One day, I was putting stuff in my locker, and suddenly, I found Eric beside me.
Hey, sorry I was snappy before. So, you want to tell me more about your dream?
Well, you're not the boss of me. I'm not afraid of you. I'll dream about you if I like, and I'll tell you if I want to. Then I stomped on his foot and walked off. What the heck was I even doing? He was showing interest in you, you buffoon. The stupid internet has messed up my judgment. Okay, at least he'd tried talking to me himself. Maybe I'd just give him the birthday invitation, and he'd accept it now. But the next day, as I was taking the invitations out of my locker, I dropped a few and turned around to find Tracy picking one up. Yeah, that's Snakeskin Tracy. And yeah, she's even prettier now and has a huge Instagram following thanks to her pretty face. So happy for her. Oh, what's this? A birthday party at the zoo? Yeah, it's gonna be a banger. I know the zoo like the back of my hand, and I can show everyone the exclusive spots. And why would we hang out with you? You're the girl who nearly got my boyfriend killed. Huh? Who's your boyfriend? Eric, you dummy. How many boys have you nearly killed in the zoo? Ugh, I couldn't believe Tracy was dating Eric. I couldn't stand her. You know, a little birdie told me that you're obsessed with wolves, and one of them just had the cutest, fluffiest baby. Wouldn't you like to pet a wolf puppy, Tracy? Take a picture for Insta, maybe? Now we're talking, girl. Okay, deal. I'll come to your party, and you arrange the baby wolf meeting. Nuh-uh, not so fast. I'll make it happen if you break up with Eric and you pay me $100. What? But I love him. Can't help you then. Bye. Okay, fine. Consider it done. Here's the money, too. Yeah, I wasn't the nicest back then, but seriously, how sincere could her love be if she broke up with him for a picture? I gave Eric the invitation the next day, and we even started hanging out. At this rate, we'd be girlfriend and boyfriend by my birthday. However, there was just one teeny tiny issue. I might have forgotten to ask my parents' permission for the party.
No way. You can't have 20 people over at the zoo. Not after last time.
But that was 5 years ago.
I know, but I still worry. If something happened, it could cost me my job.
But I won't do anything stupid, I promise. It took my parents 5 whole days to give in, but finally they did, and I made sure everyone was familiar with the rules beforehand. No interaction with the animals without my supervision, and of course, they had to bring me presents. Before I knew it, the day of the party had arrived. I had a balloon arch and a huge cake smack in the middle of the zoo, and everyone turned up. Of course, I only wanted Eric, but I wasn't complaining about the pile of presents. I'm so happy you guys could all make it. Because of what happened many years ago, we can't go inside any enclosures, but I'll be giving you a tour of the zoo once everyone's done eating. Now dig in! I was cutting up the biggest slice of cake for Eric when Tracy suddenly pinched my arm. When will I get my pictures with the wolf pup, Tina? Shh, don't announce it. Then everyone will want pictures. I have the key to the enclosure right here in my pocket. I'll take you when I have time. Tracy huffed off to sulk in some corner, and I let her. I was enjoying messing around with her. Oh, also, the keys I had, they were for the harmless mountain goats enclosure. I wasn't gonna repeat past mistakes and put anyone in any real danger, duh. But some 10 minutes later, we heard high-pitched screams, and then Tracy came running like a mad woman. Save me from the freaking goat! Help me! Right behind her, a goat came charging in and slammed right into the food table. The kids screamed and all ran away, including Eric. It was just me and the goat left, and boy, she did not look happy. Come on, Butthead, you know me. I named you Butthead, remember? No? Nothing? Bah, bah. See, I'm your sister. Bah! It wasn't working. Butthead was stomping her foot, ready to charge me. My legs felt frozen, and I really thought that this would be my end, when suddenly...
Hey, you, goat, get away from her. Hey, pay attention to me.
A boy with glasses I'd never seen before was standing a few meters from me, and he was whistling to Butthead and pulling faces at her. Are you crazy?
Don't worry about me. I got this. Just run.
I didn't need to be told twice. I ran as fast as I could back to my house. All my guests had left, and my parents were waiting for me, looking furious. We found Butthead back in her enclosure, and the mysterious boy was nowhere to be seen. I had no idea how he'd snuck in or out, but he'd certainly saved my life. Other than that, things were pretty bleak.
Yes, she gave me the key. First, she charged me for a wolf picture, then sent me to the mad goat's enclosure. I never gave you the key. You stole it from me, and I've never seen a goat behave like that before. You must have done something to make it so angry. Maybe it's just your face. You have that effect on some people. Trust me. But everyone was against me, even Eric. Well, especially Eric.
You're such a weirdo, Tina, and all you do is put us in danger. Just stay away from us.
The zoo authorities reviewed the case, and they didn't fire my parents, but they told us we had to move out of there. I was banned for life. We moved into an apartment, and I spent the next week in my new room crying, and also very much grounded, before Dad came to me.
I think it's time for you to grow up a bit, Tina. This summer, we'll send you away to a camp where you can learn some discipline.
What? And well, that's how I got here. This place is boring. We sleep outside in tents, which are not comfortable, and all we do is study. Fine, sometimes we go swimming in the lake too, but mostly it's just annoying. To make it worse, Tracy was there too. Don't go near Tina. She grew up with animals and has their diseases. She might bite. Don't say I didn't warn ya. Thanks to Tracy, most people chose to stay away from me, and it was lonely. But one good thing about being here was that I had plenty of time to read about animals, which was nice. I'd always been too busy playing with animals to read about them before. I might even become a vet after this. One day, she was poking fun at me again, and I kept trying to ignore her. So, how does it feel to be kicked out of the zoo? Do you miss your four-legged brothers and sisters? Do you miss the stink of animal poop? Do you even know what fresh air smells like?
Hey, knock it off and leave her alone.
That voice was so familiar, and I turned around to see the mysterious boy from the zoo. Wait, it's you. You saved me from the goat.
Yep, I'm Mason, by the way. I've been sneaking in and out of the zoo for ages. I just like hanging out around animals. And that day, I was just roaming around when I happened to see your friend Tracy here stealing the keys from your pocket. So I took some pictures.
You took pictures? You're right, you're lying.
They're right here on my phone, but it'll be $5 if you want to see them.
Why would I want to see them?
How will you know if I'm lying or not?
Ugh! Tracy paid up, and Mason really wasn't lying. I spoke to the camp leaders about how her lies had caused so much trouble for my family, and how she was harassing me even now, and Mason backed me up, and Tracy got kicked out. Mason and I became quick friends, and spent the summer together for the most part. He was really nice, and we could talk about animals all day. At the end of camp, I was kinda sad to know I wouldn't be seeing him every day. You see, I developed a small crush on Mason, even though he was a very good boy. I really have grown up. Promise to write to me every week?
I will.
And when I went back home, I also showed the pictures to my parents, and they apologized for not believing me before. Even my zoo privileges were reinstated, and I could visit anytime I wanted. Mom, Dad, I want to be a vet, and I think I want to change schools. I've looked up a few where they start vet courses in high school.
That sounds like a good idea, and it's a very fitting job for you, sweetheart.
Things were going well, except that Mason didn't really stay in touch, which made me kinda sad. I was both excited and nervous on my first day in my new school. I didn't know anyone, and I wasn't the best at making friends. Just then, someone came and sat next to me.
Hi, Tina.
Mason, hi! You're in my class?
Or you're in mine. Either way, we're both here. Listen, I meant to stay in touch, and things have just been crazy. I'll tell you all about it, but first, I really missed you.
I missed you too. Guess I didn't have to start from scratch after all.
On a hiking trail one day, I caught sight of a boy in the distance all by himself, and my heart stopped. Why was he so close to the edge of the cliff? It seemed like he would fall over any minute. I dashed forward and pulled him away. We both fell to the ground. Our eyes locked for a second, but I quickly backed away. What'd you do that for? I thought you were gonna go over. I was just trying to take a picture of a really rare butterfly. Thanks for ruining it. I said I was sorry and brushed the grass off myself. Just as I was about to walk away, he suddenly took my hand. Hey, getting to see your eyes up close was kinda worth it. I'm Jack, by the way. Oh, my heart. He let go of my hand abruptly, and I could see a girl coming over like a raging bull towards us. What do you think you're doing? Stay away from him. I couldn't forget that moment for a week. Hi, my name is Rubina, and it was my first day at my fancy new high school. My parents had moved from Pakistan a long time ago and now owned a restaurant. I wanted nothing more than to become a chef, but they wouldn't hear of it. I had to be a doctor. They didn't move all the way to America for me to be a cook. As I walked into class with Claire, I froze when I saw the boy from the trail and his annoyingly pretty girlfriend. No, He obviously didn't remember me, but maybe she did, cause she hated me from the moment I came in. Elena was one of those perfect girls with perfect hair who knew all the answers and never got less than an A, and all she could talk about was how she was going to Harvard like her daddy and granddaddy. She also felt so threatened by the new smart kid in class. That's me. I could tell that she didn't like that I had guys flocking around me. A boy from class told me the other day that I looked so exotic. He wanted to know all about where I was from. Another one said he wished he could move to Pakistan if all the girls were as gorgeous as me. Geez, why don't you guys just all move there? I don't even know why you're jealous. The only boy I want is with you. Which leads us to my first ever B+ on a math test. It was hard to focus with Jack in class. My parents were furious. It was like I'd brought dishonor to our entire family. When I was your age, I walked 20 miles to school every day with a heavy backpack. You have everything you could want, princess. Getting good grades is the least you can do. And don't turn out like your sister. That girl has given us nothing but grief. I sighed. We didn't talk about Fariel much, unless it was to give an example of what not to do. She'd become a model and gone off with her loser boyfriend. I missed having her around, though. It was cultural day at school, and I was so excited to be wearing my traditional clothes and sharing some food from back home. I'd cooked up a secret family recipe. When I walked into class that day, I had girls gasping at how pretty my clothes were. Of course, Elena loudly announced that she thought I looked really weird. I think it's actually a pretty cute look, babe. You should try it out sometime. I'm sure Rubina would be happy to help. The vein on Elena's head looked like it was gonna pop. During recess, we joined tables in class and were about to share the food we'd brought. Suddenly, I found myself tripping and falling face forward. I stared around in horror. Everything was on the floor, and I was a mess. Claire helped me up, but one look at Elena's smug face, and I knew she was behind it. I was so furious and embarrassed, I just walked out. I grabbed my things from my locker and decided to go home. I just walked a block away from school when I heard someone call out to me, "Jack." "I'm so sorry for what happened, Rubina. I just wanted to make sure you were okay." He hugged me and I cried some angry tears into his shoulder. I pulled away, but he was still holding me by the waist. "You're the girl from the trail, right?" "Yes, yes, yes!" I knew it was you. I couldn't forget those green eyes, like deep pools covered with algae. You know, the green stuff. "Jack, you're really bad at this." He laughed too, and he leaned in to kiss me. The universe had conspired to make this moment happen. I gotta fix things with Elena first. I'll call you soon, okay? I almost skipped with joy on my way home. You know how rare it is to find your soulmate? This was fate. And then I got struck by lightning. I had no idea that most people survive being struck by lightning, and I was one of them. I opened my eyes and there were lots of lights and people talking around me, and a guy with a really worried face. I slipped away again. I woke up and had no idea where I was. This wasn't my room. Where were all my boy band posters? "Oh, thank God you're awake. How are you feeling?" Blank. "That's what I'm feeling, stranger. Who are you? And where am I?" He looked shocked, and he told me that lightning had struck me yesterday, and he explained that he was my boyfriend Jimmy, and I was at our apartment. Had this lunatic kidnapped me? I was beginning to freak out. I ran to the bathroom and locked myself in and told him I needed to see my parents. I heard him talking on the phone to someone. I turned to the mirror, and I screamed. Why did I look so much older? OMG, were those lines starting to show under my eyes? And what was that? A white hair? Just then, I heard a knock on the door and a familiar voice. "Open up, Rubina, it's Fariel." I opened the door and my sister hugged me tight. She also looked so much older than I remembered. What had happened to the hot model? "She remembers you. She doesn't have any idea who I am." Okay, I was feeling sorry for this dude because he looked really hurt and he seemed nice, but what was going on? "Rubina, what's the last thing you remember?" "I remember kissing Jack and going home from school." They took me to the doctor, and after much questioning, it turned out that I had lost all my memories for the last 10 years. I was stuck feeling like I was still 17 because I didn't remember anything from my life after that, but I was actually 27 now. The doctor said my amnesia could go away on its own, but they couldn't be sure. Fariel decided to take me to her place since I didn't feel comfortable with Jimmy. He looked really sad as he put my bags in her car and said he'd come and see me soon with picture albums. Maybe those would help jog my memory a bit? I had so many questions. Where were Mom and Dad? Fariel told me they'd gone out of business 2 years ago and had decided to move back to Pakistan. I was devastated by that news. I loved that restaurant. Fariel said she'd left her boyfriend many years ago and fixed things with Mom and Dad and moved back into our house. She was still living there after they'd left. Of course I remembered this place. This was home. The door was opened by a very silky 13-year-old girl. Fariel introduced her as her daughter, Sidra. "Mom, I know who she is. We meet like every weekend." Yes, sweetie, but Auntie doesn't know who you are anymore. Her brain's gone a bit mushy. The next day was just as crazy as I tried to understand what had happened all these years. Apparently, I'd gone to med school and graduated with flying colors, and I had my own clinic now. That was so lame. I was supposed to be a chef. I talked to Mom and Dad on Skype, and they said they'd come and see me as soon as they could get a flight. By the way, Mom, do you remember me dating a guy called Jack in high school? I don't remember, Baita. The word baita means kid in my language. It's something Mom will probably keep calling me even when I'm a grandma. Maybe you kept it a secret from me? That was entirely possible. I said the connection was dropping and hung up. What had happened to me and Jack? Hadn't he broken up with Elena after that magical, life-changing kiss? Jimmy came by the next morning with a pile of photo albums. As he walked me through all the birthdays and trips, I could see him looking at my face, hoping I would remember something. He really had such warm, kind eyes. I felt awful disappointing him. Why don't you leave these here and I'll look through them again? He smiled sadly and said he'd come again later. Oh, I almost forgot. Here's your phone. You forgot it the other day. Yes, that's what I needed. And I found a Jack on my phone. My hands were shaking as I dialed the number. Turned out it was Jack the plumber, who'd fixed the pipes in our place last month, apparently. Great. I didn't have Claire's number either. I wanted to catch up with her, and if anyone knew what had happened between me and Jack, it would be her. I searched for both of them on Facebook, but they didn't seem to have accounts. No one uses Facebook that much anymore, Aunt Rubina. I've been telling you since forever to make an Insta account. Why was this 13-year-old weirdo calling me Auntie? Then I remembered that I wasn't actually 17 and that she was my niece. Whatever. Fine, if you insist, set up this Insta account for me. She rolled her eyes and took my phone. A few minutes later, I had a profile on Instagram, and we found both Jack and Claire there. I sent them both invites and spent the whole day checking my phone. Thank God Cedra had shown me this awesome channel, my story animated. I laughed and cried over the stories all day while I waited. As I was about to go to sleep that night, I got a notification. Jack had accepted my invite. How is it possible that he was even cuter now? And I couldn't see any wife or girlfriend. I left him a message saying I'd like to meet. Almost instantly, I got a reply. Hey, never thought I'd hear from you again. I'd love to catch up. Meet me at the Starbucks on 5th Avenue? How was I going to sleep tonight? Just then, I got a WhatsApp message from Jimmy. Good night. I started going through all our previous conversations, and it seemed like he really loved me. It made me feel kind of warm and fuzzy inside, but I couldn't remember that feeling of loving him. I woke up feeling so excited about meeting up with Jack. I had to decide what to wear. Yuck. Why did being 27 mean that I only had boring clothes? Where were the ripped jeans and cute crop tops? I remembered Ferial saying that some of my old stuff was in the attic, so I went up hoping to find something there. And I did. This was perfect. It was the dress I was wearing the day Jack and I kissed. He'd loved it, and maybe I'd get lucky again. Okay, so I had to beg Cedra to zip me up while I held my breath, but I still looked good. My heart was racing as I walked into the coffee shop. He looked up and smiled, and I was spellbound again. He got up and kissed me on the cheek and said I hadn't changed at all. I really haven't, Jack. He asked why I'd wanted to reconnect after all this time, and I told him my whole crazy lightning story. I'm just trying to remember things. What happened between us? He looked really surprised that I'd forgotten everything. Well, I broke up with Elena and asked you out, and we dated for a year. It was really special. He said when I was going off to med school, we'd decided long distance was going to be too hard, so we went our own ways. I felt heartbroken. How could I have possibly let my soulmate get away? He took my hand and said he'd felt so good hearing from me. He wanted to see me again. And of course I said yes. Maybe this was fate's way of letting us have another chance. He walked me back home, and just as he was about to leave, he turned around. I've been wanting to do this again for so long. And he pulled me in for a long kiss, leaving my head spinning. As I snuggled up on the couch to become Jack's cyberstalker, I realized Claire still hadn't added me. I looked her up on Google and found out where she worked. She was a partner at some big law firm. I called her workplace, and the secretary put me through. A few seconds later, I instantly recognized Claire's voice as she asked who was speaking. Hi, Fancy Pants Claire, it's Rubina. Remember, your best friend? Suddenly, there was complete silence, and then she just hung up. What on earth? The doorbell rang. Someone had sent a bouquet of white lilies for me. I'd always loved lilies. I read the note. Hey, would you like to come over to my place for dinner tonight? I'd like you to get to know me again. Let me know. Jimmy. Man, this was getting confusing. I mean, Jack had just kissed me and asked me out, and here was my real boyfriend, and he was just so sweet, and it was just dinner, right? I texted him and said I'd be there. When Jimmy opened the door, I couldn't help thinking he looked really cute all dressed up. And here I was in Cedra's t-shirt. We walked out to the balcony to have a candlelit dinner for two. This was definitely a date. When he placed the food on the table, I cried out in surprise. OMG, how did you know that's like my favorite thing in the world? Of course I know. I learned the recipe from your mom ages ago. Boy, did he know how to make his way into a Pakistani girl's heart. It was just really fun and easy talking to him. I didn't even realize how quickly the time had gone by. Wanna dance? I don't know if you remember this, but you love dancing. I always have. As he pulled me close and we slow danced under the stars, I could feel my heart racing. Why did he smell so nice? I kinda really wanted him to kiss me. Trying to distract myself, I said that it was really weird that my best friend Claire seemed to be avoiding me. He suddenly stopped short. You mean Claire from your high school? You've told me about her. You guys haven't spoken to each other since you graduated. I was really surprised. Why? You said you caught her and your boyfriend kissing at the graduation party. I pulled back horrified. What? I told Jimmy I had to go and ran out of there before he could stop me. I cried all the way home. How could my best friend who knew everything do this? How could Jack? The next day I stormed off to the car dealership he told me he owned. He looked really surprised to see me. Hey babe, I thought we were meeting I slapped him hard on the cheek. You kissed my best friend and you tried to fool me because I couldn't remember stuff? Babe, listen, that was such a long time ago. Well, what about the ring on your finger now? All of his employees were staring at us in stunned silence. I wish I'd forgotten you even existed. Goodbye, Jack. The stupid boy I'd met on that stupid trail was always a scumbag. When I got back home, I tripped over a suitcase and cried out in joy. Mom and Dad were here. As I sobbed and hugged Mom, I thought she smelled like my favorite things in the world, cinnamon and jasmine. Suddenly I felt dizzy, like my mind was spinning out of control. What was happening to me? It felt like my life was playing out before me. I remembered the graduation party, the first time lightning struck me, and my time at med school. And I'd come back. And on the plane ride home, I'd met Jimmy. They say lightning never strikes the same place twice, but it had. It struck me twice. When I was 17 and when I was 27 years old. The first time nothing happened, but the second time it had hit me, I'd lost all my memories of the last 10 years. But now I remembered everything, and I remembered that I'd found my real soulmate. And he was not a stupid high school crush. He was the real deal. And I had to marry him before he ran away. I told everyone I had to do something really important, and I rushed out. I just had to make one stop on the way. Jimmy looked really surprised to see me at his door. That night when I got struck the second time, I was going to ask you to marry me. I kneeled on the ground and I said, Jimmy, would you marry me? And I handed him the ring I bought before I lost my memory. His jaw dropped open and he said, you remember me. And he just pulled me in tight and hugged me. He said in my ear, there's nothing I want to do more than marry you, Rubina.